All right, y'all. We are ready with our run of Breath of Fire with the Cid. So, the Cid, the floor is all yours. Take it away.
Hey, the Cid, and we're going to be doing some Breath of Fire 2 GBA. Got a good 7 hours, maybe a little bit less if the game is kind and my brain decides to function. Uh, it's a 50-50 on that one. So we'll get into it real quick, but I also have two commentators, one that'll be joining us later. Sonny Wrath 11, I'm sure a lot of you people are know of him, but he'll introduce himself when he gets here. But my current commentator is probably knowledge base 0. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Hello, that's me. I'm Charles, also known as Kajan, also known as the absolute villain responsible for getting Cid into this game. Cid, thank you for doing this.
Absolutely. Man, I was practicing this in the background of Limit Break, just a lot, and I kept dying to Blueberry because I had a cold, and I'm still a little bit there, but surely we can make it through this time. And I guess we'll get into this in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. So yeah, my story with this is pretty short, kind of long. I'm not sure if many of you got a chance to watch the Dragon Quarter run at Limit Break that I did. I picked the game up kind of on a lark for the Breath of Fire relay so that we could get that started again. And then the Breath of Fire 2 community proceeded to badger me into picking up the game. Luckily, I found a category I liked. GBA, it's a bit crunchy, a little bit blown out on video, a little bit crunchy on the audio, but it comes with some major perks for a glitchless run. Double EXP and triple money drops. This is going to be a lot more reasonable than SNES, which is why we call it GBA rather than any percent.
One of the things that makes GBA particularly interesting is that, like, yes, double experience, triple money, but regular Super Nintendo has a glitch in the shopping menu that allows you to do all sorts of wacky, wonderful things, and they fixed it for GBA. Yeah, so GBA ends up being interestingly comparable to a Super Nintendo any percent run in time, but the strats are quite different.
Yeah, it's up until recently, the only few runs of it that existed were just the same exact SNES glitchless route. Until I started exploring it, and then Charles was like, wait a minute. I can fix this. I can make it better. And that will be the route that you're seeing today. At least a majority of it. I've done some things to add redundancy and kind of peel back the difficulty a bit. Like hitting myself. Wait, no. That's not a me strat. 6? Ha! So close, but so far away.
One of the fun little things about this as a speed game, and by fun little things, I mean we all hate it, is there's a 10-minute prologue in which there's basically no decisions to make. And every time you have to reset in the early game because the first 2 dungeons are the most lethal parts of the game, you just get to redo the 10-minute prologue.
Yeah, I did a lot of endgame practice. Went pretty well, and then these last couple of days I've been like, alright, I'll test the early part. I have gotten bounced back to the fountain at least 3 times on some of my attempts, so I think I might be gobbling some water for the first few fights until we hit like level 3 or something. We'll see. No matter what you do, whether it's SNES or GBA or glitched, you're pretty volatile on the early game. The any percent does have a little bit of redundancy because it can afford to buy all the armor, but most of the early game armor is trash, so we skip it in every other route. So we're just going to be a big man and out-level our problems.
We will have many problems, though.
Yes. That is all this game has, is problems with some solutions.
Breath of Fire 2 belongs to the old school RPG design genre, meaning high encounter rate, low flee rate.
Yeah.
2 things that in tandem, I mean, we complain about them, but honestly, I think they are what make the run as interesting as it is. Like, if you think about most RPG speedruns, you're mostly just running from random battles or not encountering them in the first place. There aren't that many speed games where you actually fight basically everything, which is interesting.
Yeah, if you see me selecting run within the first 6 hours of the run, I'm panicked and at a very high risk of dying. It's a bit unfortunate the way the run formula works. But, maybe it is for the best, like Charles was getting at. It does change the game's dynamic into a little bit of a optimizing fights for survival rather than fleeing with your tail between your legs.
Even when survival's not an issue, just optimizing for speed.
Yeah.
Like, if you think about your average boss fight, it is what it is. There's basically no variance. But random battles, like, there are so many more random battles in a game than there are bosses, so there's so much more to optimize, and it's variable. You get different random battles from run to run, which means you can't just follow a precise item route the way you can in some other games. You have to improvise. The variance is fun for the viewers. It might be miserable for the runners.
There are some fights you just straight up don't want to see, but it is fun, like, adding to the notes specific encounter formations to be like, okay, this one I use Fireball and then punch one of the enemies. This one I have to Fire Rock because it's immune to fire, etc., etc. It's very nice in the end game where there's a bit of dynamic combat choices, and the quicker you can assess the situation and apply, the more time you save. There are some fights I would rather just not be in the game, but that's every RPG, honestly. I'll point them out as I see them, because surely we will see them. So we attack...
Another thing I like... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I attacked myself earlier on the gong, because you want to get to crit to end the fight. It's hard programmed so that you can't die there. Just to point that out. Here, we just want Blueberry to hit us. And now we get 2 minutes, so whatever you wanted to say, Charles.
I was going to say, and one of the other things I love about Breath of Fire 2, specifically as a speed game, is the dialogue scrolls slowly enough that the audience actually gets to enjoy the plot. There are a lot of games where you can just mash through the dialogue way too fast to read it. This is not one of them.
The thought has occurred to me to run a retranslation patch on this, just as a meme, to like slowly but surely read the retranslation while doing runs.
Andy did one of those for the Super Nintendo back in the day. Spoilers, it's significantly slower.
Yeah, I was gonna run a visual and audio patch on this, but I was doing some endgame practice and realized that yes, it does actually lag. I thought I was like paranoid or something when I did my first run with it, but I'm fairly certain every single spell lags, and then there's a couple of rooms that just lag too. And I'm not sure if it's both of them being combined or just the graphics patch. I think it's the graphics patch because it just wasn't implemented properly. Can't complain for free work though. It does look nice. It's just slow. Yeah, the one speaking of dialogue too, there's a difference between the GBA and the SNES. I mean, I could run with a turbo controller. SNES automatically uses a turbo controller, or every runner does. So going through dialogue, you use a turbo plus mash to speed up the text ever so slightly. GBA doesn't work that way, but we can advance text by just holding the D-pad. So any wrong choice in a multiple choice is my fault, and I have no one to blame but me. And I have done it before. Hopefully we won't see it today.
Yeah, for reasons known to the developers but known to no one else, they decided to program it in the Super Nintendo version so that if you hold B, then the text scrolls faster, but you still have to press A to advance to the next dialog box. So mashing text optimally in Super Nintendo is a two-finger procedure. Back in the Dark Ages, before the community voted to allow turbo controllers, that got really uncomfortable in a long 7-hour run.
Yeah, I'm glad.
The text in GBA does scroll slower, so on the one hand, slower text, bad. But on the other hand, no hand cramp.
Yeah. It's a little bit of a trade-off because there's actually a dash speed in the SNES version that allows you to move twice as fast, which is actually enabled on the GBA. It's just dummied out on the SNES, so maybe someday they find that glitch. It's kind of what keeps us treading water with the SNES. We get faster movement speed versus slower dialogue, while they get faster dialogue, which is probably a bit quicker because of the amount, but easier and more precise movement that's a little bit slower. It actually allowed me to grab the fishing rod before coming downstairs when Dad yelled at us earlier. If you try to do that in the Super Nintendo version, you will get yelled at, because you can't get back down quick enough after going to the drawer. And it's slightly optimal because you're lined up with it versus when you talk to Bo, so you have to, like, go around the side. Speaking of... So we stole the old man's medicine here, and we're gonna buy some of our own medicine. 9-2... Buying some antidotes here a little bit early just for safety in case the spiders decide to get frisky. Usually not an issue, but, you know. We are gonna save here at the statue just in case, because it's a marathon run. We want to get this dialogue out of the way anyway. So I probably will be taking a few safety saves. Luckily the write process on this game is not too long, but it could be shorter, as always. As long as I select yes every time, we should be fine. Alright, combat. Hey! Right on cue.
That's not a bad fight.
Yeah, unfortunately this fight is a bit quicker, but nice. Yeah, Bo can't one-shot, so I actually used his shot command, which can one-shot an enemy or do 1 damage. Let's see here. No. Wrong. Correct. There we go. Neither of us can kill a gong in one shot right now. Okay, good try, Ryu.
Thanks, Ryu.
Nice hustle. I guess that means Bo can clean it up next turn if he whiffs, which he did. Yep. So I'm trying to distribute my attacks based on what will actually kill and what won't.
So one little interesting quirk, this being an ancient game, the internal mechanics are not exactly well commentated code or anything like that. So all of the stuff that we know about the internal guts of the game as stuff that's just been reverse engineered by people over the years. Shoutouts to Ben Siron from GameFAQs way back in the day, like 2003 back in the day, who did a lot of work, and then more recently Nitrodon, who also did a lot.
Yeah, without...
But the end result of that is a lot of it, like, some things are obvious what they're meant to be. So, for example, you can tell what the enemy strength stat is because it's the stat that gets called in the damage routine when the enemy's attacking you. But enemies have a bunch of stats, and some of them are a little more arcane, and in particular, there's one stat that just doesn't obviously have a single specified meaning. It has been interpreted as a level, it has been interpreted as a luck stat. Either way, whatever you want to call it, that level or luck stat is what determines Bo's shot accuracy, and that stat goes up throughout the game. The enemies gain more of it, whatever it is, so Bo's shot becomes less accurate. That's why shot is worth using right at the very beginning, and then basically never again. Incidentally, Sid is having a real good time here.
These guys either slam or straight up miss. Luckily that was a really low roll slam, or else we'd get going back for a sippy sip. We should be pretty safe at level 3, but you know, famous last words and all.
Do you have time for a quick donation?
Absolutely.
We absolutely do.
Perfect. We have a $5 donation from Dirt Princess Zoe for, it ain't much, but it's an honest donation. Let's go, Naga.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Spiders, huh? You don't really want to see this fight this early. These guys are kind of scary. Alright.
So another facet of the shining diamond that is old school RPG design, the devs clearly intended for you to wander around and fight stuff. and then get some money, and then get lost, and then go back to hometown and buy some equipment, and then wander around and fight some more stuff. So just coming in here straight at level 1 with nothing but one sword and a pouch of healing herbs is significantly weaker than you're intended to be, which means that all of the enemies here can kill you pretty easily if they're in a bad mood.
Yeah, and Bo doesn't even have a weapon right now, which is pretty brutal. Let's see here. So I chose not to heal Ryu because I knew we'd be able to out-tank this. They hit between 6 and 9 damage. But usually, yeah, we're seeing the median here. Or tap dance. Do I want to push my luck here? Yeah, that should be fine. As long as, like, Bo doesn't super mega low roll at level 4, we should be fine here. So this turn, they'll always attack each other as long as all three are still alive. I make this point because sometimes they have, at level 4, just gone berserk and killed the final bird, which breaks the script and makes my life very awful. Right, and we can't die.
Okay, yeah, you're fine. I thought that was a little risky.
I've found that it's at level 4, this is fairly consistent.
Okay.
You have to see some very high rolls.
Yeah, I'm not that familiar with the level 4 damage rolls because you only ever see it in GBA, and I have completed, I think, 3 GBA runs in my entire life.
Yeah, normally you see like 6s and 7s. Like 8s and 9s are mainly the outlier here, so... some of the play here is based on the higher level curve, which is just based on the slightly bulkierness from levels, as well as... we'll safety heal if we don't kill here. I should be doing the math, but this bird has 80. The 2 in the back had 40, which is why we... I saw it go all the way down, and I was like, excuse me, HP? What? And then I saw the 8, I was like, oh, okay, I don't need to swear.
2 HP is 1 more than you need,
yeah,
right?
It's absolutely. All right, yeah, I think we have that. I panic healed, which is fine.
No, honestly, that's a reasonably efficient heal because it saves you the menu here.
Yeah, I usually, with the level ups, you can limp off the mountain, honestly, most of the time without healing, but you'd be surprised the silliness you can do in Fubi on GBA. Once we make it past the trip to Arby's, as we've dubbed it, you're usually pretty good in GBA. Got enough bulk and just HP pool to survive. Little Gobos.
Yeah, we are currently level, I think it's 6 on Ryu and 7 on Bo.
Yep.
For comparison, Super Nintendo would be 5 and 5 here.
The funny thing is, even if you get up here at like level 2 or 3, it's 7 and 6, period. The Harpies give you so much EXP. So ideally, I don't stall out. I just shoot straight up the mountain. The lower level with bad gear does make the Harpies a bit harder, but you save level up in fights, so it's worth. In a marathon, I really don't feel like getting bounced off the mountain, so I'm just gonna take it a bit slower. I'm not gonna mind the extra money anyway. Speaking of money, the less fights we see, the better. But these little goblins are worth a fair amount of cash, and if we get extremely lucky, they can drop a charm item, which sells very early for 500 coins, or zenny, depending on where you're looking. Because they call it like coins when you pick it up in chests or drop from battles, but if you go in the menu, it has a little Z for the zenny next to it. But yeah,
just to confuse the issue a little bit more, there's also an item called gold, which is not legal tender in this universe.
Yeah, I seem to recall that confusing me as a kid. So it may seem weird that I'm at such a high level and still using shot. Without your basic weapon on Bo, there's like 3 enemies he can't one-shot. He'll always be like 1 damage short unless he crits. So I keep rolling on shot. Yeah.
So I can actually give you a little bit of tech then. If you switch to scramble formation, Bo will always get the one-shot on them.
See, now I thought the exact same thing, and it screws up Ryu's damage range, actually.
If you're trying to kill 2 at once, yeah.
Yeah. So it's one or the other. Either Ryu one-shots or Bo one-shots. You don't get both. It's kind of unfortunate. This is why I bought antidotes. Because of silliness like this. I don't feel like losing a ton of HP to this, so we're just going to pop open the menu real quick and clear this. I did get a lucky drop earlier, so technically I didn't need to buy any, but... Poison does nothing in combat, but it does tick 1 damage every step. So it can be very much impossible to deal with early game if you don't have an antidote. So fortunately, Bo does get Cure Poison, but I never know how much of his AP I have to use for healing, and he'll be leaving the party shortly anyway, so having a couple antidotes jostling around in my pocket is never a bad thing. Charles did kind of off-mention it while he was talking to me a moment ago, but the formations in this game are much like the ones in 3, if you're familiar with those. Each formation has its own name. Normal, Scramble, let's see here, Defense, and Parallel. And they all give a different stat buff to each character position, 1 through 4. And it also depends on how many characters you actually have in your party. So we don't even get Defense and Parallel unless we have 4 characters. And Normal and Scramble change depending on whether you have 2, 3, or 4 character parties. So it's a bit interesting. You have to like just kind of know all this information or have it written down. But Scramble would be the other formation. It'll give a slight attack buff to the lead character at the cost of 5% of your attack on your second character, and a 10% defense buff, I guess, or reduction. You take 90% damage. That's the reason we did that on the Harpies fight, because they'll only ever attack Ryu because they're sick and tired of eating cats and dogs. Every boss kind of has its own gimmick, and I'll try and remember to bring it up when we get there.
If you're just an audience member watching the game, you can mostly intuit what the various formations do because they're reflected in where the sprites stand on the screen. Closer to enemy means you deal more physical damage and you take more physical damage. So right here, Ryu and Bo are about the same distance from the enemy since everything's organized diagonally. So neither of them gets any multipliers. Whereas in the Scramble formation, where Bo is clearly in front and Ryu is clearly in the back, Bo is dealing and taking more damage, Ryu is dealing and taking less damage. If you're a runner, you want to know the actual numbers on these things, but if you're just watching, it's not that critical.
Yeah, I might pop off with them every now and again, because I have them at the bottom of my notes. The reason we throw Bo up 8 and 7, that means we had a pretty bulky Fubi. But that's probably because I stalled out on the front side. That will make this fight a little bit safer and faster. But yeah, we put Bo up front instead of Ryu. The game starts Ryu in the front, but Bo can just straight up take more damage because he's just got better natural stats in that department. So the Roach here has 100 and a 50%. Oh, well, couldn't even...
50% of the time, it works every time.
Could not even explain the gimmick before he died. Nice. The Roach is kind of a callback, I mean, both to, like, Roaches not dying and the Breath of Fire 1 bosses. All the Breath of Fire 1 bosses would get back up and have 0 HP bars, so you just kind of had to wander through the dark. But the way that it works here is this one has a 50% chance to get up with anywhere between 30 to 50% HP. Obviously, the less get-ups, the better. I always look at it as I'd rather just take more fights, because the Roach getting up here is a waste of time compared to like taking an extra couple of fights on Fubi. The extra money and the little bit of extra EXP pushing your level up is worth more wasted in X encounter versus like watching a 7 get up Roach and just keep playing. Obviously for a marathon I just gotta roll with the punches, but shrug I guess. Now we head back to town since we have secured the pet pig for Mina.
If we were playing Super Nintendo here, we would actually Death Warp back to town. But because GBA has no infinite money glitch, and since dying costs half of your money, and since we are desperately going to need that money very soon, we're going to walk back.
Yeah, the funny thing is, I did, like, happen to be doing this at the same time as Blink was doing a run, which is one of the other very competitive runners for SNES. And this walk back versus, like, Death Warping back is fairly similar, actually. Because the GBA does have a significant advantage over the SNES. In brain? Okay, my
Left.
brain... No, don't know when I was smokes
Oh.
here? Yeah. My brain brained for a minute there. Give me a second. Both are technically correct. Okay, so it's... give me 3 of these. And then I'm going to buy a piece of armor we can get in the next town because I'm a coward. 2 defense really doesn't do much, but it feels like a lot more. Oh yeah, the walk speed is something that the GBA has versus the SNES. So, not a glitch. At least, on the SNES version it would be a glitch because it's dummied out. But yeah, we want to buy a couple of smokes here. In glitchless on SNES, you wouldn't have enough money. And any percent, you would just buy a huge stack of smokes and just keep playing. And go back to the shop as few times as possible. But yeah, I do a more conservative route here. I could have bought 1 extra smoke, but I'll just buy it later.
I'm going to try not to backseat drive too much because Sid has actually been iterating on the route since the last time I ran this, which was in January, right? It was a while ago now.
Yeah, I take this a little bit safer because I want the extra... I want to make sure I get my armor and I don't have to, like, do any shenanigans with trading it, because it's just wasted time to me. As long as I have
Sid?
enough... Yeah?
Sorry. I was going to say, Sid has not yet come around to my school of thought wherein nothing bad ever happens in Breath of Fire 2.
I mean, if we were doing, like, PB attempts, you could probably convince me, but in a marathon, the more money in my pocket to purchase things to keep me from dying, the better. Because the revival item in this game, life pills, are incredibly expensive at 500 a pop. So we're going to get 1 for, like, 6 hours of gameplay. I'll buy another one if I have to, but early game, we have no way to revive, period. So we've got to play defensively and aggressive with our healing so that the only deaths we take are the intended ones for death warps. I kind of, like, also, the other reason you'd buy more smokes than this is we need to walk back through Fubi, which kind of has an interesting thing with it, actually. The encounter table there is depletable. I think it's 256 fights to do that, but if you do enough fights on Fubi, there just won't be any more encounters. So the encounter rate does slightly lower the more fights we take, so there is a chance we can get through those rooms a little bit quicker. But normally you'd want to use smokes to minimize the amount of Fubi fights. The other big thing that I was going to mention is that the SNES, whenever you take an encounter or transition rooms, it's 4 tiles that you can walk before you're able to start rolling for encounters, and then the game will roll encounters every single tile until you max out at 64. However, on the GBA, they give us 7 free tiles, and then after that it starts rolling up to 72 before it forces an encounter. I don't think I've ever gotten the whole walk personally, but it does put us in a position where 1-fight areas are very common, and even some of the smaller rooms are 0 fights very often. So we can end up getting through rooms that the SNES can't a lot more consistently. But the flip side is true. Sometimes you'll walk through rooms and catch like 3 fights, and you're like, how? There isn't even that many tiles. I'm very confused.
So, sophisticated RPG speedrun watchers will now be wondering, does that mean there's a step route? And the answer is no, not really. Not in the sense that you mean for a game like FF7 or Earthbound. In Breath of Fire 2, every step is just its own independent call to the RNG to determine whether you get a fight or not. There is some normalization, so it's not an equal probability calculation on every step. The farther you have walked since your last transition, the more likely that roll is to successfully spawn a fight. But it is fundamentally a bunch of independent dice rolls, which means that as a human player, there's no manipping to be done, there's no step route. You just walk and hope for the best.
So this is one of those first places where we pick a weird dialogue option. We say no, even though we've just been to Fubi. It results in a shorter amount of text, so we want to pick that one, especially on SNES with the slower dialogue. But yeah, if you didn't know why Charles was with me before, now you know. Charles is the wizard of this game for the most part.
I'm going to defer some of that credit to Nitrodon. I probably have the largest library of knowledge, but it's not my knowledge. I've just collected it from other people.
You know, it's sounding very much like the Final Fantasy VII task we did the other day with Dash and Ace. And Dash is like, yeah, this is just everything Ace has told me.
I think a lot of communities have that one person.
Yeah, honestly.
We all stand atop Nitrodon's shoulders.
I mean, even more for me. Like, the information and knowledge base that we have on this game is largely because Nitrodon looked into it to make sure it works or doesn't work. Otherwise, we'd still be losing 20 minutes in the end game thinking Holy Scarf does something.
Even before Nitrodon, the Ben Siren handbook on GameFAQs is shockingly detailed and correct for being a 20-year-old document on an obscure Super Nintendo game. This is one of the things that keeps me speedrunning Breath of Fire 2 and significantly less interested in speedrunning a lot of other games that I could conceivably consider running is I look into it and was like, wow, we really don't know anything about how this game works, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I really enjoy in Breath of Fire 2 that we can optimize to the degree we can because, I mean, I want to figure out, is it mathematically optimal to take the time to menu in Mount Fubi to switch Ryu back to slot 1 because he has the chance of counterattacking, and in slot 1 he will get attacked more often than in slot 2? That's a math question, and because we know all of the probabilities precisely, I can actually figure out an answer.
Yeah.
And you just can't do that in a lot of games.
I remember that when you mentioned it the other day, I did a little bit of testing on GBA Heck No. Without armor, you get punched way too hard for that. So, there's equal damage in slot 1 and 2 in the normal formation, which is what we mainly use. The difference is slot 1 has like a 65% chance to be targeted, while slot 2 has a 35% chance to be targeted. So Ryu theoretically has a little bit more bulk in slot 2 because he just gets hit less often. Though the counters would kill a lot of things. So if we could get armor... also, speaking of armor, you may have noticed that I grabbed the shield that I pointed out that I bought, but I haven't equipped it yet. Most of the enemies here are doing 1 to 2 damage anyway, and I'm going to have to heal before I get into the next area, so I'm not going to bother putting it on just yet. I'll put it on in the same menu where I go to use my first smoke, actually. I was asked this by Dragondark, and one of the old SDA runners that was like one of the first ones to route this, or at least looking into routing it, and was like, do smokes actually do anything? And I'm here to tell you, yes, they do. Okay, that's uncommon. It feels like they don't, but they actually, you know what, never mind. But they actually do. It does slightly reduce the encounter rate. Sometimes it feels like it's the opposite. Sometimes it feels like it's done nothing. It's very weird, but it is what it is. Alright.
They feel like they don't do that much, but if you run both Super Nintendo Glitchless and Super Nintendo Any%, where the primary difference in the early game is that Any% can afford smokes and Glitchless cannot, you will feel the difference when your Any% times through the first dungeon are on average like 2 minutes faster. It's not even close.
I can feel it on Fubi watching a What Is Happening right now.
Ooh. You are making friends.
Wow, I can't believe I almost went down to Tri-Fly. That's... Well, you know what?
Super Nintendo would be dead here.
Panic Armor saved me. I'm gonna put that out there. Panic Armor saved me.
This is one of the fun things about Breath of Fire 2, where fun here is in nice big scare quotes. Almost every enemy has a low but non-zero chance of critting you. It's low enough that you never really play around it, but it's also not zero. So Sid just got the rare crit to the face from a random battle and almost died.
Yeah, everything does so much okay. That's interesting. So I'm going to outspeed the back two here, which is really interesting. I got a very safe walk here, because I'm close enough to town that I literally can't not make it unless I start walking in circles. I could try, though. I don't want to, though. we're gonna do this. Now it's daytime. I actually want to get here at night, but I'm playing this super duper safe. Because I'll get a free heal out of the bar when I head over there. This.
While Sid is focusing on his shopping, I'll quickly explain what happened in that random encounter there. Non-boss enemies in this game, when they spawn, roll a random bonus to their agility stat between 0 and 7. Which means that in addition to all of the other kinds of variants that we've already discussed regarding random encounters, even the turn orders are semi-random. Of course, if you tremendously outspeed or underspeed an enemy, then you know who's going first. But if your speed and the enemy's speed are comparable, then in this case, some of the Tetsu flies that Sid fights will roll high agility and outspeed him, and some of them will roll low agility and underspeed him. Which means that even a given random encounter doesn't really have an optimal strategy, it just has a probabilistically optimal strategy.
Yeah, after the first turn, if you're paying attention, you'll kind of notice what the turn order is shaped out to be. It really only ends up being super important when, like, soloing the segments, but it is worth keeping an eye out and can, keep you alive before you get the armor here. At this point, everything outside of town can no longer... probably won't kill us. But the forest, on the other hand, is a completely different story. Item... Use the smoke. Thank you. Oh boy! The two I was thinking of a moment ago. These little guys are abysmal. Okay, that's very nice, actually. They are just strong enough that I can't one-shot with the current level that I'm at. They also have a very annoying ability called Sweet Breath that can put us to sleep.
The first enemy with a sleep attack, but surely not the last.
Yeah, so sleep in this game is just toxic. It will always target the entire party and can only be canceled by... Excuse me? Okay, never mind. That's not that bad with armor. Yeah, it can only be canceled by a physical attack. And especially, there's some combos where they just put it in there with an enemy that only crits. So, not very funny, actually. I'm gonna use the cure here. I don't necessarily need to use the bar heal the way that I did, because you actually get enough money for herbs and stuff, but I'm tightening the belt a little bit just to make sure I have extra gas. I mean, I'm more scared of the bear than I am the flower. Point in case or something. No. Okay, we're getting good luck on the Sweet Breaths whiffing. I don't expect that to continue. Luckily, at this point, I did spend most of my money before I got in here, because I'm planning on death warping back. So if I get bounced out of Tag Woods, I can just take another walk of shame. The only downside is I won't have the smokes to reduce the encounter rate, so I'll have to kind of man mode it a bit more, but it's fine. At this point, we're out of, like, well, that lost, 10 minutes. Neat. Now it's only going to be, well, that lost 4 minutes. Neat. The early game is pretty brutal. GBA really has kind of baby mode, though. Nope.
Yeah, Sid is in here at level 7. I'm
5?
in any percent. We're often level 5 in here.
Right.
Yeah, those bears are really painful at level 5.
Yeah, SNES really can't functionally fight any of this, so they have to YOLO run. Like we said earlier, running is kind of a myth in this game.
Take that good old 12% run chance.
But there is a bit of a trade-off, right? It's party's agility versus enemy's agility, averaged. And then, okay, please calm down. It doesn't need to be like this. The Harpy can cast heal over and over again here, so I'm hoping the bear chills out, or else I'm healing this next turn. I might be dead next turn. Surely he doesn't get 3 slams in a row. Surely. I really have no... Are you... What? Okay, I'm very happy that Harpy was healing. Otherwise, we'd be dead. This is, this is Tag Woods, alright. Can you keep your hands to your... Thank you. Good grief.
Are you Can I quickly
Sure.
cut in with 2 announcements?
Absolutely.
we have announced 2 of the incentives for this run. So we have the bonus township window weapon, which is the township window weapon is the 10 of the town that you can recruit. Wow,
I gotcha.
words are hard.
There's a
Thank you.
there's some township people that you can recruit for your town, and we can pick up one that will upgrade their weapon store as we do more story flags. So the earlier we get that, the more you'll get out of it, and I'll be able to show you guys what you get. And feel free to announce the other one while I do a little bit of math here. Please don't hit me that hard.
Well, for that one, we have $100 that is the target for it. So we have to raise $100 to be able to unlock this. So you have to be, when you donate for it, you have to choose that to go towards it. It's not just, you just donate and it goes towards it. You actually have to choose it when you donate. The other one is our milestone. So this one, you just donate and it goes towards it automatically. That one is the bonus. This one is, I'm going to try to say this correctly. Algernon? Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes.
Algernon.
Also,
Algernon. Haha.
close enough.
Boss before the final dungeon. That one is $100 as well, but that is, if you just donate, that is, you just have to donate, and that is $100 as well. That is a milestone. But that closes, both of these close at around the 6-hour mark. So get those donations in. So exclamation point donate in chat, and you can donate and get those in.
And we see...
Micaiah, yes, it is Algernon, as in flowers for Algernon. I have no idea what the reference is supposed to be because there's no thematic link between the story Flowers for Algernon and the floating blue orb boss, but you know what? It's cool. 90s translations.
All right, we want to burn all of our cash here because somebody is going to ask for a loan, and he is not getting my money. The only person getting my money is any sort of vendor that sells something of value. Actually, you know, I think that's kind of standard. I don't know why I made a point to say that.
Just double checking, did you remember to re-equip after the Death Warp?
Mm-hmm.
Good.
Double check. Well, honestly, I'll know real... Yeah. I only took off the armor in battle to... I was hoping the Decadan, the reason we ran from it is it has 6 agility, so it's the only enemy we have a reasonable chance of running from. It also casts Spark, which hits us for 30 damage, so it's kind of a win-win situation. But yeah, this right here lets me know if I've put my equipment on right. Whatever I get hit. Ryu, please! Can you save that for something important? Oh, boy.
What do you mean important? This is our interview with the Director of Human Resources. How could this not be important? Yeah, okay.
Yep,
not a difficult
boss. This is Boff, too. Yep. The big one is, using Ryu's Cure is going to be one thing I do early on to stretch my herb count. I would like to go into Terrapin, which is our race category boss, and a couple of about an hour from now, with at least 3 stacks of herbs, because we'll be doing a Death Warp back from that boss, and it is a trek if I have to walk all the way back. I can go back, and I will go back, I just won't be happy about it. But if we come in with a critical mass of herbs, we really have... You really reasonably shouldn't die unless you get tilted and start swinging when you shouldn't. There's just some bosses that you have to play safe and hope cut you some slack. Luckily, we're actually going to start beginning a party here very soon instead of just solo. Unfortunately, our first party member, or fortunately, is Kat. Very glassy, but she do hit like a truck. Good, I didn't grab the money this time like I did the last 2 runs. So, there's 1,000 gold in this chest for the deathmatch we just agreed to have with Kat. You can do 3 things here. You can pick it up, go spend it. You can pick it up and let Rand take it, which is what I did as a kid, because I didn't know any better. Or you can pick it up after you talk to Rand and carry it into the cat fight, then spend it, which is the route we will be going. I am fairly confident. I always feel like I'm tempting fate, but Cat is much more reasonable in GBA. Her crits hit for about 16, which is a triple hit rather than a double hit. I have seen her high roll higher than that, but she has to get, like, a really strong crit, like a super crit. But, you know...
I believe we're level 8 here now.
I think we're 9, actually.
Are we 9? Oh, good.
Yeah,
goodness.
you're, like, 8
okay.
at... I was 8 at Baba, and then Baba kicks you to 9, or Director does. Okay. You're very bulky by this point. Plus on-level armor for once. Like, we kind of get to a point where, like, you have to be playing fast and lose to lose, or get incredibly unlucky. Let's do it this way. I could pick up the money after if I really, really, really wanted to be safe, but I've lost this money before, so...
Yeah. That's the marathon route for Super Nintendo, because at Super Nintendo you do this fight at level 7.
Yeah.
At level 7, Cat's hits go up to 32, and you have 55 HP. You may have noticed that 32 times 2 is greater than 55, and Cat is faster than you. So the Super Nintendo fight is actually just never safe.
Yeah, you just... Sometimes she'll just decide you can't get through here. If I get bounced, I got, like, 2 crits, and then started getting really arrogant. But if I see, like, a second crit, I will mash so hard to cancel my auto. Okay. Yeah. She's not quite as threatening. 26. We do have 220 HP we gotta get through. She does either bait us here, which can drop our attack to 1, 2, or 3 or 4 if we crit. Also can attack or slam, basically, are the 3 things we'll see here, so... Almost 100 in. You know, that's... Yeah, sure. We're gonna play this safe. If we get lucky, she baits us on this turn and I lost nothing. Okay! She actually baited us, so it was 100% correct to cure here. Ignore the fact that curing changes the RNG, so there's no way to actually know that it was a correct play or not. 136 in. I'm bad at math, so I make sure to use a calculator, but I still mess it up sometimes, which is always frustrating. You'll get to see our first limp hit here for a good old 1. I always make sure to add those in, because there has been a few cases where it's caused a bingo. 39, and
Nice damage rolls.
I missed a hit there. Alright. But yeah, just push her in here. This will guarantee that she'll join us in the boss fight. If she gets hit by a poison needle, she's stuck in bed for the next boss, which is just awful. Oh yeah, there was a... Oh, that's right, PX has started playing it casually, too. I've had a few fights like that, but I don't think I've ever gotten one in a run just yet, where you just autoed and then literally put the controller down on Cat. It can happen from time to time, but not all the time. So we did get a little bit extra cash here from fighting Cat as well. So that'll be enough to buy all the things we need, which is why we didn't, like, backtrack, buy everything to be safe. Now, this boss here can very easily end my whole career. Use everything up, pretty much. Which is nice, because if he does decide to end my career, I only lose 50 coins out of it. But, you know, it's a moral demoralizing victory, or something like that. This is our second boss, where we actually get a party. Or our first boss where we actually get a party. We get a pretty good one, actually. Ryu, Cat, and Rand here. Ryu and Cat, at this level, with the equipment they have, can hit for 50 a pop, a little bit over that. August has 680 HP. Rand can poke for 20 a pop. So we'll attack first turn, and then we'll decide what to do from there. So we'll just scramble auto, and then mash B to turn auto back off. 58... Okay, he does always 2-hit. That's terrifying. Okay, defend, attack, cure Ryu. Okay, Cat is carrying right now. Yeah, that attack is very, very scary. I survived. Okay.
If that happens again, remember you can normal formation to reduce the damage that Ryu takes.
Yeah, that's... We're gonna double cure Ryu here just in case. I want to get him back up to full. You're right, I should have gone normal. Yeah, being in Scramble increases our offense, but decreases our defense. Ah! Well, we do actually have opportunity to wake up characters with the Wake command here. This can revive dead characters with a Guts roll if the game deigns it fit. We'll see if we get one. Nice! Alright, we're going to keep on the offensive here. There's no point in healing Cat. She's basically at one-hit territory no matter what here. 425. Please don't kill Ryu. I got lucky. I got lucky.
That was a little spooky.
I think we're still fine here. It's a bit on the low end, but we're hurtling towards the end of this fight, so I think I can... Uh-oh. Okay, no, actually, that was better. So the thing with the charge is it basically simulates crit damage without actually being a crit. So it can crit as well, which means it'll just one-shot Ryu in some instances. Okay. He didn't see it to the next turn. Nice. Oh.
Nothing bad ever happens in Breath of Fire 2.
Yeah, this fight, despite being on baby mode with, like, mega levels, mega armor, mega everything, still is very scary. You can get bounced out of here real fast. That charge on turn 2 was terrifying, because that means both of his attacks on the next turn are charge damage, and both have the chance to crit. So that's, like, the most terrifying thing he can do. He can also cast Cure 1 for 40 HP recovery, which in some instances can save you, in some instances can cause you to lose the fight. It just depends on which way the wind's blowing at the moment. Now, I did buy a bronze hat, which I could have put on Rand. Rand has a very shallow equipment pool, and almost exclusively his body armor pool is comprised of the suede armor he has on right now, the bum's clothes, which is the starting equipment, and only droppable armor from enemies, I believe. So we're not going to be putting armor on him for the most part.
The bronze hat that Sid has in his inventory is actually Rand's best helmet, which is kind of funny.
Yeah, okay. I
For
know.
the most part, Rand only equips a weapon and a shield.
Yeah. So Rand rolling here will result in 0 fights until we bonk. We do have to bonk on something to end it. And then it rolls a 50-50 for whether we get an encounter or not. Have not done Rand rolling in a bit, so my brain kind of started just doing things there for a moment. But we made it in the end. Luckily, that's one of the easier rolls, so hopefully my brain will fully wake tomorrow. Not tomorrow. I hope it's not tomorrow.
That's how you know the run's going well.
Yeah, right. This is so fast, I don't know what to do anymore. Help! But yeah, Cat surviving August is not explicitly necessary, but it is highly desirable in the GBA version. The double EXP makes surviving boss fights much more profitable than normal. And Cat dying on these early couple of bosses puts us in a position where she becomes very fragile, and it's a self-fulfilling prophecy or cycle where she just gets knocked out over and over and over and over again and just does not get levels. But looks like for now we've avoided that fate. Luckily, the next boss is literally free unless I decide to just check out completely.
One cool part is that now that the game has finally given us a third-party member, the game immediately takes him away again.
Yeah, I'm kind of salty about that. The fact that I don't have to Rand roll is nice, but also, dang it. We'll get Rand back later. For now, he's got to stay there and repair the house, which is quick story update. We found the pet, brought it back to Mina. one of the guys in town was like, "Hey, Bo, I know you're a thief. Can you steal this thing for me? I'm honorable, but the other guy stole it from me." So Bo was like, "Sure." Failed to steal it because somebody stole it first, and then got blamed for it. So now we're looking for that thief, who is a female, and we thought was Kat. Kat couldn't steal anything if she wanted, but she could break everything if she wanted. Went, got her, came down there, and then like, wow, she's gonna break everything if we leave her here. You can have her, Ryu. So we get to keep Kat, for better or worse. And now we are back on the trail of doing things. Let's see here, this should be a...
If you're just playing Breath of Fire 2 casually, it's a real tragedy that you don't get to keep Rand. He is, along with Ryu, the tankiest character. He is, along with Ryu and Kat, one of the game's best physical damage dealers, and he is, along with Bo, one of the game's 2 healers. Just overall, like, Rand is him. Rand is great.
In GBA, he is one of our 4 final party members, and we flip-flop between carrying Kat and Rand depending on the scenario. But Rand is probably the one that spends the most time in the party besides Ryu, who can't be removed, and Blue, who is just broken when we get her. He's also very busted in any percent, because he can get a glitched double hit weapon that has that bout, if not more, attack than his final weapon. That plus an attack up actually makes him the DPS, even though he's supposed to be a tank healer. Kind of funny, actually. But yeah, I snuck by the store there and grabbed a stack of 8 smokes. Like I said earlier, they do reduce the encounter rate, and will more or less speed the game up. The downside, I guess, is really just that you have to open the menu to use them over and over again. But the fact that they reduce encounters and can sometimes allow us to snake through rooms without a single fight is super important. It's the main reason why. The funny thing is, between the double EXP and the triple money, the money ends up being more impactful. But the EXP is definitely not discounted in any way. This is the best way to get into the game, in my opinion, especially if you don't want to do glitches. It's a fairly, like, reasonable run that won't ruin your entire day, just most of it. We also got a stamina drop from Baba, which we straight up did not really, like, acknowledge earlier.
Oh, right.
That's actually really nice. Stamina can be cooked with 2 to 3 W fruits to produce a Wise Ball, which we'll need for endgame bosses. And my chef really, really likes burning cooks, so having an extra stamina actually makes me very happy right now. Just gotta remember to put it in my bank before I accidentally use it. Normally it increases, I think, your defense stat.
Defense. Yeah.
I was like gonna say whatever the random name is, Vigor or something, and I'm like, you know what, I can't remember what it's called in this game. This is a pretty moderate walk over here. Oh, I should have switched to Scramble. Whatever. Okay, now I'm punished. You really can't one cycle here, so you want to switch to Scramble to reduce Kat's chances of dying. You know what? Speaking of, I do not feel like letting her die. It'd be very silly to have her get bullied in here and get killed. So I still don't have access to a life pill yet, so I'd have to wait until she, Nina joins the party and gives everybody a free heal, which would make the thugs awful. I did go out of my way to switch Ryu back to the front here, because you have to stick your hand in this hole, take a little bit of damage, and get poisoned. Since Kat is so glassy right now, it's 100% the right play to make sure Ryu gets it, because this drastically increases her chances of dying in the fight.
When we've been talking about the damage modifiers from Formation, we didn't explicitly say, because we're not used to saying, because this was only recently discovered, It also affects your crit chance. So here, by being in the front of Scramble formation, Ryu gets not just a 20% boost to his physical damage, but also to his crit rate, which is pretty good.
Yeah, the crit rate boost is very interesting. That's the one part of the formula I don't have yet down. I know it's like a... Oh yeah, we're just gonna walk through here with poison, sorry. But I'm getting rid of it now, so there you go. Let's see here. That should be good enough. There we go. I'm gonna walk through... Okay, well, I feel some kind of way about that. Did that need to be... Okay, we're good. These thugs are a little bit, lighter weight than the previous ones that we were dealing with. I think they have like 20 HP. Annoying. So we walk through this door and then backtrack for this chest. That's to reset the encounters so that we can hopefully get through this room without a fight, which, yep, this is a Mount Rocco for sure.
At least you're getting good encounters.
Oh, please, no, not the wisps. Anything but the wisps. Okay, good. That could have been a lot more annoying. The Silver Dagger there is a pretty noticeable damage bump, as well as Holy type. So there's a lot of undead enemies in the next few areas that we can leverage it against. But for now, it's the DPS increase that we're after. Auto. We are getting a mage here, and Scramble is a physical type formation. Luckily, it gives a fairly substantial defensive buff to the third slot character. Let me take a peek at my notes here. Not only will Nina have a much lower target chance at 13%, compared to 56 for slot 1 and 31% for slot 2. Math's, could slide a little bit, but in Scramble, the first three will get 130, or first two, a 130% buff, both on damage taken and damage dealt. But Nina's going to get a nice 85% damage taken at the cost of losing 10% attack, which she won't be doing. Unless I auto after here, which is a different story. All right. So Joker is one of those fights that is fairly hard to lose. You really have to be, honestly, just giving it your best to throw it away. Which I've done before. But that's because I thought I had a really bad time. And we also do get a fight with a bunch of thugs here. They can summon more once we get rid of one of them. And they're as bulky as the door guards and stuff, so they take at least 2 hits. So that Fire Rock we grabbed a lot earlier we're going to be buying a ton of them. But for now, we're going to back scratch some bandits, if I can find the rock. Hello? The joke's not funny anymore! There we go.
Ye olde bandit back scratcher is a big deal in that fight. It's at the end of each round, if there is a dead thug, it's a 70% chance to spawn a new one, I think.
Rough. I thought it was only 50-50. Now I know why we use the rock, then.
It's so slow doing it the intended way.
Yeah, the Fire Rock is going to be the item spam that we need. I'll go over it a little bit more, but it is busted. But they're also 800 a pop, so we'll have to do some saving to make that work. Let me make sure I actually targeted Joker, not Ryu, or something weird like that. Physical damage is not going to be too big here, but it will add up. The cold here is going to be doing the majority of the heavy lifting. Okay, hitting Ryu here is great. The other day I got in this fight and he hit Ryu for 20 twice, and I was very confused because I have not seen damage numbers that high outside of crits. I was like, what did I do? What's happening? It's just a cursed fight. Yeah, this is
very good so far.
Yeah, this is optimal. Ryu can tank the entire fight if he chooses to just hit Ryu. These damage values are really good too. I'm rolling on the high side on almost everything. Okay, I don't I think we have to pull off the gas here. Gotta make sure Nina survives, even though there's a low chance of her being targeted. What we're hoping is he physically attacks Ryu. Okay. Now we're good to go. Everybody's gonna get their attack in before he goes, and we're about 500 deep out of his 580. Cold kills here. This is why doing the calculation's important, because if I started panic healing here, we could waste way more time. Oh look, Fireball! That's the spell Fire Rock is based off. Cat's never casting that. That was Cat that learned it, not Nina. Nina learned it that early. Oh man, we wouldn't even need blue.
This is one of those cute little old school game design things that you just don't see a whole lot of these days, because modern games can fit so much stuff into them. You don't have to come up with as many creative ways to communicate what a character is about. But in an old Super Nintendo RPG, you have very little dialogue. You have very little text in general. How do you communicate that Cat is like, she's got the spirit, she's not that bright? You let her learn some of the strongest offensive magic in the game and never have enough AP to ever cast it. It's great. It's brilliant. Whichever dev came up with that, I want to shake his hand.
So I did do a little bit of menuing there. Normally you want to do everything all at once, but I don't feel like losing a ton of HP to getting poison procs over and over again. If it was just one character, I'd be fine. Smoke here. And then we're going to try and get out of here without another fight if the game's nice. Yeah, getting out of there is a little bit touch and go on SNES because the shorter walk cycle. But on the GBA version, if I get an encounter there, I actually get a bit annoyed because it's so infrequent. Though this party can kind of rough and tumble most anything. It was a very strong party. Nice walk. I think this is fine. Yes.
The increased movement speed on GBA is obviously nice for going fast, but it is substantially harder to not make movement errors
Absolutely.
when you have 8 frames to the tile than it is at 16 frames to the tile.
The funny part is like you move so fast, it makes rand rolling feel slow. But rand rolling is absolutely faster because of the 0 encounters until you hit a wall. Honestly, it's probably better that the rand rolling wasn't sped up, because that would just be awful.
Rand rolling at 4 frames a tile? Yeah, no thanks.
Yeah. It only checks for your input to, like, hey, I want to change directions, I think, for, like, a single frame. Yeah, we gotta just hold the button down and hope that we buffered the input properly. These guys, everything in the window formation table over here is pretty bulky, so we're going to split up our attacks and clean them up with Thunder as needed. That hunting tile is kind of a little bit of a middle finger. If we enter the hunting tiles, we get that, ooh, nice, GG Cat. We get a nice encounter reset, so if it spawns in a specific spot like this, I can reset my encounters, and
Yeah,
now
that
I
one
get
is
7
fantastic.
6. If it wasn't 8 tiles!
Minimum number.
So
Do you have time for a quick donation?
absolutely.
We have $5 from MASH with Bless the Run, stellar commentary from 2 amazing RPG enjoyers. Kat is secretly MVP. At least she has 9 lives, right?
There is no secret. Cat is MVP. Absolutely.
Thank you. Mash, I'm going to hit you with a no you. Thank you for the donation. And also, I mean, Cat is MVP. I don't think it's a secret.
Yep.
This run would be so much slower without Cat.
Yeah, but by the end of the game, y'all see it if you haven't watched the run before. Luckily, the ending is a lot less boring than it used to be because we did reroute it quite recently to actually engage in combat rather than running from all of them. But we'll get there when we get there. Cat.
One funny thing is, like, if you've only played this game casually, or if you haven't played this game and just watching it, you're probably thinking, I mean, yeah, Cat. high damage, like offensive glass cannon. Of course she's MVP in a speedrun because she hits things. And like she does hit things, but that's actually not the reason. The reason is that Cat is secretly the game's best healer, even though she learns no healing magic.
Yeah, speed ends up being very important in this run. Like, extremely so. Let's see. Come on. There we go. So that nice thing about being able to just hold down the D-pad means I can just wedge the thumbstick in, too. So this would be, like, one of my first major bathroom breaks. I don't think I need it right now, so I'm just gonna chill. Yeah, speed is king in this game. Attack is the second most important thing, honestly. Knowing turn order heavily impacts our combat setup, which is why we kind of bounce between carrying Rand and Cat, actually. Because Rand almost always will go dead last because he's so slow. And very often we can get Cat up in the front so we can attack preemptively in different ways. Using items or setting up some sort of other shenanigans, so... For now, our party is kind of formulated for us. The other cool thing that Cat has, Ryu and Cat are the only two characters that can counter-attack. So they... Obviously, Ryu can actually take a hit, but, you know, in the rare chance that Cat doesn't get aced immediately, the counterattack can be very nice.
So here's a fun little thought experiment. When we're saying like this character is so good, this character's weak, whatever, here's one way to try and quantify it. If you were to just like ban a character and then speedrun the game without them, how much time would it lose relative to a normal run? And for Cat, the answer is you'd lose a ton. And the interesting thing is, even if you hacked the game to fix Cat's damage at 1 so that her regular attack never did more than 1 damage, she might still be the best character in the game. Speed is that important.
I mean, there's honestly a part where we just take her weapon off and sell it for a couple of coins, and she spends the back half of the game doing 1 damage with her physical attack. So it's actually very close to reality. But the early game damage is very nice, because we kind of
It is
suffer.
nice, yeah.
Eventually we'll get a hold of dragons, and then Ryu will just become our main DPS, but... For now, it's Breath of Swords, not Breath of Fire.
Breath of Punch.
Mm-hmm. So, you could sell your initial sword here, and use that towards buying some extra stuff. The one thing you would skip would be the glass ring, which gives Nina some extra armor, but we literally do not care if Nina dies in the next boss fight. So buying the extra glass ring, I'd rather keep the bronze sword, because we actually have got to borrow the endgame sword from Ryu later, because it actually casts a spell at the very end of the game for just-in-case scenarios. But this will allow me to sell a more expensive sword later for some endgame menuing versus having a slightly better defensive item here. At least it's my preference how I do it.
Just to clarify what was going on there, you can't unequip things in Breath of Fire 2. You can only replace them. So if you want to remove a piece of equipment from a character, you have to have something else to give them. That's why Cid is hanging on to some of this old equipment.
Yep, that's right. Yeah. The early game, luckily, we have just enough money to kind of get what we want where we want it, which is super nice. Do a little bit of trolling here by going in and out for some extra steps here, because this area is just awful. It is extra awful when you forget to change your... let's do it this way, then. Forgot to change my party formation here. Luckily, this is not a terrible fight to make that mistake on. Might even be super safe, actually. I had visions of Cat getting one-shot by that. Thankfully, I was wrong. Oh, I did not put the silver dagger on. Okay, well, all the more reason to go back into the menu. One order, auto. Alright. So we do have access to all of our formations now. So in some instances, I will go for a defensive formation. Parallel is just bad normal. It has just objectively worse buffs. The only thing that makes it interesting is the position. Kind of looks cool. Sorta.
There is exactly one use for it in the Super Nintendo Any Percent run, but Sid is not using that strat here.
I legit thought you were goosing me up when I heard that. I was like, no, I don't believe it. This guy is trolling me right now. So, going into the next boss, we're going to need to get some healing. Fortunately, at this point, we have to stop in the next town before we get in there. So as long as we don't take a full wipe, we'll be fine. I'll just use the inn and revive any dead characters. We'll be getting our 1 life pill very shortly, but we don't have anything just yet. You know what? I'm gonna respect the game here. Luckily, we have a lot of visual cues. That's an auto. What was I thinking? Okay, sure, yeah, just overcomplicate the fight. Don't worry about it. But yeah, the walk here is not too terribly difficult. Please push. Yes! Drop down the smoke, and now we're out of smokes. And apparently they don't work anymore. The user's quandary. Do the smokes... They do nothing. Oh, cool. Yeah, we're gonna drop by the inn if this... 2 characters? I don't think I care. Gonna have to get rid of this before the boss, but... Hello? I disagree. Monkey and cat. Okay, well, golly gee whiz. Alright, yeah, we're just gonna use the inn. Fudge it. We're gonna play this a little bit safe. We'll dip by the inn. Luckily, that doesn't reset our... Yeah, we should be able to make it to town. Okay, head in here. I'm gonna check my herb count in a second here, and double check. I know I have 2 health BLs, which really aren't required here. Ryu actually has enough HP that I can use them if I'm a little bit greedy. Sort... No, sort, please. 3 stack? 4 stacks of 9? Yeah, we're good. If I need more than 2 health BLs and... What is that? 36 herbs? We're cooked. We are absolutely cooked. I also have some heals on Ryu as well, too. Though I would rather use those going into the boss fight. Speaking of...
This is another boss where the extra levels you have over Super Nintendo make it so much more reasonable.
Yep. These guys hit like a truck, which is why we switched to normal. In Scramble, Sten and Cat have a pretty high chance of actually dying because these guys can hit twice! Okay! Monkey heal self. Got it. I think that's safe then, with the crit. About to find out if I just played the wrong game. Okay, thank you, Ryu. Whether I played it wrong or not, Ryu saved me. Yeah, those guys can hit twice, and it's scary.
There are no wrong decisions, only wrong RNG.
The special or critical attacks in this game are kind of weird. There's some places where it can carry over to additional attacks. So sometimes when you see an enemy crit, you get really, really nervous. And sometimes, like, you'll crit, and then an enemy will trigger your counter, and then that crits as well, which is always really funny. And that can come up here because we outspeed the boss with everybody but Nina. Now, hopefully we get to skip this other Creon, because I do not care to fight him. Okay, we're halfway there. Now, hopefully I don't double tile my way into goofiness. Okay, we're gonna have to take it. I don't feel like waiting an extra cycle. At least this time, now it's a known gamble, as I see the HP bar. Ideally, you can skip this Creon too and save some time. The benefit here, though, is we will get an extra level on Sten. We might even learn Bomb before the boss. I'm not super confident on that, but it is a possibility. Why am I using Cold? I should be using Tornado. Cold is 1 AP cheaper, but the animation's a bit slower. Alright, sure, Ryu. Didn't even get Bomb out of it. Wow. Cure, everybody's good. Okay. On Turtle. And now for the most palpitating fight of the entire run. Gotta play this pretty carefully here, so I'm gonna focus up a bit. Spark it up, attack, and Tornado.
I suppose this is a good opportunity for me to take over yapping duties.
Sure it is.
Another demonstration of old school RPG design. The boss before this had a rather reasonable 580 health. The boss after this has a sort of surprisingly low 550 health. After that, you've got, I think it's 500 flat. After that, you've got 610. This boss has 1,300 for no good reason.
Yeah, he's a bulky boy. With Fire Breath, there's very low chance that Ryu bites the dust here, but I can get wrecked. 52 is usually good enough. I'm healing up with Nina because I don't think I need to heal, but I also don't feel like risking it. Alright, now everybody's back up the top here. Spark, attack, and Tornado again. Also, the, sound effects, you can actually hear the crit sound effect with spells, but there won't be any indicator because of the name. Alright, well, at least I got something out of it. I think we just herb here, honestly. Herb, attack. That was a really high egg. So Brainwave would cancel our turn if we weren't going first. Brainwave on Sten is legit a free turn. So we're super happy to see that.
You don't bother healing Nina in this fight because he has two different multi-target attacks. Anytime he uses Fire Breath or Earthquake, you have to just heal everybody. And because Nina underspeeds him and you have no multi-target ability, there's actually just no good way of keeping Nina alive.
Bye, Nina.
And also, she's your weakest damage source anyway. So keeping her alive to get hit by more multi-target attacks to get healed again just wastes time.
I found the
anyway.
bravest of the birds.
Yeah, she's trying real hard. Nina does not want to admit that she is the weakest link, but she is.
I will also point out that the Earthquake did hit the Flying Bird Girl. Very good design,
Yep.
guys. Keep it up.
The more he just uses Brainwave or his physical orb attack, the happier we are. Because those things require 0 to 1 herbs of healing, whereas the multi-targets require 2 or 3.
Yeah, we're gonna full heal here. 46 is too risky. I'm happy as long as I got 50 X damage. 46, 40... The values do shift a bit between GBA and SNES because you have just a higher HP pool and natural defensive stats.
Orb.
I'd say we got pretty decent so far. For one stack of herbs, we're almost about 800 in. Though, the moment you say that, this happens.
Yep.
Yeah, this is a full heal turn. There's absolutely no
interestingly, that Earthquake is coded as a multi-target physical attack. It's not a spell. And as a physical attack, it can be dodged.
Ah, that explains what I saw a moment ago. I was wondering why that could happen.
Yeah.
Alright, not even a low one, huh? Yeah, I'm not playing stupid games. I mean, whatever, I guess. Unintentionally cross-healing with Sten here, just because it's not worth unmenuing it. Sten is supposed to be our herb spammer, but since he's doing full party stuff, I kind of have to stall out here.
Yep.
Fine, be like that.
Ooh, you played this riskier than I do.
I'm frustrated at this point. He's being really annoying. And never punished. Okay. The value, your HP value should be determining your actions. That was definitely not correct, because that could have got me killed if it was an earthquake or a high fire breath.
It's no, you would have been safe from a high fire breath. It's possible for him to brainwave Ryu and Ryu to crit himself for 50. That's what you're protecting against.
50 I feel safe at. Like I said, 5x is alright.
Yeah, it is technically possible to see 50, but it's extremely rare.
Okay, yeah, so the thing is, we are... Okay, I didn't see the last digit of that. We're 1,000...
101.
101, okay. Plus 1. Alright, at this point, I am going to heal up Ryu again, but we are nearing into the last couple hundred hit points, and we actually do want a Death Warp after this. So we can play it a bit fast and loose here. Or Ryu can just...
Or you can just crit.
Okay, yeah, we just...
Yeah, I think you're getting full health bars for your Death Warp.
Yeah, I mean... He's dead. Alright, that's the scary part done, honestly. I would rather walk out of here with all my HP than nothing. Hey, there's Bomb. Too little, too late, buddy. You know, we're gonna play this a little bit safe here. You do lose some time grabbing this chest here. Has a charm item that's worth 500 coins to sell. I want to start buying things called W fruits that'll refill our AP for 20 AP a shot at the cost of 20 HP and the item. And those are 200 a pop, so money is going to be very important. And properly spending said money is going to be very important. If I'm really down bad, I could also go grab that item, which is a vanilla extract. I would most likely hoard it till endgame, though, because it could be a very good backup item for the final dungeon. But for now, the vanilla extract is over Giga Mondo overkill for pretty much any situation we're in.
So obviously, we don't have a time machine, but minor optimization. If you want to pick up one but not the other, you should get the vanilla extract because it also sells for 500. It's faster.
Gotcha. Did not know that. I was considering grabbing it anyway because I've had the dude burn like 4 biscuits during practice, and I'm like, you know, that vanilla extract's looking real good right about now. And I could just put it in the bank for most of the game.
Mm-hmm.
The only downside is that and all the other shenanigans would probably cut me off from 1 extra biscuit cook, but it's also guaranteed healing, I guess. Alright, so he wants us to take him back to town, which is going to result in us death warping, going back to township. So I'm going to buy some smokes here. As many W fruits as I can buy, which is... Oh, yeah, I should probably... Nope, no, back. There we go. Sell that first. Buy... okay, and then... Sure. Alright. Want to sell that charm first. Get out of the inventory. We're going to sort things up real quick. Okay, we still walked out of that with a fair bit of herbs. The big part here is we need to take off all of our armor so we can actually damage ourselves here. I mean, that's fine, but whatever. I'm going to do this to all the characters just to keep it consistent. Very unlikely Nina survives, so this is kind of redundant. Scramble. Dude. Yeah. Honestly, Cat having 9 lives is, like, not a thing in this game. She has, like, a half a life. I wish she had 9.
Non-obvious, but important little optimization here. A character attacking themselves will never dodge. But if you cross-attack between party members, you can dodge each other.
Okay. Without the special, I'm not sure I would have killed myself, I'm gonna be honest here. Power down, huh? That's neat. Alright, so we walk out and walk in. It's fixed!
Alright. This is a plot section where nothing particularly interesting happens and there's a lot of yapping. So I'm going to take this opportunity to go to the washroom and get a fresh coffee. You have the floor.
Yep. Very, very reasonable yapping segment to do whatever, honestly. Except for me. I've got to get here to scroll text and roll back to Captain. So here we got to do a lot of ping-ponging back and forth between places. He's going to give us one of two skills. Cure 2 if we only save the required characters, or Renew, which will revive a dead character, if only if we save everybody in the well, besides the child and whatever random characters we save. But that requires fighting more Creons, which I'm not doing, ever. Alright, now we actually get to start picking our party, which actually is important. That's Sawal, thank you. There we go. So once again, the encounters do lower a bit here. Because we have killed some enemies, but not enough to guarantee a free walkthrough here. We've already picked our party for the next area, but it just happens to overlap with Rand we need for the rolling. Once we get back to Window, we can't go in through the back door anymore. We have to use the poles that are on either side of the landmass. So we need Sten. And then we grab Nina for magic damage, because she'll make the next several... She can make any of the fights we accidentally take a lot more reasonable.
Can
Almost.
I quickly cut in to talk about
Absolutely.
the incentives?
Yep.
Just
Feel
to kind
free.
of give everybody a quick reminder about the incentives that are open, because I know we still have those both open. They're still very much... we still have the one that is $100. That is about towards the end of the run. It closes at the 6-hour mark. Well, both of them actually close about the 6-hour mark. So we got quite a while to get them met, which we can do it. I know we can. So !point donate in chat. I know we can do it. And I want to see these both met. I think they'd be really, really cool to see both of these, and let's get them met.
Yeah, the weapon seller is like something you normally do casually, or you would see in a hundo run. The gimmick is like the sooner you get them, the more powered up the shop gets, depending on how many story segments are cleared. Really. Okay, so this is a quirk of Rand's rolling. It doesn't actually increment the step count, but it runs independently. So I've already taken 7+ steps there, so I bonked for the roll because I've been slightly adjusting my movement. And then I proceeded to take a step and then actually roll an encounter on that same tile, which is a bit frustrating. The Rand rolling here was good at the start and then kind of fell to pieces. Luckily, we've got to Death Warp, but losing Ryu is not a good idea, so... I'm gonna run under the assumption that I will actually bonk again, even though it's very hard to do so in this segment. That middle segment's very, very tight. And that's why I decided to heal. Gonna hope Sten can one-shot here. That's unfortunate. Well, we made the trip back, so it could have been worse. But yeah, the weapon vendor is something I haven't picked up in a long time, so it would be interesting to see if we grabbed him as soon as blue as possible to see what shop we end up with. Personally, I have no idea where the wheel's gonna land, so to speak. And Algernon's, I just checked the other day. We'll do that with a very interesting party. Let's see here. I did get some extra cash from... Oh yeah, we're definitely gonna go buy a couple of fruits. So, normally you would have 0 money here, so you would just Death Warp, or go talk to the Shaman real quick. Since I have the extra cash and I need to Death Warp several times after this, We're gonna roll in here and spend the money now instead of waiting. Gives me a couple extra W fruits. It's not worth doing the fights, but when you're bad, you know, you just gotta accept it. Rand rolling is really difficult. And yapping doesn't help. At least when you choose to yap. Otherwise, it's your fault. Should be able to listen to whatever. So the talking here has some weird interactions with the wall here. You'll notice that there is a upper-looking platform here with some stairs on it. I'm going to be holding up throughout all of this dialogue, and it's going to end eventually. And I'm just going to clip onto the upper platform here. There's a few places where you can do some interesting things like that. This, in and of itself, doesn't save time. It's more so I'm just showing it off because it's kind of funny. This dresser here actually has that life pill I've been yapping about. Rather, the second one we get for free, because the first one we got, we were so bad up for cash that we sold it. This one, however, we will be using if we need it. But if we can prevent having to use it, all the better. But it does mean we have a single revive outside of inns for the next several hours. We just don't have enough money to buy these. If it's 2.5 W fruits versus 1 revival, we always take more dragons. So we finally get access to our dragons now. Unfortunately, this is a bit of a misled here. It's going to show that we're a dragon, but we only get access to the puppy, which hits for 256, depending on which one you use. Well, they all hit for 256. They're actually elemental-based, so the damage can either be doubled or halved. So we have the Fire, Ice, and Lightning puppy. We'll only be using the Fire one, because either it's going to hit hard enough to kill, or the enemy's weak to it. And the animation's quicker, as well as it's faster to menu too. That's basically how the dragons are going to play out. Would have been nice if we had this before Terrapin, but honestly, that would be a whole different type of awful, trying to micromanage your HP and not die. Well, that's fortunate. You normally don't get to make that walk back to town without getting a couple of holes punched in you. Which is why I spent my money, because you would have to death warp to town. And now our checkpoint is saved at Captain instead of at Township. So when we go to death warp from here, it'll bring us back to Captain, so we don't need to roll again, which is very nice. So since they tried to forcibly unite us with a shaman and we have dragon powers, the fusion got rejected and our dragon powers got awoken and their hut got burned down. And now somehow we're responsible for the experiment they ran on us. But hey, what are you going to do? So now they're demanding a fusion hut / living space. We'll be able to take advantage of the shamans later, but for now, the shamans are not going to be doing us much, if any, good. So we do still have nothing in terms of defensive equipment, so we can just death warp here again real quick. Switch back to scramble to increase the amount of damage taken and dealt. Okay, that's going to be annoying. Hitting the sludge here with Nina is a bit of an issue because she's going to one-shot, and Ryu does have a very good chance of critting him, or countering, so that can be a bit of an issue. If you had just done that first turn, this wouldn't be a problem. Alright, now all we gotta do is hope he doesn't counter. Neat. Alright. Sten will probably take 2 turns to knock himself out. You know what? I'm fine with this. It's a little bit faster because I only have to see 1 enemy attack animation. I also need to make sure Sten targets himself. So if you target a dead character, it will retarget to the enemy.
Have returned.
Bronze, glass, steel. Nice. We still got the glass rings and everything. Now we're gonna head over here, talk to this guy, so he can upgrade our shack with holes in it. Or, well, I guess it doesn't have very many holes at this point. But he's gonna help build our village so that we can actually get tenants, which is one of the main side quests of the game. It can be extremely valuable, but you only get so many houses, and some tenants use the exact same house. So you have to decide which one's the better option. Okay. Head across the water here to the next area. Stinky Fort. You know, actually, just in case. This area is kind of rough. This is another difficulty spike, and we normally just roll through it to avoid most of the fights, but it's very tight in a lot of the areas, so you can end up catching a few more hands than you expect to. I'll probably stop by the camp hut anyway. Luckily, I spent most of my money already, so dying here is not catastrophic yet, anyway. Not until I get down from the Witch's Tower. Long as I don't use too many resources. Which, luckily, we don't really start using any of them till we get into the Witch's Tower. Gonna run into Gene in Mega Frog mode, which he never really loses, but I guess he's forced into? Hey! Been possessed by somebody that's good at the game! Nice! Alright, so this gimmick right here, we have to hit the switch at least twice to open the passageway. Mummy here can either be killed by Ryu or Sten, because Sten has the Silver Dagger, which allows for one shot because of the holy property. So we'll defend with Ryu and attack with Sten instead, because he has a higher chance of being targeted. Yeah. I had to think about what I want to do there for a second. With 3 of these, I think auto is correct, but I decided to just mash down and say, wow! Got that 6% chance of Nina getting hit. That's interesting. I don't see that very often. Not sure if Rand needs help to kill this or not. No, he doesn't. Okay.
The flies are very weak,
Okay.
conveniently.
Yeah. If we see 4 more, Thunder will be used to clean them up. They do have a very obnoxious ability that can curse, and that will prevent spells from critting. Just smoke here, yeah. Alright, now we're going to be getting into where fights really, really can save or lose time here. Okay, this is the formation I was talking about. No matter what, they're going to outspeed us, so we just defend with everybody here and throw out a Thunder. We attack with Rand on the off chance that Thunder doesn't finish everything. You would think Curse on Ryu is bad because the dragon is a spell, but it can't crit anyway, so it's literally a moot point. Want to make sure to stick to step route as much as possible because I'd like my encounters to stay as close to 0 as I can. Defend, attack. Luckily, these little monopeds here, they do crit very often, but are also extremely weak to ice. So a poke from Sten here and a cold onto the monoped will finish this fight up pretty quickly. Oh, we're really, Huh. Surely I'm playing Breath of Fire 2 right now. I feel like I'm playing a different game. Oh wait, it's the GBA version, that's right, it's baby mode. So some of these floors just straight up don't have encounters, so our step count on the smoke doesn't run out. Defend, attack, defend, thunder. Considering I really haven't had a chance to sit down and play this game all last week from Limit Break, I gotta say, the execution I'm seeing is pretty nice, honestly. Yep, this is why we poke with Rand, just in case that happens. Okay, one more step. Oh yeah, well, antidote, that's nice. Herb, nope, everybody's good. Smoke, okay. Just Fire Puppy defend, poke. The orcs or ogres here are really bulky, so we're just going to use the Fire Puppy on it to kill it. Otherwise, we need to use, like, Bomb, Tornado, or several physical attacks. And it has a very high chance of countering, and can also use Cure, which will heal up to 40 damage, depending on how the turn order went. So, it may seem like giga overkill, but trust me, it's worth it. You don't want to be messing around with that, especially with the amount of fruits that I have. Actually, I should probably start doing this. Here we go. I always want to double check my HP when I'm in the menu. And this is one of those times where you attack with both Ryu and Sten. Luckily, they're poking physically, which really doesn't do that much damage. This is a very... The amount of encounters, not so good. The encounters that we're getting and the attacks that the enemies are choosing are very mild, honestly. So one of these actually actuates twice, so I gotta walk onto that top one, or stall each one. We're gonna... just attack it out. This is one of those weird fights that I had to give a little bit of thought. I know Cold will take care of one, but I didn't really feel like using a pup was worth it here. Because Ryu can't outspeed them. We put the chainmail on him over the Ranger Clothes, which we had earlier, which has a pretty nasty speed penalty. So that's why we kept it on for Terrapin to outspeed. We could have got more defense out of the chainmail, but he would have been outsped by Terrapin, which would have been awful. We are luckily up to the final floor here. Well, kind of. The final floor with encounters. Okay. Nope. Try again. Thank you. Now, hopefully they don't cure him here, which would... Oh, okay. Never mind. The RNG doesn't know. Surely that was correct. All right, Breath of Fire 2, let's go. Surely nothing bad can happen.
So among the many things that we know about the game, thanks to largely Nitrodon, we also know a lot about the enemy AI scripts and how they definitely work as intended in so many beautiful ways.
Normally, I would wait to W Fruit over here, but this last floor has some of the worst encounters, so I'm not playing stupid games and winning stupid prizes. Really don't want to bomb twice, but I'm gonna have to. Problem is, bomb is pretty expensive, so you don't get a ton of them. Okay, yeah, sure. Correct. A for effort, but F for accuracy. Yeah, using a pup on these guys, no matter how many times I do it, it does not feel correct, but it is. They're so awful to fist fight. That's why we buy as many W Fruits as we can get our paws on. I'll do myself a favor here, sort this up. Move the herb here, smoke. Okay, I need to W Fruit first. Probably don't need to top everybody off here. Okay. Just want to double check because I need to go into this boss with at least Ryu's AP maxed. And everybody in high enough HP that they can tank a Thunder. Because Nimifu just has a huge list of spells. One of them being Sweet Breath, which is awful. It's very rare, but Nimifu can physically attack. The one thing we don't want to see is opening Sweet Breath and the entire party going to sleep. Because that's functionally a soft lock. There is a chance that she'll punch one of your party members, but it's not very high. So we're going to go Fire Puppy here. Want to switch defense? No. Scramble, actually. I was W for Ryu, attack, and AG down. This is one of the few places where we get to use a stat debuff. Okay, that's great. This is what I was looking at everybody's HP, because I want to make sure they could survive something like this. At full, you're pretty much good, but, you know, you gotta kind of take stock of all of it. But, I believe Charles found this. You want to explain it?
So, most bosses in the game are highly resistant to debuffs. For whatever reason, the Witch is not. She has the lowest possible magic resistance, so this agility down will always land, and you always have enough damage to kill her on turn 2 before she gets a second action.
Yeah. We just want to minimize that sweet breath shenanigans. Luckily, she has 550 HP, so 2 Durgans is 512. A couple of pokes from Sten will usually get you where you need to go. Eagle Eye of you may have noticed we learned Exit, which is not normal for any of the categories but GBA. Exit can't be used up here, because that would be too much fun. So we're going to have to walk back, which is a bit frightening, honestly.
One of the difficult things about being an RPG speedrunner is fighting the natural hoarding impulse that almost every RPG player has. Those W fruits in your inventory are meant to be used. You're not meant to end the game with them.
Yeah. Oof, probably should have smoked at some point, that's fine. Also, I guess we'll go to defense here. There's really no benefit to not being in defense. So defense will give a massive defensive buff across the board to our back row characters, and set Ryu to neutral. Takes the standard damage, deals standard damage. But if we're spamming spells, this is absolutely the correct play. Did I just under damage by 1? Excuse me? Sure. Yeah, whatever. Blame it on defense formation. Surely that's how it works. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. Alright. Let's see what I can do.
Well, if you get the bonk fight here, that's close enough to the door that
I'm just
you can't
gonna
get
yell.
up. You walk.
I pushed the smoke far enough, too, that it shouldn't affect the gene hopping either. So, smokes you normally want to use on the exact same tile every single time. I forgot to use it, so I used it a little bit later. Took advantage of those 7 free steps. Yeah. Sure. Yeah, whatever. This game is really throwing me some softballs right now. I have no idea what I'm seeing. This is a bit screwy. Yeah, you're not lulling me into a false sense of security. I am saving before Wildcat. Good try. The next boss, depending on who he decides to target, just kills you sometimes. Being poisoned here doesn't matter, because picking up a new party member or having them leave the party will give us a full heal, except in one instance, which is... yeah, you might want to actually... Wait, what do you mean? That's misogynist or something. Can't be saying that. Jean, maybe Ren's a woman at heart. Can't be. It's just another one of those translation things, right? It's just a lot of weird womanizing going on in this script. Not quite sure if it's that bad in the Japanese version, but definitely predominant in the English version. I had my elixir-itis somewhat cured by hoarding elixirs for the end of Final Fantasy VII Remake for hard mode, only to find out my items were locked, and I did some work on that issue. So the next boss, we're going to have to give up all of our gear and items to get into. Well, quickly anyway. So we are going to take a mage party to go do it. Now, I'm not going immediately to the boss. You could, because it's quicker. It is extremely unsafe to do that. So I am going to throw down a backup save here after I get my dragon transformation, and then head over to the boss. Luckily, as long as Gene is in the water, he cannot get in a fight. And when he's in the frog form, he actually moves 2 tiles versus 1. So it's so much quicker to move through the overworld and reduces your encounters by half in that functionality. Since I'm going to lose all my gear anyway, we're going to do a little bit of pre-equipping, or de-equipping rather. Let's see, take my Silver Dagger back, put the Skocklet on. Now we got to talk to the old man with Ryu here. The Skocklet is a pretty decent helmet that'll be on Ryu for quite a while, actually. We'll be carrying that into mid-late game, and then start shuffling it around after that. But it's good enough. Now we have the dragon transformation instead of puppies, which means we can do 512 a shot without having to worry about anything. Hop up here. Head in here for the safety save. We don't need to use the camp function, because Gene getting added to the party heals us, and we didn't get a fight, so we're fine. Hop back into the water for safety. Head back up the river to Wildcat. As long as I don't move too aggressively here, we're fine. So this is kind of a gimmick fight. We do have to come in here later. We could theoretically do the fight then, but correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the issue is they won't teach you the Chop Chop ability if you do it at the normal point, so you'd have to come in and go.
It's a reward for doing it early.
You know. And Chop Chop is going to be something we slam on Sten here, which is the reason we can steal the Silver Dagger. Also, it just does more damage in general than Silver Dagger pokes would, so kind of does some heavy lifting, honestly. You do get enough money that I've, like, fiddled around with, like, can we keep this, can we keep that? And then looked at the efficiency of it, and, like, some of them are just awful. Especially early game, when something equals, like, 2 or more W fruits, it's particularly hard to hold on to it. Because that's just 2 free fights versus 1. Or an imaginary fight that's made quicker. So Dingus here has a... Okay, apparently has sunglasses on.
You get the easy version.
Yep, the safety save is because he can do one of the 3 things. Normal attack, chop chop, or dice dice. Those last 2, the ones that actually have names, will pretty much kill anybody in the party. In this instance, he's decided to... Well... I guess it doesn't kill Sten. It's news to me.
Then giving protagonist energy.
Yeah, everybody's the hero of their own story, I guess. Okay, that's not what I want to do. No. Another one of those choosing the right option to reduce dialogue.
That's one of those fights where it always feels goofy to safety save because the actual odds of dying there are roughly like 3%.
Yeah.
But also, like, the one time you don't safety save is the one time you get dice on Ryu and then you lose.
He can also hit Sten, and Bomb does more damage than anything else. So that can make your life very miserable. Yeah. I've almost limped through the fight under those circumstances, but... And we're gonna end up getting a fight here because I'm bad. Okay, never mind. I guess I'm just lucky. Okay, this is a bit annoying here. If I talk to him as Gene, because the GBA has limited buttons, it will just trigger the frog transformation and kick me out of Semaphore. So I have to change characters. I could have saved time by using Time Warp, by the Wildcat before I headed over here, but actually, it probably would have been funnier to show that off. Now I'm thinking about it. We're also to Mucho Texto town. There'd be quite a few of these, so if you have anything you want to say besides listening to us, now is your moment to shine.
Of course. Just wanted to give more of an update that we still have that both of those incentives open, and we do have another donation from I do not want to say this name wrong, so Alu Vixapede. Wow, words are hard today.
I had to struggle with that one too.
Words are hard today, please. $10, and it goes towards both our milestone and the attached bid of our bonus township. So the 2-for-1, because we both have them both at $100. It is a 2-for-1. You get your, if you attach the bid and you donate, it's a 2-for-1. Like, that is like the best thing ever. So if you donate and you put your donation towards both, you're getting them both. Like, go for it. Come on. It's the best thing ever. We can get both of them met at the same time. Get your donations in. ! Donate. Let's go. It is for the dogs. The dogs. Let's go.
2 donations for 1. I feel like I'm being scammed as the runner here. But, chat, you are definitely getting the value here. Would very much...
Do it for the doggos.
Always for the doggos. That is the one nice thing. Every time I go to take a stretch break, one of my dogs will come in here, lay on the bed. Little bit of pets. Actually, let's see if that happens.
The doggos. I always want to see for the doggos.
They got their bathroom break, unfortunately mistimed.
Aw, man.
Yeah, I got
Okay, just more doggo for later.
Yeah, I've had a lot of like female Rottweilers and Dobermans, so we were looking for another one because one of ours passed away, and we ended up finding this rescue. She's borderline feral because she got left outside for like 5 to 6 months when she was a pup, so she had like no humanization, and it's been a struggle. But every time the dog like puts her head on your leg or like lets you pet her out of sniffing is just unbelievable. I'm a very big animal person. Love me my doggos, so I'd very much love to help the charity if you guys have the money to give to it.
Yes, please donate for the doggos. For the Go Rescue Pet Adoption Center. Please, please donate.
Yep. More info? No, I don't think so. Well, not about the game. Charity we can hear more about. When we have a little bit of time. We're actually coming back up to some actual content now that we've gotten through part of the Mucho Texto executable. This is the one place where it's kind of painful compared to SNES. Luckily, I can just kind of clock out and go use the restroom. We're gonna get something out of the shelf here, a deluxe rod, and immediately sell it, as you do. Let's see here. Wise Hoops, Silver Dagger, Suede Armor, Salad Bowls, Kamikaze Ball. That's not worth thinking about it too much. Charles did make a discovery earlier, at least for any percent, that the Kamikaze Ball will kill the enemies in the next area as efficiently as a dragon. For any category, like any percent that has an infinite amount of money, that is beneficial, as it's a slightly faster cast and you don't have to refill your AP. But in every other category, it sells for 500, so it's 2.5 dragons again. So it's kind of like, I really would love to use it, but yeah, you gotta make do with what you get. Also, losing Jean here gets a free refill, so I'm not running into this fight without any gasoline. And he's about to find that out the hard way. Oh no! Anyway.
Conveniently, the game gives us these dragon spells and then immediately gives us a boss with little enough health to just die to one of them.
Yeah. Looks scary, but that's about it. The only downside here is the next dungeon, half of the enemies that we really want to kill are resistant to magic, so Nina's going to get put on the sideline for pretty much the rest of the game. If she is in the party, it's either A, because we need her for story MacGuffin, or because we want Cure and Exit, and that is it. Unfortunately, like, trying to drag... I don't even think you can use Exit in this dungeon. So it's another case of, well, we have Exit. Too bad we can't use it.
Exit on Nina is actually only useful in exactly one place, because after that we get Exit on a much better character.
Yeah. It's more of like okay, if she's in the party, we'll have her cast Exit, because it doesn't waste the better character's AP.
Yeah.
So yeah, Jean immediately joins our party and then gets kidnapped and is painted as the fake prince here. So Jean's whole story beat is done without Jean in the party, which is why nobody
Also,
ever...
running count, Jean is now the third character to join us for like one boss fight or fewer and then be immediately taken away again.
Yeah, you would notice...
In company with Rand and Bo.
Yeah, we did also, like, manipulate our party in a very specific way. We put Ryu in the back, so he had a 6% chance of being hit, and we threw Jean up front as a punching bag with a 50% chance of being tagged. So, you'll see us shuffle our characters around sometimes for increased survivability. If you ever see me in there, it's one of the two, that or damage.
A quick rule of thumb you can do to figure out like approximate targeting odds, if you don't need to know the exact value, each character's slot in the party is roughly half as likely to be targeted as the one above them. So very approximately, the person in the lead gets half the attacks, the person behind them gets a quarter, the person behind them gets an eighth, the person behind them gets a 16th. Do not worry that those don't add up to 1, it's an approximation. It's close enough.
We'll take the in here, though. And that will get us enough gas for another dragon if we need to. It's much easier once I realized I only have to slide one tile by the river rather than, like, making it super hard. No, I don't think I will, actually. This big guy likes to cast Sweet Breath, and I do not want to have any part of that. Please, no. This is the weirder way to deal with that? Okay, cat. Sen, get in there. Alright, we are partially unpartialed here.
Yeah, this is fine. Nobody panic.
Whew. Yeah, just cat getting soloed by something. Nothing out of the normal here. Thanks for the good luck, have fun. Really appreciate it. I definitely need it, as you can see.
We are having both luck and fun.
Yeah. Seeing Cat, like, just guts roll every time she's died has been kind of wild. Except for in front of August. She likes that light beam of the window right over there where she spawns in. Or stands, rather. So you get another little story tidbit here. The witch at the top of the tower, Jean was coming on to, she decided she didn't like him, so she turned him into a giant frog, which is why we had to go up there and give her the what's what, and then told us a woman could unfrog him by kissing him, which you can either use Cat or Nina. It's faster to use Nina because she protests less. Also, she's in the party.
Spinning back from an uppercase frog to a lowercase frog.
Yeah. And he also did give her his royal ring, which proves he's a prince, but she doesn't believe it. The funny thing is, a lot of these, like, story vignettes that happen before you start the game, there's actually, like, cutscenes that play if you just let it idle on the title screen to show those little beats actually happening. That's very good movement. Okay, probably should have walked it out, but... Alright, what do we got? Got a fight?
Another funny thing is this is not the last time we will jump down a toilet for plot reasons.
We do yearn for the sewers. You know, I'm just gonna stay at the camp and call it a day here. I'd like the extra AP on Rand anyway. We're gonna lose a little bit of time doing this, but I would rather not be at, like, almost no AP on Rand going into the basement. It is a fairly long dungeon, and I gotta kind of stretch my equipment. As weird as it seems, going left is faster here. It spawns you in the same spot. Also, gotta be careful. Stand on that dock to talk to the boat, or else you will just roll into the wall and probably catch another encounter for your problems. I did do my menu in 2 halves, though. I sold my stuff first just to make sure I sell everything correctly. And then I do a return trip to actually purchase the things I need. Just one of those weird quirks I developed over time so that I can focus on each half of the menu / shopping to make it a little bit easier to keep track of what's going on. So honestly, the big thing is buying the correct items, especially here, because we have 2 different brands of armor. One that'll give us more speed, one that'll give us more defense. And we want to make sure to get the Iron AR for Ryu, but buy an Iron Mail for Sten. Specifically for defensive / speed purposes. We're going to be we're getting to the point where we don't need to keep garbage gear anymore, so we can start trading what we have for the next thing every single time here. So every once in a while we'll just straight up buy things, but for the most part we'll be trading our current equipment for the upgrade, just to help keep the inventory a little bit neater and also not waste a bunch of time having to sell them later. As well as actually affording it, because things aren't getting any cheaper. The triple money only goes so far if we're just spending it left, right, and center.
We also want to hoard it, because
yeah, we are getting...
having a small fortune later is a relevant part of the route.
We're slowly but surely getting to the point where we have more money than we know what to do with. And the correct option is always save. Unless you're donating to a charity event, then do that first. Then save.
We will later be donating to the Fire Rock charity.
Yeah. But the we do get a nice little upgrade here, but it's a matter of what do we want to throw our cash at. The reason we got Chop Chop for Sten, we don't have to worry about offensive weapons for Sten anymore now. So we just kind of fling Chop Chop at everything that doesn't die immediately.
Chop Chop is a spell that's not a spell. It's a bit like Dragon Rage from Pokemon. It does fixed damage, unaffected by enemy defense, enemy magic resistance, stats, all of that stuff. In this case, it's 50 to 81 damage is its range.
Sounds about right, yeah. For some reason, I thought it was like 55 to 75, and then I saw it go outside of that range, and I'm like, well, I'm wrong.
Yeah, it might be 51 to 81. I'm not sure if it's 50 inclusive. But it's roughly that.
Anytime you see 50, you kind of feel bad, because that's a really bad roll. Most of the places where you see 50 is just like, well, gonna take an extra turn, neat.
Yeah. one of the other benefits of it is because it's just fixed damage, it's also unaffected by party formation, so you can use more defensive formations without reducing Sten's damage.
Yep. We could stick Sten in the back, theoretically, with Chop Chop, but Cat's too glassy to be anywhere but in the back for now. So we're going to keep her back there for safekeeping. Excuse me. Thank you. That's the weirdest way to do that, possibly. Iron AR. Okay. Not necessary to do that, but let's see here. We're gonna get all the W fruits we can get our hands on. One health ball, and that's that. Starting to slowly accumulate the health BLs. And those heal for 100 a pop. We're getting to the point where we're actually going to start needing them, or have to spam herbs. We did walk out of Terrapin with a reasonable amount of healing. We did run through half of our herbs, which is to be expected. It means I had a pretty decent fight. So Tata here decided he was going to sneak a snack to the prince. And literally got crucified on the roof. This is not a place I want to live. I'm good. So to save him, we have to actually come back down and talk to his girlfriend.
Thema Fort is the worst place in the game for wandering NPCs in tight environments. You can actually just get completely blocked like that. Yep.
Luckily, there's 2 stairs here, so it didn't feel quite as bad as it actually was. Head back out to the roof here. We can either ask for info or money from this guy. It's a little bit faster to ask for money, so we just do that instead. I think everything's in the same place regardless. He's going to tell us about some just money that's sitting on the wall in the next area. There's like 4 grand of just loose coins up here. Kind of nice, actually. We do need that burst of cash. We'll get it on the way out, though. Because if you do it right, you can catch this on the first cycle. Otherwise, you're waiting for the second barrel. I think I'm going to sort my inventory just to make sure everything's good. So, I want to keep the kind of things in a more... Well, if the smokes are on the right spot... Yeah, I can sort after if the smokes are in the right spot. Ah! Luckily, this room doesn't have encounters, so... wandering a few tiles doesn't matter too much. This first fight here with the Goldfly, this dude hits like a truck and can hit twice per turn. So we're going to jump into defense formation, so everybody has a defensive buff. Except for Ryu. And we're just going to spam defense for 5 turns to end the fight ASAP. Oh, that's not defense, that's attack. Yeah, keep in mind that's in defense formation. This guy hits real hard. Aye! No egg beater. Oh, no! Okay, good. Cat didn't get hit. Just to assert some dominance. Excuse me. Okay. Whoop. Oh, wow. 4 turns. And then it just broke down at the last turn. All right, sure. Alright, let's get into the actual dungeon. One of the few places where it's scripted walk, which seems a bit weird once you've, spent the entire game moving at double speed. There are some weird glitches with it, so I'll show off as many as I can that I know of. Okay, so this wasn't ever right in the first place. There's my smoke. Cure. Reuse one. Didn't necessarily need to cure any of them, but if some of these enemies went off the reservation and started targeting a certain character, they could have died. Alright, well, this is why we stocked up on fruits. 3 or more enemies, Dragon Go Burr. These chests are the ones that I was talking about that are resistant to magic, but luckily, dragons don't count as magic. They count as death. Or something. Insert witty joke here. Another W for Cat. Learned Hail. She's not going to be casting that either. Didn't forget the smoke this time. Okay, good. Actually, getting this fight here is nice, because you can walk onto the boss tile and get an encounter right before that. I've had it happen once, and boy does it stink. Because you want to open the boss fight with the dragon, so you have to just melee your way through the random encounter. But yeah, sorry if you guys don't like the Thunder Dragon animation. You're going to be seeing a lot. It is the way of life here now. I want to heal up Cat here, so that just in case J-Worm crits, she doesn't go down unless she gets critted and countered. Chop. So, J-Worm has 1,103 HP, counters physicals extremely often, very frequently slams, and also has Sweet Breath. He also opens with Sweet Breath every time, which is awful. That's the reason why we punched Ryu with Rand instead of using a W Fruit here. Because normally what we would do is we would Dragon, W Fruit, and then be able to do it again next turn because our AP is refilled. But because we weren't sure Ryu was going to stay awake, it could result in us wasting a W Fruit. And that issue can compound later. Should be good here. Okay, could you not, though? Well, if I was low on damage, Cat fixed it. Thanks. Alright, time for a full heal. Cat surviving here is not super frequent either, so that was nice to see. Also, this fly is going to talk smack like the entire dungeon, which is super annoying. Let's see here. That's fine, I got enough healing. Yeah, we're good. So, there is a weird rounding error here with the 21 versus 20 AP, where if we use a dragon at 10 out of 11, 20 out of 21, etc., 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 it won't round properly, so it'll count as if you did it out of 10s. I guess there's an easier way to go. I'm sure there's an easier way to explain that. Charles, you want to help my tiny little brain here?
What are we explaining?
The rounding error for dragons? Durgans?
The game does a bunch of internal fraction arithmetic, so occasionally you can be 1 or 2 points of AP off of your max and still do full damage with a dragon. It's not particularly predictable, unless you've just memorized the numbers for which it happens, the numbers for which it doesn't.
Yeah, it's
The one I know that's relevant to any percent is 20 out of 21 is still a full damage dragon.
Yeah, it's basically what we're doing here. Otherwise, we'd need to use W Fruits to get the full power. The thing is, it usually doesn't. We're not usually able to abuse it. We have to. That's... yeah, whatever. I thought about that longer than I should have. 3 or more enemies, you should dragon. I have plenty of fruits. This is an unfortunate formation because Sten will be learning Flame shortly because he's just got so many levels. And that would kill this fight. And otherwise, his magic is, or his AP is unused here. But yeah, it does allow us to do full damage here. Unfortunately, like, right there, flame. Cool, thanks. How do I feel about that? Very annoyed, actually.
It's useful if you get another spider fight.
Yeah. There we go. So, for healing my AP was not necessary there, because we won't get any more fights. Except for these scripted fights with the blue roaches that are super... Alright, well, I almost thought I was good there for a moment. Chop, chop. Need to heal Cat here. Didn't realize our HP was that low. Alright, buddy, calm down. What? Can speed things up.
These things do have a high crit rate. We expect to see quite a few.
Alright. Alright, that is enough for me to justify going in the menu to heal. Okay, it should be one more fight then. What I'm hoping, if I'm lucky, is that we don't hit 23 AP before the next boss, so I get full damage out of my dragon without having to heal my AP again. Unfortunately, we always hit 23 by the time we get to the big main boss of the area, Kuadora. So it's just more like a tiny hope for the time being. It really won't change too much, just whether or not I have to spend an extra 200 or not. Luckily, the next boss has 0 defense, so I can just turn on auto and turn my brain off. I'm going to do a little bit of calculation just to make sure that I don't put anybody at a huge risk. Yeah, these Chop Chop rolls are just hilarious. Okay. 51, huh? Okay, Cat's doing her dangest. Sten? Yep. Yep.
Sten is helping.
Oh, that's the level I was talking about, too. Well, I have to W fruit an extra time here. I'm gonna lose like 100 damage if I don't, unfortunately. I don't think it's a huge thing on this boss, but I grabbed extra money, it's fine. Nope. Chop, chop. You could use Flame here, too, because he's weak to that. Ooh. I love seeing the crits here. And then that's going to be 512. The dragons do lose their elemental, so it's basically purely aesthetic. The Thunder Dragon happens to be quicker, so we go with that. Do a little bit of math here. 50... We're at around 900 out of 2 grand. Slow going because we're not seeing a lot of crits. Halfway there. Luckily, we're not seeing a high damage out of the boss either, so it's just a very slow mud fight. If I was low on fruits, I could have skipped healing Ryu's AP. But I'm not that tight on W fruits. Since I messed up a lot of my rolling earlier, I've been up 2 or 3 extra more than I should have right now. 168. I think, 7, yeah. A couple more hits here and this should clear. Where are all the crits? They were saving them for the end of the fight, I guess. So these rooms can have encounters, but because of the encounter with the boss and stuff, they're safe on the way through, but not on the way back. Yeah, we're good here. Feels real bad using 2 fruits here, but that is the curse of GBA. This is the downside of getting levels so quick. It kind of spirals out of control in a weird way. Defense, we do have enough for bomb here. You could use Chop Chop, but Bomb does enough damage to consistently kill with Dragon. So, you know. Rather than risking trying to get 70 damage out of a 50 to 70 damage move. So we do already have a stamina, so I could theoretically skip the one in here. No. I've done messing around with goofy stuff like that before. Like, oh, I have the item, I'll skip it. Most cases, you just want an extra one. The gold is like the only thing where you're hard commit to that. I should probably fruit an extra time. Hopefully I don't... Well, at this point I might as well use it if I need to. Coming out of here with 2... No. Chop chop. So I could dragon here, but I think there are worse fights I could get. 2v4 is pretty favorable in terms of this wrapping up in a single turn. Takes a little bit longer in terms of animations, but you'd have to spend more time in the menu. And it's also more expensive to burn fruits like that. I have enough money to buy a stack of 18 when I leave, no matter what. Really? Oh! See you later, then. So I think this is the first time we've gotten a lead off the entire run. This is one of the benefits of being on SNES. The lead-off chance is 10% naturally, but on the SNES there's a bug where the Fast Shoe accessory that's supposed to give you an additional 15% chance is always active as long as your lead character has a empty accessory slot for whatever reason. That's just the easiest way to put it. It's a little bit more convoluted than that, but SNES basically...
That's basically correct.
SNES basically gets 25% lead-offs, so I'm jelly. That's also not good movement, but whatever. Yep. It's one of the few differences. The accessories function in the GBA versus SNES is the main deviation, I'd say, besides the very obvious, like, EXP and money-earning potential. Money!
Bless whoever left their life savings on the wall here.
Couldn't even find a safe. Poor guy. And this is why we can afford some of the silly stuff we can. That huge stack of cash normalizes our money pretty heavily so that we can do a last purchase here. However, I did get all those ingredients for a cooking contest. So let's not do the cooking contest because I won't be able to buy things if I do that first. 9. This should be 7? Yeah. Item sort. Just that one random herb. So we got 2 gold now, which is the bare minimum I need. So I can actually skip a gold pickup chest later. Getting a gold drop in that dungeon is actually paramount for any percent. Because you'd have to go into a different dungeon that you normally can skip. And that loses like 2 minutes. For us, it's like Shrug. We save maybe an extra encounter, so 20, 30 seconds max. You get it really greedy if you... one of the Devil Kids can actually drop it. So you could skip that in Tagwoods, which would probably be more impactful because those fights are way more annoying. Yeah, well, when you see what we're cooking and eating, you might change your tune on being hungry. Because remember, the ingredients we got were a worm, a roach, and a fly. Now, are you still hungry now? Ugh. I'm actually going to take a break here, because this cooking contest is quite long. Oh.
I guess that would be perfect time to talk about, I guess, the incentives while there's a break. We're still sitting at $20 out of 100 for both of the incentives with our milestone and our incentive. So please hit ! Donate in the chat. So let's get both of those incentives met because they close about 6 hours into the run. So they would be really, really fun to see. I think Civ would love to be able to show them off. So let's get them met. And while we have time, we might as well, since we were talking about the Go Rescue Pet Adoption Center a little bit earlier, in addition to monetary donation, Go Rescue is always in need of supplies to keep the pups happy and healthy. They accept dry and canned dog food, bleach, cheap paper towels, laundry detergent, furniture, and even vehicles. You can also go to gorescuedogs.com and go to the How Can I Help? How Can I Help tab to their Amazon wishlist to help out. Let's help out the pups. Back to you, Sid.
Yep. Ugh, I'm so used to my own stream. I just came in here yapping. I was like, wait a minute, I gotta shut up. See, the only downside of headphones keeps the audio loop closed, but also you miss part of the conversation. So, yeah, we're doing a cook-off here to decide who's the real prince, or something like that. We picked up some W fruits to tide us over to the next area, and some smokes.
This game is how I learned as a kid that leek is just big green onion.
So yeah, now the validity of the contest is being called into question because surely nobody's family is being held at gunpoint. But the cooks, his dishes are awful. But this last guy is like, I'll take a second bite. That's the goldfly dish. It's his specialty, actually good. Everything else kind of bland. But that does, actually, that reminds me. Oh, I can't go into that menu right now. Okay. I'm going to shuffle around my characters for some survivability in the next boss fight. Normally, we've been throwing Ryu in the far right, or far back slot 4, every time we've wanted him to survive. This boss is a bit bulky, and once slot 1 dies, the targeting gets pushed to slot 4, so slot 4 goes from having a 6% chance of being targeted to 56. So we're actually going to throw Ryu in slot 3 for improved safety, because there's a very good likelihood he's just going to ace whoever's in slot 1. So, Sten, get out there and show him who's boss, or something. Oh, I almost wanted to go parallel for a second. Almost memed it up. Alright, so we did stay at the end, so we're fully healed here. Kuwadora is a bit scary. He can start spamming Shimmy pretty much immediately. That'll hit the entire party. And his individual physical attacks are none too weak either. So I do need to be quite attentive here. The dragons that I'm going to fire off are going to be doing a pretty specific amount of damage. So we just need to make sure that we do 206 non-dragon damage, but no more than 306. Let's see here. We W for Ryu here. Make sure I don't W ball, because that's absolutely awful. Alright, let's start counting. That's expected. Sten tanked it very well, too. That's... Well, there you go. There's your answer. It's 50. 50 is the lowest roll. Hey, Blink. Alright, chop, chop, defend, dragon, attack. Yeah, we're gonna have to keep gas in here. Chop, chop, defend, dragon, attack. So we're at 89 out of 206. Sten is not long for this world. We need a decent roll out of you, Sten, or else Ryu's going to have to finish this one up. That is exactly 206, as long as I saw those numbers correctly. Which I guess it doesn't matter what I saw, as long as the game saw the right number. Now, here's the gimmick. He ends the turn immediately if you do enough damage, which is why we did that turn the way that we did. So we're going to W Fruit Ryu here twice. That's... Well, see you later, Sten. This is why we're healing with Rand here. Unfortunately, Cat's going to be probably biting the dust, too, which will make Semaphore, or High Fort, way worse. Alright, so we use the Help BL here for the whole heal. I should be fine. The question is whether Cat survives or not. Thunder Dragon Defend. That's a single target. Yep. Yep. That is expected, but not cool. Should be out of the fight, though. Yep. Cat dying is unfortunate, but expected. The reason I say that this is an issue is in High Fort, in like an hour or so, we're trying to outspeed enemies. So Cat's level being a little bit lower, if she's, I think, 17 or below, there's a chance that one set of the enemies can outspeed her. And the enemies usually come in 2 and double hit, so it's very likely they'll peck her to death if I don't play it safe. So I won't be able to put her up front for the run chance.
A little detail that comes into play in that fight is if an enemy attempts to target a dead character, that attack will automatically redirect to the hindmost alive character. So when Sten died, Cat became priority target number 1, which is why we have Cat there and not Ryu, because Ryu is the one who actually has to do the work.
Yeah. Ideally, Cat doesn't bite the dust, but at this point, we're kind of hitting shrug territory. The big thing is just knowing what deaths cause what issues and being aware of it, and either taking the gamble or playing it safe until the problem's resolved itself. There is a possibility that I can hit like a gold, what's basically a metal slime. I think it's called Sea Sludge. And they just absolutely get melted and will drop a ton of EXP if they hang around for a single turn. If. It's happened before. Luckily, we have like a forced dungeon where we have to kill everything, so there is a kind of forced grind in the mid-game, or late mid-game, that sets us up for endgame. Right now, we're just trying to tuck and roll and get through every fight as quick as possible. Also, we're getting to the last Death Warp, so I'm able to save as much as I feel necessary at this point, so the chances of catastrophic failure are reaching near 0 at this point. At least where I have to take a 5-minute walk back to wherever it was I, was. Let's see here, catching bow. What? That's what I thought. That is... Okay, that's the one that I do. Okay. Okay, we did grab the soul sword already, but we have to get... Excuse me? You know what? You guys are trolling. I don't trust you. It is technically faster to go back through the table and kitchen to get to Patty. She's been locked into the dungeon where Frog was, but we'll just take this route. There are some of these places where sometimes it plays additional dialogue as you're moving through the room. That's one way to do that. Maybe this time we'll hit A. That one was 100% my fault because I could have just been holding up or down to scroll the text instead of left or right. But yeah, sometimes it'll trigger extra dialogue. Like this room, sometimes Patty will yell about the cockroaches if you don't get over there quickly enough. There's another place later where you're chasing down a boss and then everybody in the room's like starts praying out loud randomly. But with the movement speed, it's a lot easier to avoid. And then we'll get our complimentary set of very good items that are also very valuable. So I'm going to show off what I was talking about earlier. If you hit A on this, you turn into a frog. Also, you can't pass through the boat, which is a mild annoyance. Now, normally you'd have to walk through the woods and do all this stuff to actually get back to the main landmass that we were on. But if you do some very witty movement with Frog here, you can actually just jump across gaps rather than using Sten. This one's a bit weird because you can, like, jump over cliffs, so you kind of have to, like, move him correctly to get around these land masses. Switch to Ran for some rolling, and let's roll on out. Bummer. Okay. Not punished, I guess. Now, there are a few tiles where there's just no encounter, and this is one of them. For whatever reason, if you bonk on this tile, you can't get an encounter. But you can here, I guess! I could put the Soul Sword on Ryu here, but there's really no point. Because Randall just hard carry me, I guess. Really funny. Okay, now that one was just me. Try again. Seems we're gonna have one of those days. Yep. Okay, at least I can run from this. I am just struggling to roll, I guess. Luckily, this is like the second to last one. I got nothing. Just bad.
I mean, I can imagine it's pretty difficult doing the Ran rolls on a GBA D-pad.
Yeah, that also is a different, like, level of awful. Oh my gosh. I wish I had that excuse, but I'm using a converter to a PS2 controller. Maybe there's some, like, micro lag that exists. I don't know. I'm pretty sure this is just all bad. It's like, when I bonk once, it's just like, oh no. And then it just kind of spirals from there. Whatever. That's the wrong direction. Alright, good. I don't have to roll again for a while, thankfully. After exploring every nook and cranny. No. I do need to go by the store and store my money and some of those items, as well as buying a fishing rod, but I don't want to do that yet, because I am going to have to take some fights in here, at least one plus a boss, and I want to store all my money at the same time, too, so... Normally, as soon as you walk into town, you grab smokes and then go do whatever else, which is why I was fighting the urge to go towards the item store. One frustrating thing, actually, is the banks will allow you to store a lot of cool stuff. You store your money, you can store some extra items, quite a few, matter of fact. But not every place has a bank, so we need to make sure that we store them at the right place and take them out at the right place. Because if we want to, like, store something for Semaphore, there's no bank there. So we kind of get locked out of those items. Which would have been nice, because then we could theoretically do our Fire Rock purchasing earlier if there was a bank over there. Though we would not get nearly enough Fire Rocks for the entire game. Yeah, we gotta go grab a bow. Mm-hmm. Just a convenience thing to put him in the front like this. Ryu's gonna hit hard enough anyway, or be using a dragon, so Ryu being not in slot 1 is not that big of a deal. What is a big deal here is I need to make sure I take the right dialogue option here, or else Bo is going to be doing the next dungeon alone, and I am going to be cooked. Now keep in mind, Bo has not been in the party for the last several hours, and he has 0 equipment. We did not buy any weapon for him or armor. So him going into this dungeon alone would be catastrophic. So yeah, that one always starts on no, so if you're mashing, see you later. Better run next time. Luckily this one starts on yes, so you can just hit it whenever. Attack. Where did it go? There it is. Alright, calm down, Ryu. It's not that important. I do need to keep track of Ryu's level here to make sure he doesn't level. Because if he does, I'm going to lose a little bit of damage from the dragon. So I'll have to go another turn, or make the choice whether I want to give him W Fruit. Also, this dungeon is super goofy. Every single step rolls for an encounter. There are no free tiles in here. Not quite sure why it's just like that. And it was intended to be coded like that. So some days you can get 0 encounters, and then other days it's just non-stop. You're running through the train car and running into every single person on the way to the conductor's cabin. It's pretty rough. One's pretty decent. It's like, it's really, Ryu doesn't need the extra EXP here. Neither does Bo, because he's not going to be in the party for longer than a second. That is mildly interesting. Alright, Bo levels up, and we're good. Couple of levels on Bo can't hurt here to make sure that this kills. Because Trout has 550 HP. The Dragon, as usual, at full power does 512. So we really only need to see about 40, a little bit below 40 out of Bo here. The only time it ends up taking an extra turn is if he decides to cast defense up, which is the worst. Because you have to sit through the defense and up spell, attack, and then attack again next turn. The best thing is you want to see him just poke you and take a little bit of your money. Because he'll take however much money equal to how much damage he deals, which is somewhere in the tens digits. Boss's gimmick is a freebie, luckily. Just greedy. Mm-hmm.
I love that guy. He's so cute.
He looks so happy till he isn't. I just like realized I'm doing that the hard way. It's like, just put the controller down, man. Ugh. Recovering from a bit of a cold from Limit Break, so squeeze me. Having to be buying some friggin' Carmex and Dayquil. 7 hours is not exactly easy. With a little bit lowered stamina. It's already rough with max stamina, honestly. Be lucky if I don't zone out and get myself killed by endgame. So there are some of these that like are close to a cutscene, but you have to select a yes or no. So if you like wander off, you can end up just losing time. Ugh. So yeah, the funny thing is, like, in a speedrun, be like, remember those demons you killed like 2 hours ago? Yeah, I do actually. Meanwhile, for a casual run, it's like, you remember that thing you killed 2 weeks ago? This is, I would say, if you want to pick this up, or just play it casually, the Game Boy Advance version is just much easier. There are some broken quality of life features compared to SNES, but if you're not going to use glitches, it's definitely the best way to play it. The double EXP and triple, like, money just make it so much quicker and streamlined. Otherwise, you just have to grind, and the early game is quite a slog. Though that statement might be changed if Capcom ever gives us a Breath of Fire collection or something with some quality of life features, but that would require Capcom to release it. They seem to be only caring about Mega Man at the moment. Which, not gonna complain. Just waiting for Mega Man Legends 3. Forever. So this is Gate here, our hometown, which has been strucken by a curse. Seems like there was more to our hometown than we understood, and I let the controller sit too long. Alright, now we're gonna go back to the Hunter Association and find out we're the only hunters with some guts. Yeah. Yeah, my ADHD can flare up pretty bad when I have a cold. I knew I was cooked at the event when I'm, like, sitting in the room with a sweatshirt on and I could feel a cold shiver coming, and I'm just like, And then one of my friends is like, yeah, man, I had to change the temperature. It was sweltering in here, and I'm like, I'm done. I'm absolutely fried. Oh man, I forgot to leave so I could see if I could bait my dog in here. I got a couple of seconds. Let's see if she'll show up. It's worth it. Where you at, Willow?
It's always worth it to see the doggos.
Well, other dog decided to log jam Willow. Pearl just decided to sit there at the crossroads. No doggening, unfortunately. Maybe next time. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh man.
I'm trying. Double speed run. It's a real rough one. I don't think there was ever a lack of bravery, man. It was just a lack of motivation. So yeah, we're getting to talk to. There's a lot of demons showing up. We've already encountered quite a few. And most of the other hunters that are supposed to deal with things like this are like, whoa, this is way out of my pay grade, dude. I'm good. Count me out. But Bo and Ryu decide to take the job on, which is where we kind of pivot to the actual story of finding out what happened to us as a child and dealing with this seeming demon infestation and get our next directive. Because up till now, we've been trying to free Bo from being held liable for stealing when he was only liable for breaking and entering. And we're going to proceed to put Bo on the bench and never have him in the party again. Unfortunately, that's just the lot in life for some of the characters. They don't spark quick enough. Bo's actually a very good healer, pretty bulky, and has some decent defensive spells, but too little too late. Maybe if he got to keep the EXP, or get EXP while we were actually doing fights, rather than being sidelined for the first third of the game. Buy... Want the stick rod. Alright, so we're going to item, deposit both staminas, bronze sword, coin, deposit, everything. Ooh, we got a decent amount of money. Okay. We didn't use the life bill, so we're good to go. Yeah, we just get out of here. Oh, no, wait. That's not correct either. To make this a little bit quicker, I need to take off their armor. And then we are good to go. Kind of. Scramble. Okay, well, sure. Yeah, there we go. We got that dodge chance. Neat. There's that counter I was talking about earlier. Can be a bit troublesome here. Let's see if Cat can hit the slimy frog. Yep. Alright. So the thing here is Cat can counter, so if she does, this could be a bit troublesome. Probably 2-hit, yeah. As long as she only counters once, we're fine. Might be getting punished here. Nope. Close, though. Alright, now this puts us back at Semafort, and that is the last time we're going to be doing anything silly like that. After this point, the next time we need to go from place to place, we'll have access to Warp, so we won't need to play silly games and win silly prizes anymore. Swim down the pond here, trying to avoid as many encounters as possible. At this point, our only offensive tool is Dragon still, especially something that wipes out a party of enemies, so we're going to need to fire that off if we have to. The reason I was hoping to not see an encounter is because to get into the menu, I have to defrog here and then refrog, but it's not worth risking having to do a fight manually here. So, pop in here real quick, refill my AP, and go. Seems a little bit overkill, but trust me, there is a very decent chance you get trolled pretty hard there. Catstand Nina. Okay, put in defense. And then we want to re-equip everybody. Wrath's Gauntlet Iron. Royal Backlaw. That should be good. Okay. Now, this is going to be one of the cases where we go grab a chest, specifically just to get a piece of armor, but not actually use it. We're going to go grab the gold armor in here, but we don't need the defensive upgrade, we just need to hawk it for cash at some point. So it's a future-proofing thing. Okay. And we got another cutscene. Kind of, sort of, maybe. Now, we're getting to the segment of the game I practiced over the last couple of days at Limit Break, so hopefully we'll see an uptick in core competencies, but I wouldn't rule out anything just yet. Still don't have any way to really deal with enemy encounters, so it's going to be dragons. If we were dealing with the any percent category, we'd have infinite money, so even after the Death Warp, our infinite would be half an infinite. So we could actually do the shopping for Fire Rock items, which is a one-use combat item that casts a Fireball, which we used much, much earlier in the run, but we would just buy as many as we could get our grubby little paws on. Unfortunately, because we have a limited amount of money, doing the Death Warp would cut that in half. And since there's no bank in Semaphore, there's no reasonable way to get our cash back without wasting a huge amount of time. So we decide to bank it for now, Death Warp, so that it doesn't get cut in half, and we'll grab it again later, and then get the Fire Rocks on a return trip to this area. It will slow down some of these fights, but it's what we have to do in GBA to make it work. Luckily, the dragon is good enough, just not as fast as rocks.
Hey, guess who has 2 thumbs and forgot to unmute his mic? The classic maneuver.
It sounds like something.
Yeah, Blink is correct. Crabs are slow. You can run from them fairly reliably.
Oh, good. My chat's being chat again. Give me a second here, then. Chat likes to just completely break every now and again. Don't know why. Just does that. There we go.
Yeah, I assumed that people wouldn't want to hear my eating noises, and then forgot that they might want to hear my speaking noises. Oops.
Ooh, wait a minute. Okay, yeah. Better catch that now than later. It's gonna be really goofy for my step route, though. That helps. Kind of. That, however, doesn't. Yeah, I think we just have to do it this way.
Yeah, the slow fruit.
Unfortunately, like, everything's kind of tanky, so we just gotta eat some time loss here.
These V-heads are actually terrible. Not only are they tanky, they have Cure 2.
Alright, so... Dragon defend. Yeah, I'm so used to, like, hitting the crabs with S-Boom that I don't even, like, think about it. Like, I do not, like, operatively think I might be able to run from this. Actually, speaking of, there's that cure that I was mentioning earlier. Okay, so probably smoke around here? Okay, close enough. Not close enough. Oh, no! Well, these guys are fast.
That's what the fruits are for.
Okay, that's
okay.
terrifying, actually.
It is, yeah. And at least he didn't crit.
This is gotta be the scariest thing I've seen in a while.
Yeah, enemies that use attack up are spooky.
Well, alright, wow. Good thing I remember to use Cure 2, because if I had cut in any corners there, it would have been GG. Luckily, Cure 2 is 100 HP, so... Nope, we're doing it twice. I'm not trusting that doesn't happen again. This chest is very jank and is extremely hard to interact with. That's why I kind of stood there, because I was just mashing A to get it to interact. That should be good. Oh my gosh, dude. What a whale. This has been abysmal. Normally I walk through here with like 2 encounters. And this time I managed to forget the W fruit and got like 4. Oof. Downside, these are very slow. Upside, I'll have more money for Fire Rocks. So, yay. Speaking of forgetting the fruits, should probably not do that. Of course. Alright, we, fruit again, herb, and then go. So the only person I care about is Ryu. Yeah, there are... the prevailing, like, way to look at running is, like, does the enemy have single-digit agility? And that's usually the only time you throw a run at it. The one that are really easy is the stump, and then anything that looks like it's a boulder has 1 agility as well.
I love this guy.
Hang
on.
What a horror.
I have an emote for this. Where is it? Where is it?
So he opens with horror, which is the same thing as sweet breath. Ryu didn't fall asleep, so we're good. That might be optimal?
Yeah, that's pretty close to optimal.
This depends on whether Ryu crits next turn or not. Normal. Alright, well, Cat didn't get next dimension, so that's nice. Just defend, whatever. Alright, he's just gonna randomly hit all the wrong people. There we go! Alright, we can leave.
Good fight.
Yep. Terrible dungeon. Good Munmar. Now, if he had killed Nina there, I'd have some very different words for that. So that would.
Oh yeah, Nina dying here is tragic.
You gotta waste your life pill just to use exit. It's so frustrating. Let's see here. Cure. Dupe. Form. Order. Swap you two out. Defense. Now, all this stuff I'm doing is edge case covering, because we're gonna be going to pick up blue in a moment here. And that is a real late game area we're just gonna wander into willingly. If something catches us and puts us in an encounter, we're most likely going to wipe if we can't one-shot it with the dragon. Luckily, the dragon's damage is usually high enough to kill everything. So as long as I make sure Ryu doesn't get punched before he throws out the dragon, we're good to go. Which is why I'm putting him in slot 3 again, just like we did for Kuwadora. So that on the odd chance that everything goes before him, it shouldn't stack up and kill like slot 1 and slot 3 and then hit, or slot 1 and slot 4 dying and then him. But ideally, you don't have to do any of that and you just walk in there and nothing attacks you. But that's a very hopeful stance to take. So now we get some monochrome of access to the overworld here. Getting rid of that demon has finally awaked the whale, which has been asleep so long that just earth has grown on top of him. Seems legit. I guess this demon infestation has been going on longer than we could have imagined. We gotta talk to Grandpa here for the whale bell, which allows us to summon the whale to the beach. Yeah, they kind of reuse the falling sound. So we are gonna head over, as been told, to Tunlin here, because there's actually a circus in town where the Grassman that we've been told to look for is. Now, this continent is, like, mercifully short to the point where you probably shouldn't see an encounter, but also just long enough that you most likely will see an encounter at the same exact time, such as the duality of GBA's encounter rate. 7 steps is just enough to get you through some rooms, but also not enough in some instances. So this is the big gap between, one of the bigger gaps between any percent on SNES versus GBA glitchless. This guy right here says if you can give him 900,000, you can fight him, or talk to him and get the Grassman. Of course, he fights you anyway. You can actually get enough money to purchase the boss fight, per se, versus having to go get the Upa from the cave. The bonus boss that is on offer is one of the ways to get the owl fruit to lure the Upa out. Oh, wait. Okay. So notice that I just walked into it, and I walked over it that time. If you hold up to buffer, you're good. You can just walk over the tent. One of those weird interactions with the double movement. I just kind of forgot to hold up at the immediately when I exited. It's kind of one of those like half-step things like you get in Final Fantasy IV. So I am trying to find specific visual cues before I turn in any sort of my like traveling whale, bird, any of that stuff. So I'm not aimlessly wandering around the world map. Now this is the continent I was talking about. This is why I burnt a W fruit. Because if this happens, I absolutely have to dragon my way out of it. And this is why Ryu is in the back, not the front. Didn't matter anyway, they still tried to kill him.
Yeah, these enemies are intended to be fought late game when you're like 10 to 15 levels higher than you are now.
Luckily, that should give me the free steps as long as I don't whiff. We're going to talk to this little guy, and that will trigger Blue to spawn in the overworld. Then we're going to come over here and seal our condition up for another fast cache. And then we're going to get out of here. Now, hopefully 7 steps is enough. We do have a couple of loose steps there where you're going to always have a chance of an encounter, but odds, I don't think I've been double-dipped just yet, but I have been killed going in there, so it's no joke. Luckily, picking up Blue as a party member will refill our HP and AP, so we don't need to heal anymore. Oops, that is Township, not Hometown. But yeah, Algernon would be the boss that we would fight to get an owl fruit to hunt the Upa. But we have a different way of doing it. So take this off. Wait. I don't believe that's correct. It is correct. Okay. Alright. Oh, that's right. I also want to, just to clean up my inventory a little bit. So the items I stored I'll be grabbing later when I'm actually going to cook them, but for now, let's just grab all the money in the bank. 20 grand, huh? That's pretty impressive, actually. I think I might have more money than I know what to do with, quite literally. We might be buying a hero BT. Just because I can afford it. So this NPC turns into Blue. Or rather, it spawns here. I'm not sure particularly which, but Blue is just great. Randsten Blue. And then order. She comes at a hardy level 35. Has some very good equipment. And has access to everything from, well, actually, she has access to pretty much all of the buffing skills, as well as mid-tier spells. Full party mid-fire, and ice spells. A couple of, just quite a variety of good stuff. We're mainly going to be spamming S-Boom and Flame, depending on what we're running into. But you'll also be learning Fireball pretty quick as well. Flame. Our burn-in back here usually survives Flame, so I'm going to poke with Ryu to finish it up. I could grab an extra gold in this dungeon, which is where any percent would have to get their extra gold from if they didn't get one in the basement. Or, you know, she can just one-shot. GG Blue.
Oh, did you get the gold drop earlier? I missed that.
Yeah, I did get one in the basement. Oh, this
Very
is
nice.
Very frustrating. Why did I do that? That wasn't even close to correct. Well, I guess we're just going to get poked a couple of times here. Or she's going to high roll. Get in there, Blue. Nope. She's going to low roll. Alright, we're just going to auto this then. I'll have to heal after this, but whatever. Okay, could you not spank my monkey, please? Ah! Off me, monkey! Thank you. stemless first? Sure. Okay. Grab this. I gotta use a smoke in here anyway, so... Cure a couple times. Yeah. We're gonna top everybody off here. Want to equip that new robe. And smoke. Did I just equip it, then unequip it? That's hilarious. Nope, I'm tripping. Alright, this is something you normally wouldn't want to do. Since there's 3 of them, I'm just going to flame twice.
You could also flame and thunder with Rand.
That is probably a better option, honestly. I'll have to switch out for that. I'll just use the inn when I warp back to Tunlin, which is why I stumbled into town for a moment and then left. Was just to get the warp point, because Blue comes equipped with the warp spell as well. I did end up opting to, like, use the inn in Tunlin anyway, because it's just more cost-efficient. Or effective, anyway. It'll be... Man, I got swacked pretty hard there. So these guys sell 1 owl fruit and 1 owl fruit only, which is why we don't have to fight Algernon. But if you do screw this up, you have to go back. Luckily, it's pretty hard to choke this. If more often than not, you'll scare him away from eating the fruit and not be able to initiate the fight. Okay. Wrong. Defend, defend. Chop, chop. Okay, that's full power dragon. We're good. This guy, the Upa, is pretty passive, but if you attack it physically, it will counter. And it does hit very hard. Luckily, we don't actually have to capture it for the boss fight to be triggered. Now that we've done this, we can actually go trigger the boss fight. And we fought this one in particular because it'll give us the Buster Sword, which is a nice upgrade to what we have now. Not the best weapon in the game, but a very hefty upgrade. If we had more money, we could sail by Gunts and grab the damage sword, but we don't. Nor will we ever. Smoke. Flame, defend, defend, defend. We are getting close to the shopping segment. Luckily, the ways to die are few and far in between at this point. That being said, I have found some very interesting ways to die. The fact that these guys not only attack hard, but Egg Beater is super annoying. Yeah, it's kind of, no matter what you do, it's a pretty cursed solution. Ideally, you could kill everything in one spell, but we're just at the point where we have a lot of gas. But just enough to get through the fights. Not all, immediately, though. So the other reason that we have this party is we're going to be heading to High Fort, which is a dungeon/town we need to head to later anyway. But we're going to pick up the warp point while we're out here, so... Since that's also a later area, like Blue's Hut, I do need to do this. Which I don't like doing, but it is the right play. Because if I don't have access to a dragon and I do get in a fight over there, my life is going to be awful and I will regret my choices. Okay. Right. So this right here is actually the port to High Fort. And we're going to come over here, and we have to go quite a distance. This will be the last Rand roll, thankfully. This one is not nearly as bad as any of the other ones, unless you're making it hard. I do said words. The edge of that lake is really weird, which is why I took so many steps up. Also, these, like, little cliff things are super weird, too, where you can just roll over them. There's a lot of weird map tiles like that. Stinks to waste a W fruit, but it's better to be safe than sorry. We're gonna go to Tunlin and use the inn to heal up here. If I'm lucky, I can get inside before it's nighttime. And that'll also fix the day-night cycle. Actually, it doesn't matter here. Some stores close, or some towns close everything at night. So you have to use Time Warp to reopen them. But this fixes the day-night cycle and makes my life a little bit easier, as well as refilling everybody's stuff for only 50 coins instead of, 200 a pop. Now we're going to come in here and fight MC Tusk. Fairly straightforward fight. He's weak to fire, which is why I needed to use the inn. Because I want to spam flame with both Blue and Sten. Nina does learn flame, but it's going to be a little bit later before she learns it. And by the time she does, it's just too late for it to be useful. Rand is just going to be here as moral support. He's going to throw a fruit at Ryu and then just kind of hope that he gets punched, because it doesn't matter if he gets punched. Flame, wrong. It'll be fruit, flame, Durgan. So the problem is a 20 AP dragon here is going to do like 200, 300 damage, which is enough, but it just feels bad when it could be doing 512. You just gotta trust the math sometimes. Oof, these rolls are rough. Make sure I have the Buster Sword on too. Flame, defend. Nope, defend. Flame. Yep, I have it on. Durgan again. You know what? There's a better way to check that I have something equipped. You just hit up in the menu. I keep forgetting that's a thing. His dialogue here actually tells you what he's going to do. I'm going to slap you as a single target, and then the other one is 8.0. He can also cure to himself, I believe. Or it might be cure, I can't remember which.
It is indeed Cure 2.
Yeah, I figured at this point it should be Cure 2. We're going to use a Chop Chop and a regular attack to kind of round things off here. Ryu being in the back slot doesn't really have a super high damage multiplier, especially with the defense formation, but it might be enough. Yeah, I'm going to get Mads 8.0, which is just slow in terms of animation. But my runs are not nearly that optimized that I have to worry about what attacks I'm seeing from the bosses. Might kill? No. If this doesn't kill, something's wrong. Okay. So picking up Spar here is once again going to give us another free heal. And it also will give us access to forest movement, so we can walk through forest tiles. It also turns out that we freed Spar, who was never really in danger at the first place. Because Spar can just exit. Yep, that was all for nothing. Theoretically. So, if you're playing this standard, you would have had to go fight the boss, Algernuns, to go get a Upa fruit, to go bait an Upa, and then you can decide to come back with it or not. And then fight the boss to get Spar, who wasn't ever trapped. Or you could, if you're slightly more masochistic, grind the 90 grand to pay for the fight as well. And the same result. So, yeah. Thanks for letting us jump through hoops, Spar. Really appreciate it. Oh, that's good. So now we're going to go back to the beach we initially came from and head out for our shopping trip. There are quite a few different fishing areas where if you use gold as bait, you can fish up the Monero shops, that are rare shops that can only be opened by using a gold plus fish. You know, I'll take the free money, sure. I could run from this, but since I'm about to buy a bunch of fire rocks, sure. I'll take the extra 300. I gotta do the fight anyway, or at least trigger a fight anyway. But we have 2 golds, so we want to do this shop particularly because he sells fire rocks and ice chunks, which are extremely strong single-use combat items that'll pretty much nuke any enemy encounter that we use them on. That is the correct one. And then the other one actually has great accessories, and that'll be on the other side of the forest. Okay, everything but a bum's clothes, a bandana, and a wristband. Let's see here. Condition up, antidote. I had to think about whether I wanted to sell these herbs or not. Yes, I do. Okay, wristband, so I just need the bandana still. Okay, bye. I think? Yeah, we're good. Alright, I also want to use the smoke. So luckily, most of these... Go ahead.
I was gonna say my brain momentarily blue screen because don't you need 15,000? But no, that's if you need the holy scarf. That's the glitchless route.
Yeah. So the holy scarf is one of the accessory items that can mess with combat interactions. Holy scarf and collar both can either lower for holy scarf or increase the encounter rate if for the collar item. However, those are coded properly on the SNES, but work in a weird way where your overworld party determines whether they're functioning or not. They tried to fix that in this version to combat party, and then they screwed it up and made it look at it as if it's fishing bait. So we want to fire rock you guys. So basically, we can't use Holy Scarf. Since it doesn't stack like the fishing bait, so if there's not X times whatever, multiple, the game cannot read that Holy Scarf is actually equipped properly. So they just don't work. They broke them. That's correct. Wrong. A little bit too lost in the sauce here. Those little eyeball enemies, they'll be called fat bodies later, are extremely valuable. Right now, they are extremely worthless. It's gonna look like we're rolling through a tree, but for whatever reason, it has no interaction. So there's another fishing spot over here that I'm interested in. There's also a hero BT that I can buy, which will increase my attack slightly. I probably won't get it unless I have, like, way more, which I do not think I have way more than what I want. I mean, that's kind of pointless. I could have just done in there, but whatever. Okay. The only thing I need to make sure is that this bait doesn't reach the bottom, or else it'll get caught. Alright. So now I have access to the power accessories. Like I said, the Holy Scarf doesn't work, so we're going to continue buying smokes for the rest of the game, unfortunately. And that's just going to be our lot in life. But now that we know it doesn't work, we can save a lot of time. Even if it does make for a lot of headache. You know what? Sure. Spell warp back to Tunland. It's a bit greedy buying the hero BT here, but I think I have enough to do what I need to do. If it turns out I'm wrong, then I'll just sell the hero BT and cry inside. Go grab Blue Cat Sten. She's level 17. Okay, order. Choose. What's my items looking like? 6? Yeah, we're good. Then we go. Gotta leave. Spell. Might be a little bit tight on the fruits, but. So that's 400, and then I've got enough hero help BLs, so I just need to buy smokes with what I got left. Should be like 5 or 6, so I'll have to smoke a few times with Ryu. Oops. Nah, I think the safe thing is just going to sell a fire rock to make sure I have enough smokes. I have more than enough. So AP here is extremely important. For the next few bosses, I need exactly either max AP on Ryu or -1 max AP going into going into gate, and I need to have 8 W fruits. As well as, like, 9 smokes to get through here. Which, I very much would like. So I'll probably have to sell a fire rock to get an extra 4 smokes here, because I think my eyes were bigger than my stomach on that purchase menu. But we'll figure it out.
It's not something you can route precisely because you don't know how much money you're going to get from random encounters between the 2 fishing locations.
Yeah. The other thing, too, is, like, I had such a massive surplus of money. Hero BT isn't exactly off the menu, but I probably shouldn't have bothered with it. It can help if the final boss decides to spam disappear, and there's a few fights where, like, Ryu having a little bit of extra attack might save me a turn or 2. So it's not exactly a bad idea. The fact that the lead-off glitch isn't a thing in GBA means that having accessories on your characters really doesn't change anything other than not having the benefit of an item. The big one is Fast Shoes here. That's actually going to give us the extra 15% lead-off chance the rest of the run, which is going to be very helpful. Bumping from 10 to 25 is the difference of, like, seeing a lead-off or not seeing one at all. By quite a bit.
The plus 10 agility is also shockingly relevant. There's a lot of enemies throughout the game where that is the difference between outspeeding and not. And
Yeah.
outspeeding enemies means you can fire rock them before you have to sit through any attack animations.
It also can be used to juggle around characters' turns to make sure that certain characters go before or after certain characters in your party, specifically around Ryu usually, so that Ryu can fire off a dragon and then somebody can W-fruit him post so that he can queue up another dragon and you can W-fruit more to top him all the way off. It's a very integral part of the route to, like, keep our dragons flowing as quick as possible and not having any downtime if possible. It is unironically one of the best accessories in the game. If it wasn't so dang expensive, I would be tempted to buy 2.
Any percent buys 4.
I know. Luckily, it's like a luxury to get more than 1. The only downside is, like, there are going to be some enemies that just start outspeeding you, and there's not much you can do about it, but shrug. Alright, so we get a long dialogue here, and then... Of note, the GBA does have a soft lock that will occur when we finish this dungeon if I don't save and quit, so we're not quite sure when it happens. I've done some, like, practice files, and it's sometime before Whale, but after the Wildcat. I'm not sure where it is yet, but we're gonna save here after I let Trubo dice me up. Okay, we're gonna buy 2 of these. 6? Yeah, we're gonna sell a rock here. Actually, sell an ice chunk, because that's less useful. Okay. Alright, change this for this. And go. So we're going to lose this fight immediately. We have to fight Trubo twice, and it doesn't matter who wins this first one, so it's just faster to lose. Every character kind of has their special ability. Rand's is Wake, which is one of the few usable ones that'll revive a dead character. Ryu's Guts will reheal HP, depending on a certain formula. Nina's is Will, which will recover AP. Cat's Talk Smack and is a waste of time. And Sten's here rips. So he lowers his chance to be targeted, but gives him 0 defense. So you guess what's gonna happen. Critical? Yeah, there we go. 2 turn. Woo! It's actually quite hard to die here efficiently on GBA, I'm gonna be honest. Alright.
So just to clarify what's going on here, this is not a safety save in case of a potential game crash. The game will crash 100% of the time if we don't do this save and reset.
Yeah. There's some cutscene that flips a 0 to a 1, and because it's already a 1, the game doesn't trigger the collapse sequence here properly, and just soft locks when you're standing at the top of the tower. And man, it's pretty rough when you've already gone through this entire wretched dungeon to find out that you're cooked. It's just over. If I
Point of order, this is one of those soft locks that we gamers refer to as soft locks, even though they're hard locks. That's not what a soft lock is.
Yeah.
And we're all guilty of this.
You know, I mean, it's just GBA percent. Why you have to be so mad? But yeah, I mean, theoretically, the idea is like the sleep lock would be closer to a soft lock than this is an actual hard lock. Yeah. This game is just full of debauchery that will end your existence. Now, if I hadn't had a ton of fire rocks on hand, I would consider chopping here, which is the old strat, but I have enough, so he's getting burnt. I have so many that my inventory was almost full before I stopped purchasing them, which is part of the reason why I slowed down, because I was thinking about it rather than just buying full sale. When I start getting down to like 5 slots, I usually have too many rocks. The thing is, I did add notes for a updated Blueberry, which is the second to last boss, Barbary, that uses a lot of fire rocks, but I have yet to execute it successfully, so I don't know if I need a critical mass.
Which is kind of funny, because it's actually the more straightforward strat. The old W Fruit strat is more involved.
That is true. When I was writing down the notes, I'm like, is it really this convoluted? And I'm like, oh yeah, it is. I think I just need to get out a calculator, because I'm like, is it supposed to be 4 turns of dragon plus fire rocks, or 5?
It's 4 dragons plus 6 fire rocks. That's lethal damage.
Okay.
And like the version in the notes is the most efficient way of doing that, but if the fight goes off the rails for some reason, it doesn't matter. Like 4 dragons, 6 fire rocks. That's it.
Can you substitute with balls, or
Wise balls? What do you mean?
Fireballs. Fireballs.
Oh, no, because fireball is not auto crit. Like you'd be gambling on the fireball critting.
Gotcha. That's probably my issue then.
Yeah, so fireball without a crit is doing a 110 to 120, and with a crit, or in other words, a fire rock, is doing about 170.
Oh yeah.
No.
Okay, never mind. That's more than I thought it was. Yeah.
Yeah, a spell crit is 50% more damage, so it's 160 to 180. And like 165 times 6 is exactly 1,000 damage, which is why it replaces the 5th G Dragon.
And this is why I brought Charles along, because sometimes I just don't know what I'm talking about. So this is the infamous...
Hypothetically, I think if you literally exactly min-roll all 6 fire rocks, it might not be lethal damage, but like it's statistically impossible.
You haven't known me long enough then? So this is a pretty notoriously...
Nice.
I was gonna walk in that door to reset the encounters, but I guess I don't need to anymore.
Great encounter reset, idiot.
Oh, man. Alright, well,
Yeah.
we got literally one fight.
Saves you the door transition.
Yeah. I mean, those fights, luckily, they're merciful. With the fast shoe plus rocks, they're nowhere near
Yeah.
as miserable as they are in casual.
The Fire Rocks trivialize a large portion of the mid game here. This is not how do we win fights. This is just like how do we win fights as quickly as possible.
Yeah. We go zoom zoom.
And one of the things that I mean, struggle is maybe overselling it. One of the things that I had to mindfully work on when I was optimizing any percent was no, don't stop overthinking it. Just use the Fire Rocks.
Yeah,
you have
that is...
so many. Just use them.
It is a drug to hold on to fire rocks. I cannot overstate that. You'll be like, I can fireball here. Just use the rock.
Yeah.
It's in the
I can
notes.
use attack up on Ryu and one shot and save a fire. No, the Fire Rock is faster. Just use the rocks.
Yeah, like, attack up is very good on Ryu, mainly because of the Empire Sword. It's just a matter of, like, you use those if rock doesn't kill, or you forgot to AP up for a dragon.
Yeah.
Then you start doing cute stuff. You're like, oh, I don't have enough for a dragon. Alright, we're gonna have to figure this one out.
Yeah, the reasoning was, like, I can conserve a Fire Rock. Like, this is a fight that I can easily win without a Fire Rock. I'll conserve a Fire Rock and use it in a fight where it saves more time. The actual correct reasoning is attack up plus an attack from Ryu costs about 12 seconds plus an enemy attack animation. A Fire Rock costs 3 seconds. Use the rocks!
Let's see here. She is on 17, so... Form... It's gonna be a little bit gutsy here. Ideally, this doesn't bite me in the bum. At
It shouldn't.
At 17, the ostriches can outspeed her. We're good. Now, if I do see some ostriches before I hit 18, I will hedge my bets by casting Death with blue, or I'll just hit 18 immediately. That works too. Problem solved itself real quick.
I think the correct hedge is to just Fire Rock with both Cat and Blue.
You know... Yeah, I guess you don't lose anything in that instance. Never really thought about it that way. So, a lot of the smoking is... that's gonna be off a few tiles now. Nope. My weapons are not gonna help me here. These guys can be dangerous. They hit twice, they hit hard, and Cat's too glassy because she's up front. Alright, so it was 2 steps, which means it should be this tile. We'll have to buy more smokes later, but luckily I had enough after throwing away that ice chunk. Ideally, you keep it for the final dungeon, because there are some enemies that'll just insta-die to ice chunk. Oh, that was the smoke tile. That's kind of rude. Getting a lot of fights here, but it does kind of come out in the wash. We're getting some decent EXP and money. Ryu leveling up is abysmal, though. Alright, we're gonna have to use the Chop Chop strat on Portal, then. Rough. Well, at least there was no avoiding it, because we got 2 fights. That is a lot of rocks. Cat will... not Cat. Cat already knows Fireball. Blue will be learning it soon. And if I use it in the proper instance, it will be just as effective. What? Alright, sure. This encounter rate has been horrid. Okay. Sure, game. Now we're heading
Game
into...
is just making sure you have a lot of friends.
Game is making sure I'm awake so I don't mess up Portal. Portal is quite dangerous. Normally you want to throw a full power dragon here, but luckily, with the way that the math works out, Chop Chop should more or less offset it. Worst case, I have to Chop Chop multiple times. Let's see here. We want to make sure we're on Blue Cat, so we go for... Swap you 2 out. Okay. You really should take the menu slow because a single screw up is catastrophic failure. Defend, chop chop, thunder. 50 damage. Woo! Thanks for the low roll, Sten. Probably gonna have to chop chop again, honestly. That's 50? I think I do need an extra chop chop. Weird. Alright, so this turn we're gonna have to focus on fruiting. W fruit, and help BL, and dragon. The help BL is not strictly required here, but if the portal uses Typhoon, we're gonna get cooked. So I need to make sure Ryu's at full HP.
The LBL is highly recommended.
Absolutely, yeah. Yep, there.
Here we go. Yep.
Da-da-da-da-da-da.
Do you
If
have a
you're
quick
that
second?
desperate. Oh, sorry. Yeah, go for it.
We are just getting ready to do a host swap.
Sounds
Alrighty.
good. Let's see
So-
here.
This is my only time on the host mic for the marathon. So, I have been Tabby Ecstasy, and I am going to leave you in the most capable hands of Cubit Beat. So, Cubit Beat, it's all yours. Have fun.
Hello, Tabby. Thank you, thank you.
Uh-oh.
Sid? Sid, I think you're getting got.
Blue, get in there! Uh-oh. Yeah! Woo! One life is all I need!
Okay, so
This is gonna be
let's-
the worst Shoopcave fight that ever existed.
Yeah, let's improvise a 2-party member Shoopcase strat.
I think we're gonna have to stall a turn and have Ryu fruit himself and then heal with Blue.
Yeah, so you're going to keep the fast chew on Ryu so that he's faster than Blue. So turn 1 is Fruit Dragon, turn 2 is Fruit Help BL, and turn 3 is Dragon.
Yes, sir.
Good
Yes, sir.
lord.
On the off chance, we're gonna be doing
Yeah.
this as well.
That's correct.
Normally, I would just leave the fast shoes on Ryu, but the fact that we have 2 characters is absolutely terrifying. Sten being dead, not a problem. Don't care. He's out of the party after this. Cat being dead, a little bit less hype about that. Luckily, this hallway usually doesn't have a fight, but that was pretty spooky. I've never
Is
seen...
this a good time? Oh, sorry. Is this a good time for an announcement?
Uh-oh. I mean, I
Can
don't
we
think
give
it'll
it
get
2
any
minutes?
better. But
In
Yes,
2 minutes
yes.
will be a much better time. There's
Okay.
an improvised boss fight strat. coming up
Oh,
here.
okay. That's why I always ask beforehand. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, appreciated. So it might not have been immediately obvious to chat that what just happened was actually way more terrifying than it looked. That last 9 damage that Blue did with a regular attack was actually the best option Sid had because that door absorbs all spell and elemental damage. So you can't fire rocket, you can't cast a spell at it. None of that would have worked. It had to be a physical attack. Luckily, 9 was enough.
Yeah, and Sten choked the chop chop there, low rolled me as hard as possible.
Yeah.
I swapped the shoe out, right?
Did you?
You know what?
Yeah, let's do it the safe way.
We'll figure this out. Yes, I did.
Okay.
We'll just have to stall an extra turn. That's fine.
No, it's the same number of turns. You just like 2 fruits on turn 2. There's no need to heal really because she doesn't do 100 damage with anything. Shockingly, still fine.
She does do 100 damage with something. Alright, I guess we're waiting an extra turn now. Please no. I don't want to be drained. Thank you.
She is going to drain again next turn, so here we go.
It's not. This is the most scuff high fort, barring dying to portal.
Okay, you resisted both. That's good. So now that we've won, time for me to announce that I actually had a better backup for you, and I completely blanked on it until literally right now. But Okay, so here's the thing. Shup-K will only cast a non-hush spell every 4th turn, starting on turn 3 in phase 1, and will only cast a non-death spell every 4 turns. Sorry, a non-drain spell every 4 turns, starting on turn 2. It's a sequential thing. So you can actually avoid the death cast by just double defend turn 1, she'll hush. Then you dragon on turn 2, she'll hush. And then the dragon on turn 2 pushes her into phase 2 starting on turn 3, and then she'll do drain, drain, drain before getting to a potential death. That's the safety.
I reiterate, that's why I brought this guy along.
Yeah, I thought of that like 10 seconds too late to be useful. Anyway, there was an announcement from the host. Thank you for giving us the couple
I'm gonna go
minutes.
use the
you're
restroom.
welcome.
I'll be right back.
No, no, this has been very intense to watch. I'm like on the edge of my seat right now watching this. But yes, just wanted to announce a reminder about we are $80 away from the milestone of the bonus Algernon boss. So we need to meet this incentive at the 6-hour mark. I know you've all very much been enjoying this amazing 7-hour run, but we can get even more content. And Algernon is a boss we typically skip in the run, but we'll fight a floating blue orb with a face. And who doesn't want to see that? And you get a free owl fruit with this. And we are also $85 away from the bonus township window weapon for Breath of Fire 2. The township window weapon is a tenant of the town that you can recruit early on. The earlier we get this meat, the better the shops will be for the rest of the run. And again, this also closes around the 6-hour mark. So if we can reach $100, we can have both of these things unlocked. And just as a reminder to select the incentive when you're donating your donations, because they do not automatically go towards incentives. So if you want to see both of these amazing things happen in this run, make sure you reach the incentive and get those donations in.
So speaking of donations, that number went up as you were speaking.
Oh, we have asked and we ask and you shall receive. Am I right, chat? So we have $30 from Osmorn that says, let's raise money for those doggos and let's see that bonus weapon and bonus boss fight. Thank you so much for that, Oz.
Also,
and then,
bonus doggos.
Bonus doggo.
all
indeed.
the doggos.
The
Also,
Sid dogs are here.
yes, as a reminder, all your incentive donations all goes towards the doggos. Everything goes towards the doggos. And we also have a $40 donation from Tabby that says, was just on the host mic and had a blast. Let's get these incentives met. It's for the doggos, less than 3. Thank you, Tabby.
Yes. Little buddy here. What I was talking about earlier. Meek little fella. Especially because this one's so controlling. Yeah, Troy, I'm talking about you, little miss. Yeah, right, yes.
Oh, and now look at that. We have a doggo cam. Everything's coming together.
I know, just let me roll myself out of the way. I should know better. Nobody cares. Yeah, so luckily we get a full heal after walking out of here, because we would not make it anywhere alive at this point. There is
I assume that you wandered off to go get your heart meds after those boss fights.
There's a reason I had to go to the bathroom. Luckily it wasn't in my pants. Those 2 fights are the most terrifying experience I've ever had in a marathon. I was certain I was going to die and have to do the entire dungeon again. Somehow, without W fruits this time.
We pull through. It's the power of the doggos.
The struggle is you get spawned in a lower area, so you don't have access to the shop. At least I don't believe so.
Nope, you don't.
So you just kind of lose your W fruits and have to do the dungeon again without smokes. So it's just miserable. Now, if I remember right, we are going straight to Tunland here. Because we finally got the magical flute here to talk to the people of Tunland.
Deep breath, Sid. It's all okay.
Well, it certainly can't get any worse, right? Oh, boy. That was a humdinger of a deal. I mean, I survived. Honestly, like, that's a big fat dub on its own. I think the way we want to do this is this. switch back to defense. And then we want to... Alright, how many smokes do I have? Almost none. I'll have to buy some in
Do you not need to go and talk to the Granny in the Queen's room?
You gotta go talk to the... No, you're right. You're right.
I was gonna say, did the GBA change the logic here?
No,
Okay.
I'm a bit rattled.
All good.
Thank you.
That's what the co-pilot's for.
Oh my god. We almost hit a mountain. We didn't hit one, but we almost hit a mountain, and I'm scared. That's usually like one of the worst places to tank. It's very easy to bite the dust there. I think we'll buy some smokes just since we had so many encounters. We have more than enough cash. Just buy some here instead of having to use reuse smoke. Let's dip in here real quick. Should be enough. Gonna buy a random number right now. Alright. Smoke's still active? Yes, it is.
Yes. Your smokes don't tick down in town.
That's what I thought, but... You never know. It's very rare that I use a smoke and then just walk right back in town. Should be good. There we go. Now, unfortunately, your smokes do tick while you're on the whale, so... Get to use... well... I mean, thankfully that didn't pop up, but... Now we gotta go deal with lecherous old grandpa. Degenerate number 3? Or is this 4?
It's been a few.
Yeah, there's quite a few tropes in this game.
How many degens total?
5?
I mean, are we counting the runners?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
self-burn.
7 hours?
I'll
Yeah.
let the runners decide that one.
Alright, who's more degen? Alright, break up
Oh,
this.
me, no question.
Well, alright, if you're gonna take it, I'm not gonna fight you for it.
Look, here's my argument. There exists a category called masochist percent. I'm the runner. There are no others.
I mean, he has beaten this game with Nina only like 3 times. And none of it's been recorded because he's forgotten to save it.
Yeah, me and Twitch VODs have an adversarial relationship, let's put it that way.
Oof.
When I first came into the community, he was like just into the harder part of doing bird percent. Accidentally loaded a save state and just deleted his save file. It was a travesty. Let's see your time.
This is okay, it's just more content for next run, right?
Anybody else would just never do the category again, Charles. You know that, right? Like, never again. This is
What
cursed,
I'm hearing
done.
is that I'm built diff.
Yeah! Yeah! So now we gotta take Grandpa up here after beating the snot out of him because he wanted a little kissy-kissy. So we got the kissy-kissy, the sticky-sticky. Luckily, there's no boss in this next area. It is literally just a grind. So I can catch up on levels if the game is merciful. The give and take here is only 1/2 of this dungeon. The next dungeon, anyway. The one that I'm going to go through is going to be very short. And we'll get wrapped up pretty quick. But only half of the dungeon has these fat body enemies. And you can see anywhere between 1 to 3 or 0, depending on what formations you have. And they are worth a ton of EXP. I think our route minimum is 3. Obviously, we can see more than that. If I get, all fat bodies, which I have in a previous PB, Cat's level should slingshot back. Her dying where she did would probably prevent her from over-leveling Blue. And what I mean is, by the end game, if she hits like level 33 or something, she'll outspeed Blue on the final boss, which is beneficial because she'll outspeed the last boss, but a negative because Blue can't attack up her before she attacks, and the boss likes to delete your buffs, so it can be a little bit of a pain there, but The more levels she gets, the better, because there's a lot of places that hit really hard, and she's going to need the HP to survive. So, luckily, we got through the fights. It's a bit weird that it was, like, Blue in one and Ryu in the other. The downside is there is no, like, benefit to having characters die. The EXP isn't, like, redistributed or anything neat like that. It's, you just lose out. So I'm going to be a bit lower level unless I get, like, really lucky. Or, if you look at it the other way, it's actually not lucky, because killing them takes forever, but I will welcome all the experience I can get my greasy paws on at this point. Smokes, what do they do? Yeah, right. You had to say it. You asked for it.
So here's just a fun little thing to contemplate. All of these random encounters that we're just fire rocking to skip past, if you're playing glitchless on the Super Nintendo, you don't get fire rocks. You can't afford them. You have to fight them honorably.
Yeah, I mean, and you also can't afford W fruits in ad nauseum either. Because, what is it? It's 800 for use items, at least ones that kill stuff, and then 200 per fruit. So, 4-to-1 ratio. You do the math. That is not how you move. Luckily, I don't think that changes much. So,
speaking of math, can I give one more quick update about the incentives?
Absolutely.
We are only now $10 away from the big blue orb fight, and only $15 away from the Winda weapon incentive. So, chat, we are so close for more content.
So the
and I'll get.
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. Yeah. Oh no, that was it. Feel free to go ahead.
The weapon incentive, the sooner we grab it, the better. The shop does upgrade as we go through story beats. Now that I have blue, I can get it almost instantly. The sooner we meet it, the better. We get to see together what what items we can actually buy from the vendor. Funny fight. Blue orb, though, that is going to be a raffle stomping that we handle later, so that doesn't matter when we meet it, as long as I'm not in Infinity. Let's see here. Okay. Just enough smokes. Grab the flame sword for a little bit extra cash. Oops, all first strikes, I guess.
That was a really clean dungeon. Very nice.
Yeah, we went from, like, the most miserable thing ever to, like, okay, where'd the RNG go? And such is the mystery of Both 2. Sometimes it giveth, sometimes it taketh away.
This is one of the bits of advice I give to all new Breath of Fire 2 runners, is like, embrace Zen. You must be chill, because when you speedrun this game, you will gain and lose time in increments of minutes from split to split. You can't get salty for losing 30 seconds on a boss to a bad pattern, or you will never make it.
Yeah, you literally embrace the chaos. There is no counter... I mean, there is counterplay, but there is no controlling it. You're at the mercy of the ebb and flow.
And that's not masochism percent?
No, that's the default baseline.
Yeah,
oh my goodness.
This is on the baby version where I get double EXP and triple money, by the way. There's a harder one.
The masochism rule set is dragons are banned, the secret character Bleu is banned, recruiting tenants to township for their benefits are banned, the glitches are banned, and the shaman transformations are banned, and you have to solo fight the hardest boss in the game, 1v1. That's the rule set. 10-hour, 4-minute world record.
Oh my goodness.
Only the bravest need apply. You know what, we'll get rid of this too, it's just gonna be in the way. Okay. Yeah, we'll get rid of these two. Okay, now we go 5, 7. Gonna need these for sure. 2 of these. And we'll grab 2 of these because I don't trust myself. Extra stack of those. And sword up. I'm not going to need to use any smokes in this next dungeon because we actually want encounters. Please out of the way, thank you.
You can finally afford revive. How does it feel?
Yeah. If I hadn't have been silly and decided to buy a hero BT, I could have bought life pills in that previous dungeon, and that wouldn't have happened. I am now no longer going to buy the hero BT because I've learned my lesson. Oh my gosh. There's no way 10 attack power is worth all this heartache. Just get more life pills, dude. Ugh. Yeah, this is what I was talking about earlier. Not being able to afford them puts you at the mercy of that happening. And now we're going to proceed to murder everything that shows up in front of us. Huh? Oh, because she died in High Fort. Interesting. Well, that's something I didn't predict. That's going to be annoying.
She'll
Well,
level out of it pretty soon.
Yeah. Normally she can outspeed those. If she doesn't die everywhere. I usually have Cat attack to kill those little guys just to reduce the amount of damage I take. I guess I'm just going to be spamming defense like normal. So you're 2 for this room, so we want to stay up here. So the Queen dungeon is just removing... You know what? No, that's fine. We don't need the lightning that bad. Actually, lightning doesn't even work on this. What am I talking about? It's the Ryu sites you use lightning on. It's all about clearing the encounters that are in here to remove the fat. The goos always have to be hit with flame to die. Everything else we can sonic boom. Once we get to the left side, we'll have to pivot up our strats. Because the fat bodies are extremely bulky and we'll need Ryu's dragons to kill. Oh, we're finally level 20. Okay. These big rooms we're going to have to take 2 fights in, but I kind of have to go into a sub-room to take a couple extra fights, so... I guess we'll see. Okay, she has to be level 20 to outspeed these. I do it this way because it's better than having to heal from the Ryu site damage. My attack versus theirs. It's probably a bit slower to attack, but being able to avoid healing more frequently I find more valuable. And then these sub-rooms we have to clear 2 encounters as well. When you're playing casually, one of the things you can do is also pull up the menu and there's a little dancing monster guy, or he's sleeping. If he's sleeping, the room is void of encounters and you can just move on. It's in the upper left-hand side on the GBA. I'm not sure where it is on the SNES. I think it's on the right side.
Upper middle.
Upper middle? Okay.
Top middle.
Flame, defend, and recite. So Cat isn't doing too much damage because we actually sold her better staff. But her damage is going to fall off a cliff real soon here anyway. So it would only affect the damage she's dealing here. And it's enough to kill a Ryu site, which is all it needs to be. We will need to refill Blue's AP, but we should have enough to get through this side of the dungeon. 2 or less, we want to just do a fight here. Speeds up and reduces the amount of waste from spamming W fruits. This area is super optimized based on like enemy encounters, quickly reacting to what formation you see, and getting some good luck on what encounters you get that you get optimal ones. Espoon, defend, recite. Now, Blue will outspeed the Ryu sites as soon as she gains a level, but she has to gain a level first. And considering she got diced in Shupke, it'll probably take a little bit longer than normal. She'd probably be getting the level about now. hopefully we see a bunch of fat bodies. It's really my only... That's... I mean, whatever. Alright, we are gonna have to heal her anyway.
As the ancient philosophers would say, it is what it is.
Yes, sir, yes, sir. Now, Ryu's gaining a bunch of levels here, too, which kind of will affect our dragon damage from... This is very tempting, because a lead-off, everybody gets to attack first. Don't be fooled. These sludges will not die to anything but flame. You'll spend a turn and a half wailing on them, and then they'll full cure themselves. And you'll feel extremely silly. Alright. Now, with these lead-offs, we get to attack first. We can't run, because we actually have to clear the encounter and see the end screen, or some sort of pop-up at the top for it to actually count towards an encounter. The fat bodies later can flee from you, which will trigger it as well. But we can't run. If an enemy runs, it's fine. It counts as an encounter. Which, at this point, I really don't want to see any fat bodies running away. Because I could really use the extra jolt in the arm after how High Fort ended. But we'll figure it out either way. We have one more. Yes. But yeah, you'll notice her AP has quickly drained to almost nothing. So that's why we bought a ton of W fruits to get her back on track after this. So right side's clear. Now we get over to the good side where the fat bodies are and the majority of EXP is. W fruit. I'll give you one more. Speed that up. Want to top off for Ryu's dragon here, so the first one that we use should be full juice. Boom. So, this is why we hedge with a spell like that, just in case the fat body runs. That way we don't waste a dragon on nothing enemies. Does mean that sometimes we'll double cast and lose some time, but could be worse.
The double cast usually doesn't even lose time, because Blua killing the little guys will prevent their attack animations.
What is it? No, I think...
Nope, no, here it's just defends and dragon.
My AP isn't maxed right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I noticed it was a little... Oh. Well... Cat should outspeed, maybe. Okay, good enough. Yeah, the problem was I gained a level in between there, so it messed with my AP curve, which is unfortunate. Wait, what? Okay.
Done in here?
Good thing I double-checked. I thought I saw the little guy snooze, and I was like, wait a minute, what am I doing? Okay, this is guaranteed, so we'll dragon here. That's 2 fat bodies. That's a good start. We have around a dozen fights we have to do in both sides, so that's why we set our goals so low on the fat bodies. Power food, that's nice. I'll use that after. That's probably going to go on Cat, actually. Because Ryu with Empire Sword and attack up, he'll hit max damage anyway, so giving him a power food is not very useful in the long term. Okay. It is
probably Rand is the more reasonable target.
I mean,
like, it's only Death Heaven relevant either way, but Rand is attacking more often than Cat in Death Heaven because Cat's healing.
I usually... Well, I mean, if she outspeeds, yeah, but I usually am spamming items with Rand instead.
Oh, okay. You play the Death Heaven fight completely differently than I do then.
Yeah, I mean, without the double hit, Rand does like half as much as she does. I guess I could try a different way. I've never really thought about it like that. Okay.
Now you've made me curious. I'm going to pull up my
Scramble.
GBA VOD. I remembered them doing very similar damage against Death Evan.
Well, I guess it didn't matter anyway. I mean, once their attack up, I think there's like a 50 different. At
the end of the day, it's your run. Don't let me backseat drive.
I mean, you've gotten me to do things that are more intelligent than normal, so... okay, this room's cleaned. One more here. Really not seeing the tremendous amount of fat bodies to turn this around, but, this is baby mode. I just still have to have some real adult fights, I guess. Okay. About halfway done. I think we have 6-ish fights, something like that left. Yeah. 2, 4... Oh, yeah. And then that last room had 2 fights. I just didn't... Oof! Yeah, I mean, if they're both going to be outsped by Death Evan, I usually heal with Rand. Because Cat's always slower, especially in this instance. At least that was the... That and, like, he dies way less frequently. Okay, 2 in there. Alright, I really would love to see some fat bodies. Looks like we're gonna get the bare minimum, though. Woof! I don't know what's making her so fat, because there are not any fat bodies in here. Holy moly. Yeah, 43 is fine. Please stay. Thank you! I have never wanted to kill an extra fat body as much as I do right now. I swung with Cat because I wasn't 100% sure Flame would be enough with this. But, there we go. Learned Hail, which is something I usually learn early into this side, so we are in an interesting position. Definitely on SNES EXP route. That's a little bit more than I needed, but fine. 4 fights left. I would take, oops, all fat bodies. Or nothing. She must be eating healthy all of a sudden. Man, this is a very lean queen. Okay, I am down bad. Please hold still. Rough part is Blue starts out speeding here, so you don't even get to find out if the fat bodies are going to run off or not. Okay, stay. Yes! Alright. This should help put me back on track. I'm basically in an EXP drought right now. Sort. Spell Cure 2. We got 2 fights left in here. Alright, one of these saying is enough for me to, like, not... Okay. I'm feeling a lot better now. I'm, like, +4 or 5 on the fat bodies. I've had much grander runs where my EXP has been through the roof, Oh, but this should help me put me back where, like, I need as a baseline. Because I've never wiped in such a weird way in a high fort. Okay, we're gonna top off our AP again, just in case. And it was pointless. Okay. Well, that is it for Queen. The whole reason to do this is so that we get the Therapy Pillow item, which will allow us into the next dungeon, which is part of Spar's greater storyline. So one of the nice things is I can actually get some more powerful healing items towards the end of the game, so fights will be a lot less dangerous for the bosses that actually are. Death is very infrequently accurate, so it's usually not something you have to respect very much. If you're really worried about it, the final boss does use it a fair amount, and there is an accessory on the second to last boss that you can get after you fight him by taking Sten and Kat into the room to get access to a hidden accessory that'll prevent death. Though it's only on a single character, so I opt to not get it. It's just kind of pointless, because it's still 1 in 4 targeting, and then it also has to roll effective as well, so... Though last run I did, he decided to death my party, and deathed everybody once a pop. Or no, wait, that was Necroman that just went berserk and cast death until he died. We gotta pick up Spar here, so we can move through the forest. We're gonna be heading back to the old tree, which is why we've been doing this side quest, because he's been forgetting things, and thinks he might have some information on the demons and can help us. Spar, being part of the tree, wants to help, so we're gonna go Rand and Spar. Order manual. No, wrong. It's this one. I probably shouldn't be in. Should have smoked. Or we can just run. Excuse me?
That's a rare one.
What?
Oh.
One run. Thank you. One agility, by the way. That had
was
to
extremely improbable.
It's like a 60-70% chance to run. So the way that running works is, like I said, party agility versus enemy agility, and it's 1. And depending on how much we outspeed the enemy will determine what its effectiveness actually is. Oh, it's gonna be a bit goofy because of the way I did it. Whatever. Okay, bear means dragon. Bears are too bulky for anything but Durgan. That could be worrisome. No, it's not. Okay. Thanks, Blink. Thanks. Alright. Oh, that's right, you have to... Stupid town tiles. Let's see here. I should probably just... you know what? Here, just for you, there you go. Get out of the inventory. Randall become the damage cannon. Let's see who's right. Just have to remember to slide the hero BT over to him. Luckily, a lot of these tiles are kind of jank in here and just have 0 encounters. So even if you bonk when you roll, you'll never get a fight. Though some of the tiles will always produce an encounter when you bonk. Most of them are out of your way and you have to be, like, really bad to hit them. But they do exist. They do exist. Most of them are below the bridge. Just, Just thought I'd throw that out there just in case you wanted to experiment. Have fun. Let's see. It should be in here. That is... Oh my god. Just fix your menu, brother. Smoke. Use this one since I'm already down here. Okay, nope. The bugs and the little nut guys there are bulky and or resistant to magic. So we have to use the fire rock item. If there are chests or slugs in here, we can just throw fireball from blue. Got to be careful here because these guys actually warp you to different rooms. So if you talk too many times or forget to talk to them, you end up in a different spot than where you want to be.
Is this an okay time for another message?
Yeah! It's actually a great time!
Awesome! Just another reminder that we're here raising funds for Go Rescue. The Go Rescue website has its own section for adoption success stories. So please go check out gorescuedogs.com/success stories for some adorable pictures and heartwarming tales. And also, we are only $10 away from the Algernon boss battle.
Oh, nice.
So if you want to see it, a floating blue boss fight, only $10. We're almost there, chat. We can do it.
I don't think anybody's seen Algernon in years. Also, I'll use Fused Cat. Just throwing that out there, guys. You get Fused Cat, too. Nobody's foolish enough to fight a boss with Fused Cat. You know, if you're gonna keep giving me time save, I'll take it. I'm double-checking my AP. Okay. You really want to make sure you go into boss fights with full AP. You miss out on a lot of damage, or you waste a lot of time shuffling fruits around. Luckily, where is he? That's Esgolem, a little bit further. Aruramel here is pretty placid for a boss. He's not very dangerous. Dragon, fruit. So we use Fireball here, and then we're going to use Attack Up on Ryu, because he likes to spam Forget Magic here. So most likely Blue is going to forget Fireball, so she can no longer cast it. And we may or may not lose access to our Dragon spells as well, which is why we're going to Attack Up Ryu right now, so that if I do lose access to my Dragons, I can just wail away. If we get really lucky, we can get the Elmore Sword from this guy, which would be an extra money buff. Oh, well, we get to keep Fireball. Very tempting, but switch to Scramble. Let's see here. We want to Fire Rock, I believe? No, W Fruit. W Fruit, and that's not where Fire Rocks are. Alright. We might be able to Fire Puppy here, or might need to Fire Puppy here. Not 100% on that one. Depends on if he blocks all of our Dragons or not. Considering he didn't block Fireball, I might be able to get away with some silliness. Ugh. Okay, what do we got? It's expected. That's unfortunate. That's really annoying. The puppies are not going to do anywhere near as much damage as a dragon would, which is frustrating. But it's still going to be faster than attacking, or doing more damage than attacking. Probably would have been better off using... I think I'm just going to start using a dragon on turn 2 at half power. Or third power, whatever, 3/4. Gonna keep fire rocking until he's dead. Losing out on, 256 damage there just always feels rough. Thank you, Ryu! He found the damage! It fell on the floor! It was in the couch all along! Ugh. So we get to use exit here. I'm going to do a little bit of setup here, because we will be going into a dungeon where his dragon is going to be extremely helpful. I think that's all we need, so we just get out of here. Yeah, we're good. I want to make sure I have access to the dragon for the Sky Tower, which is ironically in the ocean, submerged. It's almost like it was mistranslated or something. I have yet to brave running in that entire area to fully know. Let me take a look at my inventory real quick. I am happy with that. Actually, nah, we're fine. I've got enough W fruits, don't be a goober. That is Elixir Syndrome at its finest. Has like 3 stacks of W fruits. Is that enough? I don't know if that's enough. I have developed a few visual cues for my movement to know exactly where 7 tiles is. No, don't even try it, just Fire Rocket. There are some enemies that just won't die to Fireball, but will die to Fire Rock. Also, we set the forest on fire. It's a neat little graphical effect. Normally, you've got to talk to that guy, but, okay, that's a bit annoying. Sure, whatever. Bears are too bulky for a Fire Rock or Fireball, so I will have to burn a couple more fruits, but best to just end the fight instead of playing silly games. You saw what happened with Portal. I played that correctly, and it still got stupid prizes, so I think I'll pass. So this is a really interesting, like, tweak here. Rather than walking down to the ocean, you just walk back out. It spawns you on the entry tile, and then you can just walk to the beach in 1 step instead of a billion. Well, comparatively, right? It's not actually that far. So the gimmick here is these hallways are going to be flooded, so we can only stay in them for so long before we drown. Fortunately, between smokes and dragons, we can pretty much nuke everything that's in here. As long as I'm
In a
paying...
speedrun, the timer doesn't even come close to being relevant.
Yeah, it's like, that's cute. You think I was going to take that long?
I don't think I've seen it go under a minute, even in Super Nintendo with the slower walking speed.
Okay, that's annoying. If there was one of them, I could have used death here. Okay, sure, give me the fastest animation, that works. This should be the only fight I see, but I am gonna need to have Thunder Dragons for some of the other fights that are possible, so I'll refill it in a second when I actually go to use a smoke again. That's usually the only hallway you see encounters in. I'm sure there's a possibility of getting other encounters. I just personally haven't seen them. That's a life pill. That's not how that works. Okay, that's... Okay, that's... Yep. Well, if you move right, you only get moved by that current. We also get a bunch of free stuff, which is super cool. This will help offset our money issues. Because the problem with the Queen Grind is you get no money from any of those encounters. And even those power-up items aren't really that good. Okay,
Do you have time for a really important announcement?
Absolutely.
We just met the milestone for the Algernon boss battle.
We're
with
also...
with a $10 donation from Aluvixipede. I'm sorry if I did not say that correctly. And that goes towards the Township Window Weapons incentive. So we're now $5 away from the window weapon incentive.
Oh,
Big thanks to Alu and all of the previous donators who collectively have forced us to say, Orb.
Orb. We thank you, and the dogs thank you.
That is an interesting item to use, but not the correct one. Try again, buddy. Okay. Lead off, schmeed off. Going to defense here just to make sure. Since we've basically shifted to item spam or dragons, defense is pretty much going to be our de facto formation. Ah, yes. So, ideally, in a perfect world, Ice Chunk and or Hail would kill these idiots. Ice Chunk is just slightly too weak to kill them, so dragons it is. Also, excuse me? They're so fast. They do so much damage.
They had Taco Bell for dinner, and now they're making it your problem.
Oh. I didn't know Blink snuck into the booth. Get him out of here! Alright, no? Let me double check. Yeah. I smoked a little bit late there, so I had to do a trek. Now, luckily here, this is 100% safe. I just want to form, order... I could grab Jean, but I'm gonna keep Spar with me for this segment. Just for the extra little bit of EXP Spar can glean here from these fights. Since I will be using Spar instead of Cat in the third to final boss fight. Because I'm gonna go out of my way to fuse Cat with the shamans that we got. We got the wind one, and we're gonna go grab the demon one later, right before the end game. But, we don't want her to defuse, and characters will defuse if they meet one of two conditions. And they do overlap. They die, or they reach critical HP. So we definitely do not want to bring her into any fights where there's any risk of her HP slipping too low. That's actually going to be part of the boss fight when we get over there. We're going to drag her with us right before we go into the final dungeon and just kind of show you what we can do against non-endgame stuff. If I were a braver man, I could go do it now. But I'm not. I'm scared. Let's see here. Though the last easy chance to pick up the weapon dealer is actually going to be coming up here very shortly in Winda when we go and get our bird. After that, I'll have to do a warp back to pick him up. Oh, one shot, nice. Hero BT made everything else harder, but that one fight, it was worth it. So we gotta clear Rand's mother's yard here, which requires us to just hit stuff with our sword. Yeah, checks out. We're gonna pull stumps by hitting it really hard. Ugh. Yeah, I miscounted that. If it was 2 specials, that would have been appropriate. We'll be able to upgrade our sword very shortly, so this is going to be the last time you're seeing us, like, do, meh damage. Attack up plus sword is going to start hitting like a truck very shortly. Nope. You would think it's hard to hit R and then X. Okay, fine! Get in there, Blue! Ryu can't do it.
Do you have time for a quick donation?
Absolutely.
$15 from SonnyReth11 that says, "You want shops in? Have shops."
Shops, yeah. Luckily, we can dip right by and get him. We don't even have to lose any time. The only time we're gonna spend is seeing what we can get out of picking him up this late. Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to see much changes in the shop, because it does require, like, I think 13 or 14 story flags, but we'll see what we get. Also, that was not as small as the other rock. I think I've been scammed here. Let's see here. Want hail, defense. This guy can actually throw out some very dangerous spells. That is incorrect. Give me the W fruits. You're at less than 18, huh? So you can tell if this crits because there will be little puppers following the wolf here. Fortunately, you're going to get to see that anyway, because we're going to use the Ice Chunk item that always crits. Same spell, but the critical form. Need to use a couple of W fruits here, because we need some extra dragon damage to get through his 1600 HP. Now, if we're lucky, he'll just defend, or he can do that. Yep. That's... Spar doesn't catch fire, I'd be shocked. Oh, well, there you go. Luckily, this could be a lot worse. It looks scarier than it is. We actually are going to use the bed in a second here anyway. Did not crit once, so we'll probably have to use both ice chunks here, unfortunate. I'm sure we're going to see a ton of dragoons then in the in Final Dungeon. So yeah, it may look scary that we're not healing here, but this boss is absolutely dead. Little puppers! Yep, both chunks.
It's very convenient that he's as slow as he is. Otherwise, this fight would be more interesting.
Yeah, some days he just sits there and lets you wail on him. Other days, he's not having it. You know, since we met the incentive, I'll give you an extra story flag. I'm gonna go warp over to Winda real quick and pick up that tenant and hope the extra story flag is enough to push him over another shop. I could wait until I'm going by in Winda, but nah, well, you know, where's the fun in that? It's a donation incentive for a reason. I should meet it as soon as reasonably possible. It'll waste us a little bit of time because this warp animation is just, yeah. The worst part is this, like, travels or waste daytime, too. And I would have to come here next, but I think it's a 1 or 2 story flags doing the, this, like, Beretta actually has the best weapon store in the game if you grab her early enough. And fortunately, she's not very far out of the way. So her base one is pretty meh. I'd imagine we'll see, like, tier 3 at best. But we'll have to find out. Probably should have swapped my party out while I was in there, but whatever. So we're going to actually grab Jean here to make it a little bit quicker to get to the actual Namda. There are some shamans that we're not picking up, and this is one of the places where the other ones exist. Blue Ranjin. Okay, order. That's fine. If we pray enough here, we can pick up the Earth Shaman, which will increase our defense. The Water Shaman is in Nimifu's Tower after you clear it the first time. And she will increase your, Wisdom?
Wisdom.
Yeah. All the elemental ones increase a stat. And then the Holy Shaman actually does nothing. And then I think the Devil Shaman increases AP.
The Holy Shaman increases your style.
Yeah. I think it's supposed to do something, but it's bugged. I'm not 100% certain. The Devil and Holy Shaman are more or less means to an end. They'll allow characters that cannot accept shamans normally to accept shamans. Now we gotta go back to town and take on a fiery 1v1. This guy has ruined my day before. So you know what? I think we're gonna save here. Because I do have a fair amount of money, and I've got some purchasing coming up. So we're gonna put some respect on his name. As much as I don't want to. This guy over here has kidnapped our mother and inducted her into the Church of the Cult of the Lord of Saint Eva. And Rand doesn't buy it for a minute. Because, as you noticed earlier, he got kicked out while we were coming in. Believes in the Earth Shaman, can't think of her name off the top of my head. They all have kind of like very short... Solo. That's right, they're all 4-letter names. Spoo, Sola, Senna... Sesso?
Sesso is the Water Shaman.
Yep. And then
Shin is Devil and Seni is Holy.
So hopefully this guy just spams the defensive spells here. They're not going to do anything to the rocks. This is why I saved. Thanks, buddy.
You're still probably fine.
I mean, since I saved, sure.
Oh, okay.
He changed his mind! Okay,
right.
mid-fight, changed his mind.
I thought you were just going to go into the heal loop.
I thought I was too, and he changed his mind mid-fight. Yeah, if your rocks don't hit hard enough, you gotta punch him. And luckily, he just normally when he attacks, he just keeps attacking. And I was like, forget about it. I saved. It's fine. I guess the game is like, look, man, I'm sorry about that portal nonsense. I was just playing with your emotions. Like, all right, fine. You're going to be like this game. I got it. Yeah, my first run, he just beat me into the ground. Three attempts in a row. And Charles proceeded to inform me that that's not very common. And I will never forgive it. I will always fear the paladin.
Zid is a statistical outlier.
If nothing else, I managed to find the most freak outcomes in every game I play. Whew. Shouldn't need a lot in Winda. Shouldn't need any in Thieves' Tomb. I will need some in Bando. Is like 2 stacks enough? I can buy some in Winda. Yeah, there should be wise fruits in Winda. Should have bought some in Memory. I'm not 100% on 2 stacks being enough. Had a pretty high encounter rate, lean fruit rate. Let's see here. Let me double check again. Yeah, we're definitely gonna grab a few here. I'm more than happy with my Help BLs. We'll grab a stack of W fruits. I did also buy some fishing bait earlier as well. We'll be using that to fish up the best sword in the game. Okay, yeah. Grab 1 stack here. Leave that at the bottom of my inventory just in case I need it later. Probably regret buying it, but wouldn't be the first time. I'd rather have it than regret it later. Linda. So now we are going to get access to the Great Burb in the sky. However, we have to go through Nina's backstory to do as such. We want to grab Cat here for her speed. Nope. No. Bad monkey, get out of my party. That's fine. We are gonna have to start sacrificing Nina just for speed. She gets pushed to the front of the party here because of the way that this trial works. Matter of fact, Blue should be in the front of the party, but do I care enough to correct it? I might get 1 fight before it's a thing. Yeah, whatever. Since Nina's going to get pushed to the front of the party, I'm not going to bother correcting it, but Blue should be in front because she has the fast shoes to keep that 15% additional run chance, or lead-off chance added, which is basically a guaranteed run versus having to hit something with a Fire Rock or a Dragon. We're starting to get to the point where the Fire Rocks are kind of falling off. It's maybe Fireball, maybe Fire Rock. When in doubt, Dragon. Because most everything is kind of out-curving the 170-ish HP curve. But it is weak to fire. Fire Rocks will kill it. So there's like some thieves and some mummies. I'm probably going to be a total coward and pick up the extra Moondrop from the treasury. I'm not sure, though. If I remember how to get to it before.
I think it's generally worth picking up. It's a Moondrop and a vanilla extract. Picking them up costs about the same amount of time as cooking 2 biscuits anyway.
I can't even remember what run I was watching, and when I saw that, I was like, why isn't this in the notes? I would kill for an extra Moondrop and a vanilla extract. What the heck? So, here's the thing. We're going to be cooking biscuits for endgame healing. The reason we want those is it's a full party heal and defense up X. The final boss likes to delete stat buffs on your party. The more you have, the more likely he's going to do it. So if we can avoid healing with biscuits, it's very nice. Downside, Moondrop's the best healing item in the game, revives dead characters, targets the entire party, removes buffs and debuffs alike. So Biscuits make it more likely that he's going to remove our attack up. Moondrop does it for him. Vanilla Extracts, however, only heal 120 HP to the entire party and have no additional effects, plus the animation's a little bit quicker. So there is some value in it, which is why I was talking about getting it earlier in Terrapin Cave. Though, there is a point where you reach too much like safety and over-optimization, where it can clog up your menu to where you either need to put them in the bank and then take them back out, because we do need to get a critical mass of items to cook said biscuits for a piece. So we do need to empty out parts of our inventory so that we actually have enough space to carry the items to make biscuits. And then we'd have to get them back out of our inventory, which is very inconvenient, because not every place that we're going to go by has a bank to withdraw our items from. So without very nuanced routing, they can end up making things worse instead of better. Or you could just skip cooking biscuits by picking them up instead, if you're feeling particularly froggy. There's only a few parts where your inventory gets chock full. Usually around the Fire Rock buy, your inventory has very little, if not zero, inventory space. And then you're purchasing to cook the biscuits. Round 1 and round 2, you usually fill your inventory all the way up. Let's go, everyone. Indeed. So we do miss out on some of that lead-off chance because I didn't put blue in the front. There is one interesting difference. The way that those bonus items would work, like the order that we're walking in right now, this is Fireball. I'm fairly certain. Ha-ha! I remembered how numbers work! But, this overworld, so if I just shuffled blue to the front, I would get the lead-off chance on Super Nintendo. However, it's based on combat formation in GBA, which is super obnoxious, but it is what it is. Item smoke. So, now that she has the fast shoes in Super Nintendo, we'd have the lead-off chance boost. Now that she's the only character and she's the lead in the party, we get it. Also, double speed breaks some things. That's supposed to be a puzzle, not a walking simulator. You're normally supposed to have to go through a little bit of a maze there with the rocks to get up this one side. But because we can walk twice as fast, we can just skip it both ways. Out of all the chests we skip, the one to the left of this door is actually a wind robe, which will add another 10 speed. And if you're really feeling frisky, with a fast shoe and the wind robe on a high-level cat, you can avoid fusing her in the final dungeon. I would not suggest it, because even at max level, she's at 95% run chance for most of the fights. And giving the game 5% chance to give you a failure is not somewhere you want to be. 5% minus will be 100% with this game. That's the best way to put it. As you saw with the double Typhoon earlier. Sometimes 9 damage is all you need, though. Hey. Out of all the runs I've died, this is the one that's made me work the hardest to keep it going. Imagine PBing with that miserable high fort. Good grief. It is completely possible, because actually, before we did this run, I had, literally the God final dungeon. Because we 50-50 it, we run the first leg down, and then do the rest of it regularly. And I got, 7 encounters, which is incredibly low. And, 4 of them were lead-offs, so I could just run from almost all of the fights. which saves so much time. It's ridiculous. Also, yeah, sure, whatever, Nina. Whoever you marry is not my prerogative, so... Okay. So, that kind of loses time? But not really. If you die to a fight, it just kicks you out. The problem is you get a bunch of dialogue where they're like, we're gonna beat up whoever hurt you. And then you go right back in. Or in this case, you can't go back in because you've already completed the trial. That's not what I want to do. Let me just reset my steps because I don't like this hallway. I should be here. Yeah, this hallway has some really rude fights, which will most likely kill Nina, and I'm not really in the mood for killing Nina, surprisingly. Do I have to get it after the emblem, right? The treasury or whatever?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, after the whole cutscene.
It's the door on the left side?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, there's like 3 chests that you get access to. I didn't even know they were there, and I can't remember what I was watching. I think it was the Brave Man video you sent me. Or either that or you grabbed it in the Brave Bird, and I'm like, yo, there's 2 Moondrops in here? Yeah! So...
Might have just been a regular glitchless run.
I can't remember what I'd have to look through my watch history, but when I saw it, I was like, yo. Yeah, Moondrop, in the final boss fight, where you have to keep the attack up active, it is a deficit. Everywhere else, it can save your soul. Rand is going to be with us for a lot of the endgame dungeons, and since he didn't die or wasn't part of the High Fort travesty, his level is unaffected by all that. So there's a good chance Blue, Ryu, and Kat should die in situations where they otherwise could have survived. So having Moondrop with Rand unironically means I can throw a Moondrop with him, and since he goes last, Boss might wipe everybody, and Moondrop will bring everything back up, and we'll be all good. So having extra Moondrops is on tap tonight. Hello? Okay. And sometimes this bureau just takes a while to activate. I think my max is I've had to mash it like 6 times. Game. So we will do the extra boss fight right before the final dungeon. Since there's really no particular time I have to do it. And I find the idea of actually doing a boss fight with Fuse Cat funny. So we're gonna put her up front, give her a hero BT, attack up, and let her go to town. Be right back, because it's one of the last cutscenes I get a break.
So this might be a good time to announce a new milestone.
Absolutely. Go for it.
Okay, so this is for a game that is tomorrow, SSX. So the SSX game has a new milestone for bonus tracks. And if this is met, Junior will speed through Pipe Dream, a track designed to show off the tricks in the game, but Junior will zoom through it in under 2 minutes. And Junior will also show off a free roam track, one of Junior's favorite tracks, and has a high precision trick and amazing moves for Junior to show off. So we need a total donation amount of $250 to reach that goal, and it needs to be met at the end of SSX. And as another reminder, you're watching No Glitches Allowed 2026. No Glitches Allowed, or No GA, is an annual charity event featuring speedruns that rely more on execution of attended mechanics than game-breaking glitches. No GA will be live from Wednesday, May 27th, aside from this pre-show, of course, through Sunday, May 30th, raising money for Go Rescue Pet Adoption Center. To see the full schedule, just type !schedule in the chat.
Yeah. Speaking of, thanks everybody for hitting the incentives. I really do appreciate it. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of missed content in this game, so you have to either be really brave and do some very difficult fights, or kind of explore some of the more niche parts of the game that don't normally get used, because the like quote-unquote meme categories are very restrictive because this game can be broken very easily without heavy restrictions. So things like tenants very rarely get to pop up unless you're doing super niche categories like solo runs that aren't with Ryu. Isn't that right, Charles?
I have no idea what you're talking about. Didn't you want to get some moondrops?
Yeah, that would be a good idea. Now I know why we don't grab the moondrops, because you get yeeted out, huh? I don't necessarily need these, but I get the feeling I will.
You need multi-target heals, and if you're not doing this, then you're cooking biscuits, and that is not any faster.
Should be these two?
Yeah. I mean, the hat is good. You might as well pick it up.
Oh, it's the silver hat? Yeah?
Yeah.
Could you stop? Okay, the door... I mean, it's money,
If you're coming here anyway, you might as well get it.
Imagine being that picky. It's not that good. I actually got that drop a few times from Barbary, and I was like, maybe I should just throw this on for Bolt X. Some high cope, though. There is a lot of interesting niche equipment, but some of it doesn't activate all the time. Like, the silver hat can sometimes just block magic, if it feels like it. Though Charles would know more about that, quite literally. I'm not 100% in the know on that one.
No, that's correct. There's a few pieces of equipment in the game that give you partial magic immunity, which means just a modest % chance to completely negate spell damage.
Neat. Well, I mean, I should be able to buy Blue a new hat then, or a better shield, without having to scrape the bottom of the barrel.
Yep.
I'll have to check to see if you can hit that up before...
I think the most useful recipient is Cat. Like, Blue getting hit by Bolt X in the Barbary fight is whatever, she can tank it. Cat will die to Bolt X, so it's good.
I guess it's that or the Sun Mask, but that means you can save... Well, I guess you could just buy the Sun Mask and give it to Blue instead.
Yep.
Huh. Might not be a bad strat. I'll just have to check that door to see if it opens any sooner than Bird. Because if
It
you
does
gotta...
not.
That's unfortunate. I guess you could always warp back there and grab it later. During your world tour.
I mean, why not just grab it the way you did now?
I don't know. I mean, I guess you're right. Yeah, it really doesn't matter. It would be the same amount of movement. The only difference is you wouldn't have to call the bird twice. So, Nina has a cool gimmick where she flies out of holes. It's awful here, because we just actively want to drop a few floors. So, we would rather that not be the case. Okay. We're going to use a smoke here to hopefully get out of here in one piece. One Piece is indeed real. I was about to say, if I see two fights here, I'm gonna have some words for this game.
Just for fun, they put one of the most lethal random encounters in the game down there. The
That
Chimera.
basement is criminal. It is actually criminal what's down there. Also, this place, Innocuous Inn, has the Charm Rod, which is the best rod in the game, which is what allows you to fish out all the super good stuff out of the fishing holes. Okay, I've practiced a lot of this without, like, notes, so I've just memorized. I want to be up here? No, I think I'm too far north. I'm gonna have to go south again. Yep. There's not really a super good queue for Kotlin here. Oh, yeah. Hit it with a stick, please. Yeah, so this is a story beat for Cat. I mean, I can understand putting the boulder there, because she's the only one that can break it. What I don't understand is why there has to be 3. Thank you.
Alright.
I just... And the devs were like, no. You're not clipping through this. No way, no how.
While Sid meets the patron saint of mediocrity, I am going to run to the washroom. I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Is this a good time for another announcement?
Absolutely.
Excellent. So we have a new bid war for the Sonic Rush game tomorrow. You get to choose who Speedbreaker 55 plays. As for Sonic Rush, will it be everyone's favorite blue hedgehog Sonic or everyone's favorite purple cat Blaze? Your donations will decide it, so let us know what you want. And this closes at the beginning of Sonic Rush tomorrow.
That just gets my noodle noggling about Sonic lore, and then being like, Blaze is the other version, or elsewhere, other world of Sonic, and I'm just like, bro, what is this lore? I'm so confused.
There's so many Sonic games tomorrow. So many Sonic. There's a giant old Sonic block tomorrow afternoon.
And I thought the lore of Final Fantasy was confusing. I got hit with some Sonic lore, and I'm like, stun locked. What? Also, Tiga is like crushing really hard on Cat here. And fun fact, his name is actually Tigger. If you watch the end of the game, a lot of the no-name NPCs just have names. Though Tigger, honestly, is a named NPC. Let's see here. Go down. I think I want to move the Hero BT over to Cat for the moment. So that way it's not in my inventory anymore. Yeah, we'll do that. Equip. Wrong. Wrong again. Keep trying, buddy. Put the Hero BT on her for now. We'll put the Hero BT on Cat. Or Rand later. Hey! Defense. Cat should be the fastest here. Fire Rock? Okay, good. Cat can outspeed the thieves. Blue can outspeed the mummies. So this was a knowledge check for me. Also, this room is off. Oh! Oh, well. Guess we're doing it again.
Oh, no.
Yeah, she doesn't fly out of those holes. So I'm gonna have to come back in. Yeah, we're gonna lose a couple of minutes here. It's just Dane to be fit, I see.
Lock in chat.
Why are they all... Bro, what is happening?
The Sonic lore was too distracting.
This is toxic. Okay, they chased me. Please let me say that. Okay, they just respawn if you go downstairs. I'll have to use that in the future. Okay. So, now gameplay. Ideally, you can warp to the end of the dungeon by using the little yellow face and triggering fights on it over and over again. That only really holds true on the SNES version because the encounter rate is so much leaner on the... Cool. Lead off, so we'll just... Alright, this is probably me being greedy. Okay. With that encounter rate, it might have actually been faster to spam on the yellow face. As long as we don't get an encounter... Oh, what is this encounter rate? I have been stricken by the god of unluck. What is going on? Well, I mean, Nina has avoided dying, which is pretty interesting. Normally, she's long since dead by this point. We learned a missile! Yay! I should have learned that like an hour ago. 4 encounters? Excuse me?
Well, Chad, I hope you're enjoying all the extra Breath of Fire 2 content.
Solid So you're supposed to have 7 free steps after every encounter. I'm fairly certain each one of those was sub 10 steps. I can't believe Charles missed that. 4 encounters. That's some SNES nonsense. Good grief. Yeah, normally you just run around on the yellow smiley face and just spam encounters until you get the warp. But because you're not supposed to see that many fights, it's theoretically faster to just walk it. That was something special. I think my worst is 5, but I think I've only ever seen 4 once. And I guess twice now. Alright, so we do need to head back in here to get some of those items from that top floor because we actually need some extra money. But for now, cure yourself and exit? The only problem is this floor I can't exit off of. Please don't. Okay, sure. Yep. Good hitbox. Okay. All right, we're gonna just... Can I exit here? All right, yep, that works. We're just gonna pretend like I did that in one go like you're supposed to, but once you get bounced off that floor, you just gotta kind of deal with it. Luckily, we're so over-leveled at this point, we can just actually run from this, hopefully. Honestly, these are early game enemies. You have to take a fight to trigger a fishing hole. There is a non-zero chance that I would have failed to flee there. It's not likely, but it does happen. And when it happens, it's... woo! Some kind of day. So we want to fish up this chest here. And this is why I grabbed 2 urchins, because sometimes my mashing is kind of trash. If I had auto fire, it would be good enough. Alright, so what we're going to do is... get rid of this, get rid of this. I need to do a little bit of menuing here. Let's see here. Should be Empire, Thorn Sun, give Cat the silver, move that, take that off, and then we want to give the fast shooter Ryu, I believe. Min, I might as well put the hero BT on him. Okay, form order, blue. Okay, and then we want to go to Cotland. And Cat leaving here will heal us, so we don't have to do any pre-prep at this point. Cat will leave the party, unfortunately, which is why I took the hero BT off of her. I'll probably give it back to her later. It's on Ryu because I feel like having it on Ryu. With Empire Sword and attack up, he's going to hit max damage anyway. But, you know, nothing like striking fear into the enemy's heart, like making yourself feel like you have more attack power. Something like that.
It will technically be relevant if an enemy outspeeds Bleu, attacks Ryu, and gets countered.
Yeah, I know. For that 0.0001% chance. There is a chance that it could also come up in Necroman, actually. If Blue gets knocked out and I don't get a chance to put attack up on Ryu, it could also be slightly impactful. Very slightly, though. We're talking about, like, making up reasons for it to be bought.
Yeah.
Levels of useful. I gave the power meal to Rand, so he'll get the hero BT. We'll see how heavy his hands land. Or we'll just get Meow Staff this time, and we won't do that test. Could be both. So Tiga here is really down bad for Cat. Cat's not feeling it too much, but he also has decided to challenge us to a death match if we're anything more than friends. Because that's not weird. Oh, and he also...
this should have been a donation incentive.
Yeah. You know, it probably would have made a good one if the fight wasn't literally unwinnable.
True. Yeah.
If it wouldn't have wasted so much resources to survive Tiga's onslaught as long as possible, absolutely.
Just for fun, I did put lose to Taiga in the 100% rule set.
Yeah,
I mean, it's appropriate, right?
Fella has infinite HP, so hey, speaking of infinite HP...
What is this infinite HP that you speak of, Sid?
Hey, Sonny, good to see you. Glad you were able to drop by. How was work?
Hey, it wasn't too bad today. I mean, first day back after a long vacation, it all worked out very well. But yeah, let me introduce myself real quick. Hi everyone, I'm Sonny Wrath 11. Sid asked me to join him for commentary alongside Charles here, and I had a bit of a hiccup with the schedule because, yeah, this started while I was at work.
And we both forgot work exists.
Yeah, we both absolutely forgot work exists.
No works, only speed runs.
That was last week for me.
I'm
So-
unemployed right now, so I am living that dream.
The math king with only an island and an abacus. Let me through. All right. We gotta go talk to Tiga here, and we just, like, you're better just jamming your way up the middle. So the basement here is comprised of extremely bulky enemies that are no longer have any interest in dying to fire rocks or fireballs. Therefore, the dragon is the only solution. This is why I kind of went out of my way to panic buy an extra stack of wise fruits, because if this area is particularly noxious, we're gonna need them. If it's not, then shrug.
Of the 4 or 5 enemies that are down here as random encounters, one of them still dies to fire on account of being weak to fire. Everything else, not only does it not die to fire, they're all spirit elemental enemies, which resists everything except holy, and we don't have a convenient source of holy damage.
Well, we almost reached the situation you were talking about.
Yep.
No, we want a fireball here. He's gonna start healing, so... well, that might be a wasted animation. Yeah, ideally we see a crit here, but I think we're close enough that a normal should kill. Okay!
So,
Okay.
just a little routing thing I invented for Sid. The old strat for that would be to use dragons on him because he's a boss, but between Ryu's crit rate and the Empire Sword damage, you're actually doing as much average damage with a regular attack as a dragon.
I mean, to be fair, that Empire Sword, it does a lot of damage.
Nope, don't do it. Speaking of... I was really thinking about putting it to the test, but this is... I think this is
Yeah,
one of the
if
enemies
you
from the
attack
final
up-
dungeons.
If
Go
you
ahead.
attack up and swing with Ryu here, you need to crit to get a kill,
Yeah, I
which
think
on average is just slower than a dragon.
the other thing, too, is I need to maintain the attack stance that I'm in as well, which is not the best practice. Because right now I'm in Scramble, so Ryu is at a bit of a deficit in terms of how much damage he can take. 2 roll! Remember that part where I said I panic bought W Fruit? I do not think it was a panic. No!
No, that's the fine one. That's not
Okay.
Drain.
I
It's the
can't
blue
tell
one
the
that's
difference. I cannot tell the difference between the scary one and the not scary one. It's sap and drain, and I get them a little bit confused because I'm used to
Orange
playing,
is
like-
good, blueberry's bad.
I'm used to
Yeah.
Final Fantasy, right? Where I can be like, oh, it's Osmos. That is not what I would like to see. We'll heal twice, fine. So we gotta wait for this to move 4 times for our purposes. So that's 1. I think there's a shaman at the end of this hallway. If it moves 10 times, we ain't doing that.
The best part, waiting for the door.
Yup. Now I can start buffering movement. 1, 2, 3. That just
We're
messes
just gonna
up.
fight.
I was trying to count out how many tiles for smoke, but I guess
No,
I'm
you're
just...
at 3.
Well, I do it by, like, seconds, right, rather than tiles.
Yeah,
So,
but you're at 3. So just start counting from 3.
It makes it easier.
I mean, maybe. We'll see. 4, 5? Huh. Close enough, I
Nailed
guess. We also want to heal up Ryu as we go here. I don't want to use too many of my help BLs, because I do need those for other things. This menu is getting a little bit grungy with these extra healing items in here. I'm not going to say no to the extra moon drops and stuff, but it is throwing off my feng shui. Shui feng. Oh my god. If I say that in a more cursed way.
I mean, after how good the fat bodies were to you earlier.
If those fat bodies hadn't have shown up, dude, I'd have been cooked. That I've never seen a near wipe in both high fort fights. I have no idea where my EXP curve is right now, I'm gonna be honest. Okay.
I mean, the best I got for you on that is it's somewhere over there.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, it's not gonna matter if I top her off. Sort here and just go in. Basically, anything but, like, not getting hit is going to be need to heal territory. This is one of the places where the Moondrop's really good, because Zombie is a status we've been ignoring the entirety of the game, and it will turn your character into a zombie if left inflicted on them for a full turn. So turn 0, you get hit with zombie, doesn't do anything. If you leave it for the next turn, end of turn, you turn into a zombie. You can fix it with a Cure-All or a Moondrop. But other than that, have fun. And they'll start hitting your party. So if Ryu gets zombied, we're in a real bad spot. No, we want to stay in normal for this. Thunder Dragon. Fireball. Cure 2 Ryu if we get to that point. If Nina's turn comes up, something goofy happened. Not particularly... Okay. Sure, yeah. Blue's probably gonna die next turn. Or next fight. This is the struggle, is we go from these guys straight into the boss. So the sword's gonna start having a schling, schlong, schlang. We're gonna have to see some real high rolls here. We also want to stay in normal, because those guys like to punch, and they punch hard. Scramble, attack. Attack up. Fire Rock for sure. So Nina has survived quite a bit, so she might be able to take a punch. This is frustrating because zombie both hits and You know what? That's probably the best thing that could have happened, honestly. It's not bad. Not bad at all. Life pill. What?
Oh my, she survived?
Unbingoed. Oh my god. I don't even know what is happening right now. Reverse bingoed. Okay, well, surely she can do it again.
Look, Sid, have I not told you that nothing bad ever happens in Breath of Fire 2?
Okay, sap, and it doesn't matter. Yeah, so this is why we start, like, getting away from spamming dragon, because, like, drain and sap unironically can ruin the game plan. Okay, sure, yeah, whatever. Kicker
Easy
is...
boss fight?
That's exactly how you storyboarded it.
Easy boss fight, yeah. This guy has ruined more than one of my days. I will say that right now. He loves to zombie, and he can spam it on the whole party, which is why the Moondrops are so important. Because they can reset the battle back to, like, bearable. But you do need to keep in mind that they nuke your attack up, so it can be a problem.
Can
Okay,
confirm that Sid has had many a bad day with that fight.
let's see here. Spell. Doesn't matter if you get healed. We need to actually... So this is going to be a weird optimization, but we want to heal up our AP now, not later. Because the next time, when we get Cat back into the party, it actually doesn't refill our HP and AP. So healing Ryu now means that we can use Nina's healing to fix his HP. And we're going to have to do a fight with Ray, which is basically a story fight. And turn 2, he's just going to blast our entire party for a ton of damage. So I'm going to need to get ahead of the game here. Probably take the Hero BT off and put it on Rand after this. Thing is, like, neither Rand nor Cat can do damage at this point. And Ryu will just, like, do more damage with a hero BT, so I just might as well leave it on and swap it later. The answer here, I don't believe, changes any of the dialogue. It just changes whether the relationship gem goes to Rainbow or not. The relationship gem, I don't believe, actually affects anything at all. The condition stat in the menu and slash gut stat is what actually affects things. He's going to tell us to learn some of the saying, and no, we won't. I refuse. Learning is for scrubs. We do need to go do some purchasing, though, but I'm going to have to keep in mind that my inventory is a bit screwy from the additional moondrops and vanilla extracts, so I only expect to be able to buy 20 Frisbees, if at all. But first things first, we gotta go buy our armor. There is a very expensive armor island right next to Evrai that's only available via flight. We haven't bothered going at any time in the past because we just didn't have the money for all the stuff we want. But now we do. Let's see here. Oh my gosh, I got lost. Okay, panic. Where's the map? Where'd I go? Yep. I turned too soon. Took the off-ramp. There we go. Found where we were going. Alright. Let me sort my inventory because it is still an absolute mess. Okay. Now let me get rid of my extra stuff here. Okay, sell. Release cure-alls. Rid of that help BLs. Charm Rod, Urchant. So keeping that sword from the beginning of the game allows me to sell my Buster Sword here as well, which helps with my purchasing power. Decent amount of Fire Rocks. Alright, I'm happy with this. So we want to upgrade everything Ryu has. Sun Mask. He already has one. Holy Shield. And then we want to buy 1, 2, 3. I could get the Holy Shield for blue here. We'll just buy the Blinded Mail or Blinded Shield later. I want to make sure that I don't waste my money on that. This also means I don't have to go for the shiny hat either. Maybe I should just route in the silver hat. Just a little bit easier than... probably shouldn't be doing that, though. No, that's worth it, because I can sell the Skocklet here for a little bit extra coin. Not a massive amount. But it does also give me an extra inventory space, too, now I'm thinking about it. Skocklet... Okay. 26. That... by 1. How many smokes do I need? I've got enough, and then the rest in Frisbees? Really? No. Okay, that would have been catastrophic, actually. 20 Frisbees. No, we don't want to sort that, because Frisbees will come to the top. So, ideally, you want to have multiples of 4 Frisbees. Change this for this. Where are my smokes? There they are. The big thing is 24 was very tempting for a split second there, but if I do not buy 2 Shave Ice, the boss coming up will be abysmal. Yeah, that's how I want to put it. Our father has been kidnapped and put into a machine in the basement of the church here, and if we don't have the Shave Ices, the strat that I currently have will fall apart, and it could very easily spiral because there's 3 eyes that you have to kill to free your father, and if you just spam a dragon at it, it will just kill your father. If you kill the eyes without hurting him, or at least not killing him, you get the good ending, which is part of our required route for the leaderboard anyway. So the Shave Ices are needed to kill the lower eye. I could just punch it to death if I did forget them, but golly gee, it would be awful. It would just be awful. Because the problem is, at this point, Rand and Cat cannot do damage. We're actually assembling our final party as well here, too. Nina is no longer needed at this point. We have all the warp points we need. And flying around with a bird is no longer necessary. Also, Evans is his real name, apparently. I don't know where we're supposed to learn that, and I don't really care. Alright. So there is a bunch of cutscenes. I'm going to take a quick stretch break and see if we can get our little furry friend in here for another showcase.
Excellent. So this should be a good time for some more messages.
It absolutely will be.
All right. I just want to give another shout out to the charity that we're raising money for this week, Go Rescue Pet Adoption Center. In 2011, a local woman named Georgia Obonas lost her home, and her only focus became how to prevent her family dogs from going back to animal control. Starting out with just an empty shell of a building, Go Rescue soon became not just a place for her current rescues, but a shelter that has grown to rescue over 2,000 dogs to date, with no sign of slowing down. And if you're just tuning in or just came in recently, you're watching No Glitches Allowed 2026. No Glitches Allowed, or No GA, is an annual charity event featuring speedruns that rely more on execution of attended mechanics than game-breaking glitches. No GA will be live from Wednesday, May 27th through Sunday, May 30th, raising money for Go Rescue Pet Adoption Center. To see the full schedule, just type !schedule in chat.
So, my little buddy here, I went over it earlier, but for some of you that haven't been around, Willow,
Hello?
my little adoption, my own contribution to the problem. We adopted from a lady who adopted her from a kill shelter because she spent her first 5 or so months outside without any human contact. So she's very skittish. Been working on that a lot, but she's starting to get it a little bit. Really does like snuggling up against somebody when you're sitting on the couch. Just laying her little head there.
And knowing the time that you got her to where she is now, she has come such a long way.
She spent probably a good month either sleeping exclusively on a extra couch cushion, either in my parents' closet, refusing to come out, or behind the couch, refusing to be approached. So the fact that I'll leave and she'll do that naturally. Been having to call her today because my other dog that she's attached to is sleeping in the front room, but you know, the need of helping animals is something near and dear to my heart as well. So I'm very happy that I can do something for any charity that actually supports animals.
Yes, and as a reminder, any donations you put towards any incentives or bid wars this week goes towards the charity. So everything goes towards helping the doggos.
Yep. So we do have a fairly long cutscene here. Not quite long enough to take a shower, but probably an extended bathroom break. Who knows? Tegan finally decides that he doesn't like Cat, he cares about Clara. Cool. Wish you'd realize that before you started chasing my friend around like a weirdo, but sure. Also, Habaruku here is actually the third to last boss, so they're about to get smoked, unfortunately. They're gonna catch the heat.
Yeah, Tiga's not going to be ready for this.
Yeah, he, honestly, sometimes I'll come back from my bathroom break and I'm like, what are you doing? Come on, get it done with! Alright. So we did grab some upgraded equipment here. Normally, I'd be giving this sun mask to Kat, since I gave her the silver hat earlier, just in case we decide to get some spells, because honestly, her HP and defense is so low that, like, guarding a spell could absolutely salvage a complete travesty of a fight. So we'll keep that on her and give the Sun Mask to Blue instead. Honestly, there are some situations she's just gonna die anyway, so the difference between the two ends up not being that big. Or at least we'll find out today. Let's see here. It should be Blue... Wait. Ran Blue, Cat. Okay. Always want to keep Cat in the back because she's just too glassy. Switch defense here. Normally you would do this after, but with the levels being as goofy as they are, I want to give her a little bit extra defense now. Dying... Oh, well, that's nice. Bad movement yields dialogue. Dying in the Ray fight really doesn't matter. We win this fight, but we don't get anything from it other than the ability to progress in the game. I remember distinctly getting soft-locked on this as a kid because I just didn't understand that I could just cast G-Dragon. I thought you had to refill your AP. At least I think I remember that being the case. You know, imagine just going into your menu to look, but... Once I finally figured it out, it was a lot less cursed, because the problem is, he has 256 HP. Once you do that much, the immediate follow-up turn is a party-wide, just a smelting. He is going to absolutely melt our party.
Got Helicopter Cat again.
Yeah, Cat's defensive pose is pretty neat. So we end up healing Ryu. Okay, Ryu, calm down. It's not that important. Hey, Rebel. You might want to check out High Fort. It was one of the most experiences of all time.
I heard you had bad time in High Fort.
Might even call it a high fart. So yeah, that blast can hit quite a bit of damage. Luckily, we go first here, so we just finish this up with a G-Dragon. You would think G-Dragon would be a game changer, but it really only affects boss fights. The Thunder Dragon animation is still much quicker, and there's very few things that have over 400, 500 HP that are standard enemies. So for the most part, 40 AP Thunder Dragon will clean up most everything in our path. The only time we gotta start topping out our AP every fight is in the final dungeon, which ideally we get through pretty quick. Wait a minute, actually... am I gonna hit 39 on Blue? I don't know if I've ever done the fight without a level 39 Blue. I guess I'm gonna have to find out. Blue only missed one fight, not two. Nah, it's not that dire. I'm overthinking this.
Blue's what, 38 right now?
Yeah, well, that's really a hard indicator of anything, really. Okay, because the problem is that she starts at 35, so, like, her level curve is really hard to chart unless you're actively looking at her stats. Okay, that's not unexpected. But yeah, I mean, she could level up. I do not want to... I think this is Fire Rock. Oh, cool, they outspeed Cat. I may have made an error in judgment here. Ooh, that took a lot of damage. Well, the Hero BT is paying out, boys!
And one of them just runs. That's great.
Sure, yeah. I don't know what that was, but that was incorrect. To be fair, they both bit Ryu, so he might have actually taken damage. Oh, I didn't rubble it. Oops. You can glitch out the Rand roll here and kind of... It screws with your position. Makes it really hard to get up the stairs, but it fixes itself on the next floor. I really don't know how to feel about this, actually. like to get a little bit of extra HP, because these enemies are not really a joke. Might be one tile off there, whatever. The problem is that the smoke runs out just before that, so I actually should be moving a bit on the previous floor. I guess I didn't fix it. Well, I fixed it in my online notes, but not my local notes. That should be enough to fix my step count. Alright, are my notes skewed? Okay, the notes are still good. So, I do use, like, the little page break thing, but I find that sometimes the, like, formatting gets messed up and it, like, literally just hides chunks of notes. So I have to check it every once in a while to make sure the page break hasn't eaten, like, 5 lines or an entire boss fight. Or even worse, like, the pre-boss setup stuff, and you're like, oh! I was supposed to put fast shoes on Cat, and then full AP Blue for some reason. That's weird. Guess, we're doing it the hard way. Shrug. I mean, the only good thing that's happened is we got an extra power food. We got greedy and bought the hero BT, which kind of shortchanged us on life pills, which probably could have prevented what happened in High Fort. Kind of? Yeah, no, because I would have had extra W fruits, so I wouldn't have had to go chop route. Now I know for certain I do not want to do that chop nonsense. That's way too risky. That's literally only if I don't have enough money. 9 fruits is going to be my minimum there from now on. So that I have enough to heal up to full AP before Portal. So Portal is, like, definitely one of the bosses. You do not want to play stupid games and when stupid prize is on. So yeah, Dragon is going to be our main form of DPS. G-Dragon is only going to be for enemies that have over 500 HP or otherwise are bosses, because those have well over 500 HP every single time from here on out. Well, except for Dad and the Guard Eyes. I cannot suggest G-Dragoning that. Charles, how much HP does your father have? I don't even know.
Enough.
Enough!
It's about like 320 to 340, somewhere in there.
Oh, he has even less than the Guard Eyes? Okay.
Oh yeah, substantially.
Alright, surely this is fine.
312.
Okay, I may get punished too. So we want to heal with blue just in case they poke Ryu here. Luckily they didn't. I should have been fully healed coming into this, just in case. Thunder Dragon here at 40 AP should do almost exactly 300. I don't think I've seen it do under. It should do more because I'm... Okay. My levels are at least on curve with Ryu then. That's good to know.
I love how you phrased it as almost exactly 300, and we just saw 300.
I thought maybe it would be higher because his level curve was lower. I'm switching to normal here just to make sure, because I have... Of course. I have seen a defense attack from Ryu under damage here. And boy, is that miserable when you go to turn 2 with the guys hitting this hard. Obliterated. Just 69 brought out the true strength, I guess. Good grief.
All you needed to do was crit, and you crit.
I crit, I attacked up, and I countered, all in the same turn. I could not have done any more damage.
No, not at all.
My inventory is such a mess, but I have to leave it. We do have to do some healing before in the final hallway, so I'm not going to try and do too much here. No, we want to cure 2. That's probably more than I need, but... Now, there is an upgraded armor here for blue, which we will grab. Thankfully, that is... Try again. You want to keep going forward. There we go. I'm going to equip that now before I forget, actually. So this is pretty straightforward if you're actually paying attention. Now, the downside of healing is you get zapped for everything in this hallway, so I am going to have to use that healing again anyway, which is why I don't want to heal up too much, but I also got to make sure I have enough. Okay, we go W for Ryu here. That's good. Sort. Okay, I guess we're gonna have to... Cats... That's fine. I am... Max AP, I don't need to use... Move the shoes, okay. The further we go, the more important the fast shoes become. And the more chaotic things get if the fast shoes are not on the right person. You can theoretically fix it by using the agility up spell from blue. Apparently it just doesn't work in the SNES version. The problem is it puts you at a turn deficit when you probably need blue doing something specific. So, like, just having the fast shoes on the right character is correct. The only problem is it's really hard to check accessories in combat because the game doesn't let you do that. So this is the guard eyes and grandpa here. I'm going to be fire puppeting that one, and then we're going to shave ice. That's a frisbee. Try again, buddy. Hail. And then I need to switch to defense here, because these guys can spam high damaging moves. We should be good. Fire pup plus hail should kill the upper left one here. 2 shave ices plus hail should kill the bottom one, which is weak to ice. Also, funk you. That's Silver Hat. Sure. I guess. Yeah, so you see why shave ices are so important. These guys have 538 HP, so we need to dance around Dad while killing them. Okay. Rand was the only one I was like, maybe I should heal him more. That would have been catastrophic if he had died there. Because he's using the other shave ice, which means top right eye would have cast Cure 2 and healed up 120 damage on the bottom one before the shave ice came out. Oh man, that would have just been miserable. Normal, attack, defend, attack up Ryu, defend. Nobody else can really do damage here except for Ryu. Everybody hits for ones. And this is the strongest single targeting move we have. Well, not the strongest. That's the second strongest. Our strongest is a crit. Which is kind of what we're hoping for here to speed this up, but there we go.
There it is.
Alright, so... I think I have more than enough money. So my purchasing shouldn't be much of a problem here. I do have some other, like, non-biscuit items for healing here. So I don't have to worry too much about having enough space for frisbees. I'll probably be able to buy at least 16, if not another 20. The big thing here is we're going to go back to hometown and be literally out of gas here. Luckily, there's, like, no places I can get encounters. So, we're just going to make a world tour here to set some things up. And then we'll do Algernon before we head into Infinity and do, I'll probably save at Gate, just in case, before Algernon. No, how's the way up? I'll want to fuse, do that, and then probably bounce back, actually. So I can heal everybody up. Yeah.
I was gonna say,
I think it's dependent upon the order in which you want to do things.
I just want to make sure that I'm going into Habaruku with full gas, not, like, coming back in after Eldranin, because that could cause me to wipe. So I'll take a little bit of extra time, warp to Township, get a reheal by popping into the crib, and then go back to Gate. Eldranin is a super early game boss compared to everything now, like within the first 3-ish hours, 2-ish hours. So it's going to get steamrolled pretty hard, but I will be using some level of gasoline to facilitate said chicanery. To take a look at how many fire rocks. Because I probably want to wipe the first turn, but... But you know what? I could use Charge with Cat. Oh, that'd be funny. Yeah, let's do that. Charge with Cat, and then I'll attack up on the turn it goes off. Just we'll have to see if the attack multipliers interact properly, but that'll be pretty funny. Even if we wipe, as long as we don't get a full wipe there, it's fine. I'll probably make a save before we head over there, just in case something super goofy happens. I could Rand roll over there, too. Probably warp to Captain, because it'll be a bit closer and an easier of a roll than Winda. The only annoying part is I'll have my inventory full of, like, biscuits and stuff that I have to not use.
Be completely honest with you, with all the games that I've seen you run, I have seen you get into some very, very wacky situations.
I have the luck of the Irish or something like that, man. I just find the most cursed position to be in. So, doot. So the Frisbees here are 4 per into a biscuit. Mr. Cook here loves to burn stuff, so I don't trust him further than I can throw him. I think my max was, like, on site at Limit Break when I was practicing. He burned 4 or 5 things. It was, it would have been impressive if it wasn't so annoying. Oh, yeah, also, sometimes you can just talk to him instead of picking up the dish, if you don't wait long enough. I haven't found a way to, like, buffer it yet, outside of just kind of, like, waiting. I did, sometimes...
Do you have time? Oh, sorry. Do you have any time for announcements?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Excellent. So just as a reminder, we have both a bid war and a milestone open for some of tomorrow's games. The bid war that's currently open is for Sonic Rush, and it's Sonic versus Blaze. So you get to choose who Speedbreaker 55 plays as for Sonic Rush. Will it be everyone's favorite blue hedgehog, Sonic, or everyone's favorite purple cat, Blaze? Your donations will decide it, so let us know what you want. And this closes at the beginning of Sonic Rush tomorrow. And we have a new milestone for bonus tracks for the SSX run. And if this is met, Junior will speed through Pipe Dream, a track designed to show off tricks in the game, but Junior will zoom through it under 2 minutes, and Junior will also show off a free roam track, one of Junior's favorite tracks, and has high precision tricks and amazing moves for Junior to show off. And we meet this milestone if we can reach $250 of all total donations to be met, and this closes at the end of the SSX run.
Right. Let's see. Glass iron. Yep, that's all correct. A little bit more south here. There we go. So we're going to go to Guns here. We've had access this the whole time, but we didn't really need to get anything from here, nor did we have the money to really buy stuff from here. Big thing is I just got to make sure I buy 9 smokes, take all my stuff out of the inventory. I want to refresh my herbs and make sure I have a few life pills. Okay. 1 more. 4. 5? Okay, good. Math is hard. I am bad. That is... Oh. We're going to get rid of that one for inventory space purposes. Sort. I'll take my extra stuff out of here. Items. Draw. Doop. It's going to make my inventory curse as heck. I don't even know how many Frisbees we can fit in here anymore. 18? Alright. 16 it is. I could buy some frisbees here if I really... Well, whatever. I guess we'll do it this way. I could also sell some stuff to make space for some extra frisbees. I don't know if I want to do that just yet. Actually, I do. I know this, this, and this. And then we trade for Blinded Shield, Blinded Mail. Okay, we sell a Fire Rock and buy 4 frisbees. Here's what's going to happen. One Fire Rock. Buy. Alright, and we are Pimpo Poor on the point. I'm about as kitted out as I'd like to be. This is pretty much like desired point, but it does get a little bit goofy money-wise. You may have noticed there was a yes-no option there, but the game just kind of progressed. I didn't select anything, she just kept talking. It's one of the, like, unique character interactions in this game that, like Charles was pointing out earlier. Game has a... Even with a kind of cursed translation, it has a lot of actual character to it, which is very nice.
Yeah, the amount of character this game has as a whole is amazing, to say the least.
Alright, before I go back to Gate Round 2, remind me to go do Algernon, just in case my brain goes on autopilot. Worst, it'll take an extra couple of warps to hit up. Could be done at any time, but I figured it would be nice to show off Kat's transformation because she doesn't actually get used in any boss fights. Her damage is going to be a bit middling because she doesn't have an actual staff right now, but she has stats to make up for it, so she is going to hit fairly hard. Funny thing is, I don't know how much HP the boss has. All I know is I'm going to kill it in like 2 or 3 turns. I fought it once when I was throwing out the incentive, and I'm like, okay, this is like so easy. I can just kind of freeball this. Me and the chat can enjoy it at the same time.
Yeah, I went ahead and wrote it down in case you do happen to forget.
Honestly, it can be very easy to hit autopilot with this game. 7 hours, you gotta kind of bake it into your muscles, and the only thing your brain should be activating for is combat and purchasing menus. And not all purchasing menus either, because they should be a bit... They should be some a bit of dynamicism to them, or dynamic-ness to them, but for the most part it should be cut and dry. Also, I got smokes, right? I'm not, like, tripping here?
You picked up 9 smokes.
Alright, you can theoretically avoid buying smokes in some situations, because Ryu learns the smoke spell, but if he's dead, he can't cast it, so... that would kind of ruin my grand plan.
Good old cutscenes.
Check how many fire rocks I have real quick. 2, 4, 6, 8. Okay. You got 9? I can burn one on Algernon, that's not a problem.
So
we're
my
gonna come...
brain going, who do we appreciate?
Yeah, I was doing that in my head too.
So we're gonna grab the extra shaman here. Without Shin, we can't unite Spoo, which is the wind shaman that increases speed with Cat. Luckily, even with that condition, we would still want to grab Cutland. We would still want to grab Shin anyway, because it offers an additional stat buff by being a super successful fusion. Because the characters do have alignments with certain ones, like Wind is technically Nina's. One of Nina's main ones. That's not correct. There we go. So he says Patty's going for a restaurant, which is the thief we grabbed earlier. That may or may not be blood related to us. Now we gotta go back to Township. And we gotta do our second round of cooking, so we have enough biscuits to make it through heck and high water. Between our biscuits are moondrops and vanilla extract. Let's do our cooking first, and then we're going to do the second half of initiating Township. Okay, stamina, fruit. Want to cancel it early with B here. Now this guy can cook a wise ball from this, or he can burn it. Well, I mean, he could burn any recipe, but for me, it's very more common that he likes to burn my wise balls. I'm probably gonna have an extra one here. I think I'll probably just use it on Babaruku then. Wanna sort that up just to make my life a little bit easier. I could buy more Frisbees if I'm really feeling stressed about my biscuits, but having 2 moondrops, 1 vanilla extract, and a stack of biscuits should be good as long as he doesn't burn one of these. I'm more than happy. And even if he does, I can make it work.
So what exactly is the chance of burning the food?
It's a very good question. It feels like it's like 50-50 for me some days. I want to say maybe 5 or 10%. It shouldn't be very common, but it feels like it's more common than it should be. The real kick in the teeth is sometimes he can double cook, so you can get 2 items instead of 1. And a lot of the time, he loves to double cook burnt recipes. It's a real, like, middle finger. Alright, I'm happy enough with this. We'll cook the last couple off, but that should be enough biscuits with all the other healing I have access to. Unfortunately, I'm poor, so I can't go buy more even if I wanted to. I could squeeze out some extra money by actually taking a fight in Infini when I pick up Shin. But right now, I'm wiped out from the previous boss fight. I still haven't refilled my HP and AP. So you either have to go into the Lodge of Friendship to get a free heal, or use an inn before you do that. Otherwise, you're in for a bad time. Yeah, the Wise Ball strat here is going to save me a turn.
And you're +1 Wise Ball right now?
Yeah. I could always just, brute force it with, Blueberry, too. Just like, W Fruit once, and then Wise Ball with somebody else, twice in one turn. Wise Ball before Dragon, Wise Ball after Dragon. I'm, like, overcooking here, though. This is really some, like, don't do it, bad idea nonsense. I could do it. Shouldn't.
I mean, you wouldn't know if it's a bad idea until you tried, right?
Well, the main thing is I gotta use a lot of Fire Rocks for the Wise Ball strat, which means I don't think I have enough for Blueberry. But honestly, like, I've been struggling with a new Blueberry strat, so I'm gonna stick with the old one this time.
That's fair.
Every time I've went to practice it, I've managed to mess it up somehow, and I'm like, please stop. I don't know how I'm having this much trouble. So we want to use that Dinker on Blue. If she hits level 39 plus Fast Shoe, she'll outspeed the final boss. Cat Shin Spoo, yes. As long as we do Wind and Devil here, she'll get a massive speed buff and transform. It'll change out her Dare command to Charge instead, which is pretty cool. And with her current equipment, the Dragon Armor actually offers a offensive buff as well. Speaking of which, let me, we still want the Fast Shoe on Ryu, though. Our formation will get reset, so I'll change it after I come through here. Everybody gets a free heal in here as well, so if Algernon is a little bit more troublesome than I want it to be, we'll fire off some additional damage from here. So I could go directly to Gate, which I'll be doing after this. We're gonna go by Captain and save real quick, just in case something extremely goofy happens on Algernon. I don't foresee it being the case, but I've been surprised before.
Can I get another quick message in?
Sure.
If you're looking to donate, make sure to type !donate in chat to get the link to our page where you can make a direct donation. We have amazing incentives and bid wars for you to choose from, so make sure to get those donations in to help get them met.
Actually, no, I'm thinking about it. I need to check out the weapon vendor as well to see what we got out of all that folderol. What exactly does he have? That also gives me a second reason to go back to the township anyway. Probably should have saved at township instead of here, but whatever. Alright, so we're going to roll over to the hut here. This is where we're supposed to go before Upa Cave. Or in case we waste our owl fruit, this is where you can go. Bye. As funny as it would be to kick your faces in. Form order. We'll put Cat here. Rand here. Switch. Scramble. Their levels are going to be high enough that they're going to do more damage than pretty much anything else. There's a little journal there that's supposed to warn you about the plant in here, Algernon. If you get too far into the forest following this voice, you end up in a fight. Unfortunately for Algernon, we are way over-leveled for this. Way over-equipped. Oh, you came.
All right, everybody, say the line together. 3, 2, 1.
Blueberry.
Orb.
I don't know. I'm a fan of blueberry.
No, that's totally an orb.
Attack, charge. Also, she can cast her spells now. Just thought I'd point that out. Let's... That should be enough. Attack up. So charge will increase her damage here. Oh no, thunder! Anyway. Okay, yeah, I definitely didn't need to worry about them. Fine.
I hate to tell you this, Sid, but you've been thunderstruck.
The most difficult part, or the most damaging part of thunder is the flashing effect.
That's so true.
Grrrr.
I love how it's just called 8.0.
Yep. Yeah, we'll just punch here. Then we're gonna attack up Cat as well. Oh, she outspeeds. Oops. I don't know how math works.
The numbers are hard.
I know. I mean, this is like a minor inconvenience. This feels like a windy day when, like, the wind blows a piece of, like, paper into your face. You're like, wow, that was mildly annoying. Alright, I don't know how much longer this is gonna last, but this is basically the final boss fight. We just attack up everybody and go to town. I probably should have held off here just to see what the charged attack up does, but I'm not sure how much HP we have here, so we might kill this turn, we might not, I'm not sure. But if we don't kill this turn, we do get the attack up hit. I just don't feel like wasting the fire. Okay, well...
Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Ryu. Oh, get in there. Into the next dimension.
Just gone.
Don't tease me! I absolutely will. See you later. Normally you grab one of the fruits there, but, Alright, back to township we go. Okay, that was neat. And that's Algernon. I decided to not use any items on that. Figured it'd be a little bit more fun just showing... also, I need to reformat the party here. You know what? It's fine. What we want to do is this. We'll switch over... Actually, no. I don't want to go in here yet. I need to come in here, because if I do that, I don't think everybody gets healed properly. Okay, we need to switch over to Brand Blue Spar. Doesn't matter totally when we do that. But we do need to put Kat into the back so that she is not at any risk in this next boss fight. Because despite her massive speed and stat buff, Babaruku can either just spam Drain to steal your AP over and over again, or nuke your entire party endlessly. With Bolt X, Fireball, Missile. Missile's a really frustrating one. The only time you can use that spell is under critical condition. So, like, you rarely ever get to use it, but when you get hit by it, it's super hard. Luckily, at this point, I have 0 money, so even if he kills me, I'll just have to walk back and do it again.
I mean, just remember, you can't spell missile without miss.
Yeah. The nice thing here, though, is with the Wise Ball, this will be like a 2-turner, no matter what. But yeah, this is why I kept Spar earlier, just to up his level a little bit here. Or I guess there? Spar isn't really assigned a gender. Honestly, Spar is, I think, supposed to be, like, part of Gandaroof or Gandalf, the tree that we entered earlier. Like a figment of his imagination or part of his memory. The translation is not super clear on how that story beat works out. Honestly, Spar's, like, nature command is pretty neat, but it just never comes up. Because, Spar is just completely underleveled compared to everybody else. So we are heading into Infini and the final dungeon, which is about a half hour of too much fun. And not enough fun at the same exact time. It is the antithesis of joy. The first portion of this is going to be us running breakneck speed to the bottom of Infini, or at least as deep as we can go, and then getting our story MacGuffin and Finny so that we can fight the final boss, Deathheaven. Normally we would go fight the second to last boss and then come back for Infini, then go back down in a really convoluted setup, but it was found out by Charles that it's better to just do Infini and then hope you get good encounters on the way down. At worst, you break even. At best, you save time.
I love hope strats.
I pissed away all my luck before during practice. I think I got 7 encounters and 5 lead-offs between Anfini and Blueberry. I was just like, what just happened? Although
Yeah.
with this run, I actually want more encounters because I really want to make sure Blue's 39.
Yeah, you had that one in the practice room that you did get the 7 encounter 5 lead off. Because
The last one in the
think I was
practice
sitting
in
next to
the
you.
encounter room, I completely zoned out and like died to 2 different encounters. It's kind of mad at
I
myself.
remember that one as well.
Luckily, I like can blame that on a cold. One of the ones I actually used Thunder Dragon here, and I was like, wait a minute, what?
You looked at me and went, "What am I doing?" And I just turned, looked at you, and went, "What did you do this
That should be
time?"
enough, yeah. I think I have enough rocks for the Blueberry strat, but it means I won't have any on Deathheaven, which is fine. Okay, this is a good first turn, just draining our highest AP character for some of their AP. We also start spamming dragons here and using the Wise Ball on the third and second to final boss, because the final boss can just sap your AP, which is just abysmal. And Drain will only target the character with the highest AP here because of the script. So that's the reason we do it this way. Alright, now we're gonna Fire Rock. I don't think we'll end up using both Fire Rocks, but we'll throw them out anyway. This guy's got 2,500 HP, 2 G-Dragons plus some Fire Rocks and Fireballs. Okay, calm down! Chill! Okay, it didn't crit. That'd have been spooky. This is why we don't bring Kat, because she very easily could get pushed into crit, and then we'd have to go back, refill, and then come back.
You know, you're telling him to chill, but I think he's the one that told you to chill.
Oh. I hate it here. There we go. So this is why we use the extra wise. What do
Nice.
I do with that? This is where you normally would get a silver hat if you do get one. The drop rate in this game is so bad that seeing any items is just unexpected. Do not expect a single drop. Even the gold drop, which is very likely, don't expect it. It's just going to mess with your expectations. So yeah, we could have used the Wise Ball on the final boss for an extra 999 damage, but he very much likes to use the ability called Begod's Power, which steals, I think it's like 60 HP from everybody, and I want to say it's either 20 or 30 AP. So it absolutely cripples the amount of damage G-Dragon can do. Makes it do like 500 something, which still is not bad, but it is a far cry from 999.
Yeah, you'd much rather see the 999 versus the 500. I think it's like 540. I forget the exact
it's
number.
Either like 540 or 450, something like that, somewhere in that range. Because it does depend on your level. Because the way that dragons scale is current HP or current AP versus max AP. And like we said, there is a rounding error on some, where in a lot of cases, if it's like X1, as long as you're like X0, it'll be the same amount. So like 40 and 41, 30 and 31. It doesn't happen all the time though, and it's not that predictive. We also got to make sure to say defeat here so we actually go into the final dungeon. Another reason I saved, just in case I turned my brain off and clicked wait. There is another one before Blueberry that can get me, and I will save on the floor at Blueberry. I'm not going to walk down from Delogany again. It's not happening. I have been known to solo Blueberry, which I don't have a strat for, so it's unwinnable. That's the easiest way to put it. I've been informed you need to go in with a stack of extracts to do that. And a silver hat. Which I do have the silver hat, but not the extracts. Extracts are a single character full heal. The reason you want silver hat is because Blueberry can cast Bolt X, which does way more damage than anything else he can cast. He does have like Fire Breath and Ice Breath. Fire Breath is probably the best thing to see, because the sun masks you have equipped will reduce the damage because they're fire. But I think that's about the only thing that actually interacts with your equipment. As weird as it is. Now in Finny, all bets are off. No more rules, only chaos. The enemies in here are incredibly powerful and can end your existence in a single attack. Some of them have death. Some of them are just so fast, they'll outspeed you, period, no matter what the situation is. Actually... Okay, I want to do... Doot. And then... Fine with that. Okay, and then exit. I'm setting up for the Death Warp here, and I want to use Spar to set up for it, so I can minimize the amount of investment my actual characters are going to use here. Okay, so I already dinkered Blue. I need to go to Ranblue Cat, and then we also want to put Rand in front here. It will reduce our lead-off chance, but Rand is going to be able to siphon a lot more damage that way. Fast you off, fast you on. Can he? No, of course he can't. That would be funny if... Good. You're on the right thing. Alright, save. Want to do a little bit of checking there for the setup. Now, ideally, we can do this in one go, but it is very often that runs will die trying to set up the flea setup in Infinity here. We are trying to get down to exactly Cat and Cat alone. so that the agility calculation is only against her agility, as well as getting the speed buff, or run chance buff, from having most of my party dead. We're gonna attack here, attack blue, attack up Ryu, and defend. So we're just gonna defend in the back with Kat here. With her level and her equipment, she should be able to take 1 or 2 hits. But the idea here is that Rand eats most of these. Uh-oh. Okay, that would have been abysmal. Okay, no. It's not worth the risk. Okay, it'll probably retarget here. Okay, didn't. Alright. Okay. Okay. Alright, now just do not defend. In the practice room, I kept defending with Kat for some reason, and Lord help me, I couldn't tell you why. Alright, we got our fast shoes on, now we are in Sonic mode. Switch to defense, just in case I lose a run chance. I should functionally have a 100% chance to run here, but we're not quite sure if there is an error in the code where you do have a 152 chance to fail a flee or something. It's kind of hard to tell because of the way that everything's coded in this game is a little bit goofy. So I'm gonna try and keep my step route correct here. There is a specific place where we want to use every single smoke. I'm not used to this particular route, where I don't have to get Shiny Mask, but maybe I should learn this new one. Nothing like... Oh, that's just funny. Where is it? Empire Sword. So these guys are extremely strong. You'll notice because I did 1 damage. They have 5 or 4 HP, something like that. But Empire Sword will one-shot. They're very dangerous if you run into them with a Big Daddy. They will end your entire career if you're unfortunate. The shiny hat's usually in the left side there. You can pick that up for Ryu if you want. If I remember right, the step should be... Oh god, these guys are super dangerous too. They hit like trucks.
Fortunately, you got the lead off instead of having them
Uh-oh.
get the jump on you.
Is that the smoke? Okay, that's close enough. That should fix my route, I think. Luckily, the routes kind of converge. Going out of your way for that shiny hat usually gets you an extra fight or 2, but it does get you extra armor for blue. Please? Oh, that's bad. Uh-oh. We're gonna have to go an extra floor. Alright, my route's shot. This is gonna be kind of brutal. Do I want to skip 4 rooms? Smokes? Surely it's not that bad. It's a very bad idea. Yep, I'm getting punished. We're gonna skip 1 more room. Actually, I think this is the one I want to use smoke. Yeah, fine. We'll YOLO the rest of it from here. I was trying to get my smoke route back on track, but we're kind of thrown off here, so I'm not used to not shiny hatting. Probably here? Okay, good enough.
So many of these rooms looking the same.
Yeah.
Just off every time.
Just copy-pasted really, throws you off super hard. Because they are, those small circular rooms. So lead-off chances are going to be really low here, because we have fast shoes in the back slot, not the front slot. But that's fine. I should probably smoke here. We'll do it at the chest. Oh my gosh, dude. Come on! Learn to move! Not really, worried about running out of smokes. I'm just worried about going into the menu to try and use them and have it be a waste of time. Okay. should be able to make it all the way down to, well, Bali G Whiz. Right, we'll smoke on this floor. Nope. We're gonna smoke on the next floor. Alright, we are in Delogany, a peaceful respite. I'm going to take my final restroom break, so when something goofy happens, I don't actually pee my pants.
Yeah, we don't want to see that happen.
Anyway, on that note, No Glitches Allowed 2026 is raising money for Go Rescue, a dog shelter in Hampton, Virginia. Go Rescue works to provide a haven for homeless dogs, giving them the time, care, and love they need to find not just any home, but the right home. And as another reminder, we have both a bid war and a milestone currently open for several of tomorrow's games. We have a bid war for Sonic Rush, and the bid war is Sonic versus Blaze. You get to choose who Speedbreaker 55 plays as for Sonic Rush. Will be everyone's favorite blue hedgehog Sonic or everyone's favorite purple cat Blaze. Your donations will decide, so let us know what you want. And this closes at the beginning of the Sonic Rush run tomorrow. We also have a new milestone for bonus tracks for the SSX game. If met, Junior will speed through Pipe Dream, a track designed to show off tricks in the game, but Junior will zoom through it in under 2 minutes. And Junior will also show off a free roam track, one of Junior's favorite precision tricks and amazing moves for Junior to show off. This will be met when we reach $250 of all donations to be met. And this closes at the end of SXS run.
I want to throw a challenge out to chat for that SSX challenge, if you will. Let's meet that by the end of this run, guys. Come on. You can absolutely do it. Let's make it happen.
Ooh, yeah.
We got a new incentive already? Let's go.
Oh, yeah.
GG.
Couple of milestone and a bid war.
Yeah, let's see that milestone hit.
I mean, even for just my run, I do appreciate all the donations, and I'm glad that we're able to do something for our four-legged friends that can't do anything for themselves. I appreciate everything, guys. I really do.
I've got one laying on my desk next to me who's still somewhat mad at me for being gone for like 8 days.
Yeah, I think Willow was very thrown off because my mom needed to visit extended family due to one of them passing soon to cancer. And then it was like right into me going to limit break, and then she's like, what the fuck is... what is happening? So I had to like get her back into the rhythm and like, hey, come over here, it'll be fine. Because she used to get up on the couch and just lay there, and the first couple of days she'd like get up there and then just jump off immediately. Like, no, you're not touching first base. You're at home. Okay, it's okay. It's not that hard.
Yeah, when I got home, my grandfather's dog just started barking his head off at me, and then immediately went and licked my hand to death. And then my cat was so mad, but also excited at the same time, that he was running back and forth through my room.
So we're gonna head over here and grab ourselves the final few items we got. Fortunately, that boss we just sent to meet his maker gave us enough to buy whatever we need. Buy an extra stack of smokes. Yeah. If that's not enough, I don't know what is. Just kind of like... at this point, I have enough money to buy whatever I want, so I'm kind of like, shrug? There is probably a correct amount that just makes menuing less obnoxious, but, yeah. Better to be safe than sorry, because the fights down here are absolutely not easy.
Why have efficient menus when you can have safety in this case?
True. That's also a nice fight to see here, because we actually can start seeing Carms, which can outspeed Cat. So there is a non-zero chance we get gibbed. Okay. That's the Karms are actually the reason why we switched to doing this strat, because they kind of look like death. Hopefully we don't see them. They can drop the best weapon for Cat, but they also are extremely fast. I think they either use like Fireball or Hail, which hits like a truck, and also are very, very prone to critting. And they can two-shot Ryu with the right setup. And when I say right setup, I mean like 30% of the time they'll do it. And if Ryu dies 30% of the time, Cat dies like 85% of the time. Maybe even 90. But that's why we switched to doing it this way. Used to be we would run all the way down to Blueberry with this setup, fight Blueberry, save at the save station behind the fight, then we would exit, which I think it's exit, which would take us back to Delogany, and then we would come back down, do this, then Death warp back to the statue behind Blueberry, and then go to fight Death Evan. But it turns out this is slightly quicker, and it also kind of like doesn't give you a 10-minute cutscene between the second and the third or the final boss. So shoutouts to Charles for making the end game more interesting in every single way.
You're welcome.
I was about to say the end game for this run is a very, very, very interesting.
I mean, honestly, even on GBA, there's really no point where you don't have a chance of dying. It's just graciously much harder to die than it is in SNES. SNES, glitchless, a strong breeze will kill you at any moment. It is quite an unfortunate endeavor. A noble one, but unfortunate nonetheless.
I mean, sometimes it's not even a strong breeze, it's just a breeze.
I mean, Charles could vouch for that, right?
Correct.
Charles is just the Breath of Fire 2 runner. He has a significant handhold on every one of the categories, and a very good understanding of it, like I mentioned earlier. Though, in no small part to Nitrodon. I think I did shout out Nitrodon earlier, but I do want to give him a second shout out, or rather them, just to be courteous, just in case. But Nitrodon has looked into some of the code for this, which allowed us to realize that Holy Scarf and Collar were not functioning properly, so we could stop wasting time and money on those and just go to smoking normally. Because the smoke route is something very specific to GBA, because the Holy Scarf works in the SNES version, so you don't have to smoke like I do here. You can just walk and get lowered encounter rate. They've also looked into some of the other things, like we found out the boss fight where you're getting the Guardian Crest for Nina, it actually functions properly, so the boss can't attack you first turn. It will only debuff, making the fight free. We found out that agility up actually works in this game versus the SNES, and a few other odds and ends like that. The only other thing I really want to know is how the run rate is influenced by current HP versus max HP. Because in the SNES version, if you're 70% of your max HP for the whole party, you just get a flat 40% run chance, and it's supposed to be scaling. And I don't know if that got fixed in the GBA version, which could drastically affect whether you should roll YOLO run or not. Because in some instances, you have 40% chance, but if it does actually scale, you might be trying to take a 10% run chance and then wipe anyway. But luckily, it doesn't affect too many things, other than you did something silly and you got put in a bad spot because you didn't refill your AP before battle or something.
So, Sid, I want to throw a question your way.
Please
because
do.
You're wearing the shirt for this question.
Mm-hmm.
Who's Cat? You only know of Lynn.
Lynn, yeah. So, for those that may not know, I also run Dragon Quarter. Yes, it is a Breath of Fire game by name. I do maintain it's a very good game after picking it up to restart the Breath of Fire relay. Just a small note, I believe we did that in November, and we're planning on doing that around the same time on Limit Break. We'll be doing that again this year. So if you guys are hankering for more Breath of Fire, we will be doing the relay again. Probably won't be doing the meme Breath of Fire 2 category, but I'll still
Alas.
fight the good fight. Yeah. It would just be me getting bullied by Charles if it worked that way. I don't know, maybe me and Rubble probably could do it. Might be a more fair race. Anybody versus Charles that isn't Blink is just not a fair fight. And then Blink just has such nasty luck that it's almost unfair. Charles is like the luck vampire of the community.
Blink's luck is out of this world sometimes.
It's almost so good you could say he's cheating.
Let's not. Nothing
Shit.
but love and respect to you, Blink. But I'm gonna have to put a cap on that right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing when it got brought up during the random encounter. I was like, whoa, 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 whoa. But yeah, I mean, if you guys like this, come and join us in the Discord. We chat a lot. The Dragon Quarter Discord is more talkative than you would imagine. But we're always looking for new runners.
I mean, Dragon Quarter's had the resurgence as of late, but I mean, even just the other 4 Breath of Fire games in the series, there are more developments being made every single day.
So we successfully gotten Anne Finney here, which means we can kill the final boss instead of just losing. So now it is to take ourselves to the bottom as the brave man of the dragons and fight our way to Death Heaven as an honorable fighter would. Or some such schlock. Let's see here, I need to grab this. You know what? I said I would, so I will. What'd I do? Oh! Yeah, that's why you shouldn't be doing something like that. Okay! So we get a free heal out of here. And then I need to make sure to smoke here. If I walk too far, my smoke tiles get a little bit goofy, so... Okay.
That was a good walk.
Okay, that's a bit more expected. Alright, that's... I shouldn't be in normal, but these guys are so slow that I'm not going to get punished. This is the smoke tile, so it's a bit frustrating. The problem is the smoke has to run out for you to be able to use it again, so there is one tile where you just have higher encounter rate, which can be a bit frustrating. Riots. Item. We need to W fruit 3 times. Heal up. Smoke. That's
Love the
good.
riot stick.
Good movement, champ. Ah, yes! Defense, please. Okay, that should be fine. You guys are making me want to put the silver hat on. There's nothing that doesn't demand that voice or sound out of me. Everything in here just hits so hard. I'm afraid
Yeah.
I'm gonna die on a moment's notice. Okay, level 39. I am
I was
no
about to
longer
say-
scared.
Blue hit 39, so you got Bolt X, which is really, really good.
Oh, I wish I could cast that. Unfortunately,
And-
the thing that I'm after is the speed from 39. Unfortunately,
I mean, I
Go
used
ahead.
it back in my casual playthrough of this game, and
the spells are very good. Do not get it twisted.
Yeah.
The big
Like-
thing is we punch the final boss to death, so spells unfortunately, other than attack up.
The other problem is that if you cursor down to Bolt X, you will discover that you are unable to cast it.
Is it the same thing as
Deal.
missile?
Yeah.
Critical stat. Yeah,
So the one and only effect of the relationship system in the game is that end game level magic requires a certain friendship threshold to cast, which affects Missile, Bolt X, Renew X, and Cure X, I believe.
yeah, it's Cure X as well.
X is apparently going to
because-
give it to you.
That was
Okay.
the only spell I couldn't cast in my casual playthrough was Cure X.
You gain friendship with characters over time as they are in the party and get kills on enemies, but because we're speedrunning, we just haven't killed very much.
Yeah, and most of the stuff's
Besides
gone
Ryu,
to-
who's killed literally everything.
That's exactly what I was about to say.
He's got 90. He has 99% of the kills on the whiteboard. He's just got it all chalked up. Everybody else got like 1 or 2, and it's just a boss.
It's just another tick on the chalkboard.
Mm-hmm. Should refill my AP here. This is not a good idea to be wandering around without it. Okay.
What do you mean? You'll be fine.
Fine, whatever. Oh my god, what is this movement? Please send help. I should Fire Rock here, but I am being stubborn. I want to make sure I have enough for Blueberry. I'm going to do the math this time. I'm also going to be walking to the save point below Blueberry, so if I do choke, it's not a catastrophic failure. Just be 1 extra loop.
I mean, in my normal
Sword.
nature that you're used to, said, don't choke.
Yeah, right. Alright. So there is a save point right down here that I will be taking advantage of. It's over... Wait, no, it's to the left. What the fuck? Charles, help me! I'm lost!
Oh, where did you go?
I went downstairs for the save. Is it down the ladder?
Oh, no, back up the stairs.
Okay.
The save is just past the stairs on the upper floor.
The siren song of the stairs. It called to me. Ha! Literally 1 tile more. If I had just gone 1 tile more, I would have been fine.
That's all you needed to do.
Okay. What do you want to do with this? Yeah, we want to save here because the walk down is miserable. Yep. Alright, now we use our last smoke. Or second to last, anyway. Okay, let's skip the stairs. This walk is ridiculous. It would have been so good if I hadn't taken the baby save. Walking from Delogany would waste a lot of time, so... As silly as that was, it is just better to do it this way. Hey, level 33. We are extremely OP at this point. Alright, there's nothing left in here except for Blueberry. So I'm going to take a moment to make sure everybody is topped off and ready to go. Sort. Alright. There's 2 ways to do Blueberry. I'm going to attempt to do the correct one. The only thing is I need to have fast shoes on Ryu, which I do, so we go.
I agree with the comment in chat. Whoever named this Dungeon Infinity definitely had a sick sense of humor.
I mean, it is... I don't know if it's a translation thing or not, but it definitely does feel infinite.
It does.
Okay.
I love it.
So remember
But I
that thing
hated
that
it
punched me in the
sometimes.
face as a child? Yeah, he's back. And he's trying to kill our run with a yes-no option.
Better Betty.
We're gonna go Dragoon, Defend, Ball, Rock. Let me double check here. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, we have enough rocks to block.
Yeah, I was gonna say you have 7 rocks, so you should be okay.
You could use the fire rocks on the final boss. I'm gonna use them here. Just so I can show off the new Blueberry strat. Assuming I don't tank it. HP resets between phases, right?
I don't.
Like
mean
it's
your
5,000
HP or-
H. No. Blueberries.
His.
Like he goes back to 5,000 when I say no, right?
Yes.
Okay. So he's gonna ask me to fight by himself, and I'm gonna go, no, I don't think so. Now, first turn here, would I defend, I think? Yeah, I'd have to defend because I can't dragon. Yeah, Wise Ball. Wait, no. The easier way, we're gonna do the super goofy start way, which is Biscuit, And then W fruit with everybody. W fruit. Yep. So this is what I would be doing if I had burnt a Wise Ball here. He's not going to hit... Well... Shouldn't hit hard enough to kill me. Bolt X will just end my whole career. Okay, that's fine. That's one of his more... less scary attacks. And then the Biscuit here will reset us. So the way that we're going to do this from here on out is... We Dragon. We Wise Ball after the fact. Then we're going to Biscuit with... well, actually, we don't need a Biscuit right now. Because she's going to go first. Wise Ball and Fire. Or Fire... Rock Fireball. 174. Okay, thank you. Plus 999. 1300 in. Yeah, the Brave Man option can end your entire career. Nope, I can't get away with that. That's unfortunate. A slightly better dodge there, and I could have switched over to Help BLs instead of Biscuits. Wise Ball. And at this point, we're going to throw down another Biscuit. And another Rock. Used to be G-Dragon until he's close to death, and then kill him with a bomb. Which is pretty funny. Bomb spell, that is.
I
figured that out. I figured that out, yeah. Well, this will be fun.
It's going to be an interesting turn, that's for sure.
I mean, if I had doubled Wise Ball, this would have been catastrophic.
Oh, it absolutely would have been.
I lost a Biscuit there, but it could be worse.
I mean, you at least got all your Biscuits.
I can
anyway.
just Fire Rock with Rand in the final turn instead of Wise Balling, and that'll catch me up. Go G-Dragon. Yeah, we got a Wise Ball with you. Biscuit. You know what? We'll Vanilla here. And, well... How many Biscuits do I have? Yeah, we Biscuit here. So I want to save the Vanilla for the next phase. Or for... Oh my god, get out of here. We're at 2,500 here. We just gotta lock down. We still have 2 Moon Drops and a Vanilla Extract, which are both very good recovery items as well. We only want to make sure we have a few Biscuits to get the defense up X. But the other ones we would like to use in the first phase, because then we can avoid the debuff removal spell. Let's see here. Got one more ball. We'll use one more Biscuit. Rock. Not a Biscuit, please.
I was about to say, don't throw another Biscuit.
I mean, I do have the save before this, but I don't think this is catastrophic enough of a failure. Not a very good one. For whatever reason, this fight just mystifies my tiny little reptile brain.
I kind of like this fight.
2 rocks should finish it here.
But you also know how I am with the more complex fights.
Yeah, we're gonna disengage. Let me see here, actually. Reuse before Blueberry? Yeah, we're fine. So, like, the rocks and all that stuff weren't necessary because of the way that I did the W fruits. if I hadn't burned the biscuit, I probably would have explored the strat a little bit more, but problem is that my notes are funky, because my turn 1 lists G-Dragon and then Wise Balls, which is literally not possible because we enter that phase with 0 AP. So I'm not quite sure how I screwed that up. I have to, like, review it because I've written down the boss fight wrong. I guess I'm supposed to Fire Rock with Ryu turn 1. That's probably what it is. All the way. Okay. So I could backtrack for a item here that would prevent instant death. We're not gonna bother getting it. It's not worth it. Amon off. I probably should use the smoke item, but whatever. Alright. Use the final smoke. Sort my inventory one more time. And then I do need to juggle the shoes. Wow. The Amon has more HP than the other stuff, so we're going to spam a G-Dragon here. We do get a full heal before we fight in Death Evan here, so we're not going to bother healing after this.
Oh yeah, I always forget after Butterbeatty, it's pretty much straight into Death Evan.
Yeah, that's why I usually forget to use the smoke too, because it's like, okay, you just saunter on through. Level 32 Cat. Yeah, if we hadn't gotten pwned in High Fort, that would have been 33, which means she would have been outspeeding Blue and Death Evan. I want to put that on you. Alright, let's go.
Alright.
Right, so we got a little bit of peaceful respite before the final boss. So now's a good time for anything you want to say before we get into it.
I do. I want to put in one more plug for the incentives for tomorrow's games and see if we can reach that $200 goal by the end of this run. The bid war is for Sonic Rush, and it's Sonic vs. Blaze, and you get to choose who Speedbreaker 55 plays as for Sonic Rush. Will it be everyone's favorite Blue Hedgehog Sonic or everyone's favorite Purple Cat Blaze? Your donations will decide it, so let us know what you want. And that closes at the beginning of Sonic Rush. And the milestone is bonus tracks for the SSX run. And if this is met, Junior will speed through Pipe Tree, a track designed to show off tricks in the game. But Junior will zoom through it in under 2 minutes, and it will also show off a free roam track, one of Junior's favorite tracks, and has high precision tricks and amazing moves for Junior to show off. And this will be met with a $250 of all total donations to be met. And this closes at the end of the SSX run. So again, these runs are both tomorrow during the afternoon Eastern Standard Time. But let's try to get one more push. See if we can reach 200 tonight.
Y'all can make it happen.
Absolutely.
We're only 85 away from that milestone, right?
85, yep.
Come on, guys.
So, he has killed our entire party and trapped us here to witness it, and we normally need to mash the D-pad to get out, or you can just spin the thumbstick. One of the nice benefits of being on a console rather than an a Game Boy Advance. So I did forget something again. You normally want to flip Cat and Blue here, but we have set Rand up as our secondary DPS here. So we'll see how good or bad that goes. Wouldn't be the first time. It doesn't super impact Cat's. I mean, it does, but this boss fight is more or less how many turns he allows you to attack versus how many turns you can attack. Because Death Evan can either spam death and like miss all of them, and it's literally a free fight, or he can just sit there like Be God's powering, delaying the fight, and turning it into just a slog, because he recovers 240 a turn, and then it really depends on how many crits you slam out. That's the only like major downside is Cat's crit rate's going to be lower.
To make it a bit more simple, it's either going to be free as can be or a full-on battle of attrition.
Yeah.
And either can really happen, if not a combination of the two, because you can get a good amount of death turns where they miss, or you're just like, what do I do here?
I mean, you saw the last... I'm not sure if it was Necroman or Death Evan last practice run, but, like, I think it was Necroman. Spammed, like, Death the entire fight, and then it hit 3 times, and I think the last time I fought Death Evan, he deathed me 3 different times, too, which is why I topped off on the life pills. You, like I said, you can get an accessory that immunes you to death, but it's only for one character. Theoretically, it's, like, worth getting and putting it on Ryu because you have a 50% chance of being targeted. But it's a 50% chance of being targeted split among all of his attacks. So, like, it's not that you're 50% preventing death. It's, you know, it scales a little bit differently. And on top of that, death can just miss. Because it's, I think, stat versus stat. So it's not extremely likely to hit in the first place. But if you're very, very nervous about it, you can always grab it. There is a chance he'll just spam death on Ryu and keep hitting him over and over again, and I'll suffer for my silliness, but eh.
The only way we'll know what happens is once we actually get into what I call the meat and potatoes of the fight.
Yep. So instead of attack... Well, I guess we do want to attack up Cat here, because she's going to be the only one attacking first turn. Makes sense. Then we'll go from there. So all my friends are going to be revived by the thinking of the world or something. Not quite sure the particulars of this, but I really don't care.
I mean,
1v1
that's pretty much what it is
Yeah.
just thinking of the world and saving it.
So Rand does have some healing. We probably won't be using it at all. Cure 2 is not any better than Help BLs. The vanilla extracts, moondrops, or biscuits we have here. We have enough healing. The only downside is the moondrops will remove our attack up. So we're only going to use those if we're at wiping territory. We're going to go defense, dragon, Cure 2 Ryu, attack. No, that's drain. Cute, but not correct. So Cat being in the back here means she's going to get the minimal amount of, like, boost here. Since we're in defense, it's not really going to do too much anyway. Or... oh, whatever, dude. Well, good try.
Hey, you tried.
We should probably start doing the math, too.
So you had 135 on the first hit.
Yep. Alright. It is time to Berserk mode. I'm gonna go to Scramble, attack with everybody. Start attack upping. Do I have any rocks left? We got a few. Nah, Rand will probably hit harder. Attack up you, and Fire Rock. Let's shoot the fire. Well, she hit for 135 in defense, so her swing might do more damage anyway than a rock. Minus 240. So annoying. Slightly more damage. Oh my gosh. Great. My numbers are already cooked.
You're at 1503.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Fat fingered the equal button. Dude!
I know how easily you lose track in this fight.
It's not even that I lose track, it's more so that, like, the, thing ate... Ooh.
That was a big hit.
199. Alright, we have to extract here. It's like... Biscuit is theoretically better, but it increases the chances that he disappears, which is going to slow things down. Great, actually. 70. I want to get attack up, but I don't think I can afford it at this point. 219. Attack. Help BL. Attack. Okay, well, if we're gonna
Okay.
have to reset anyway, I might as well just Biscuit. Luckily, the attack up sticks here for the rest of the turn, so as long as we hit about 5k here, we'll shift into the next phase, which did not happen.
Yeah,
we're
because I
gonna
think you're at 3911 if my math is correct.
Yep. Attack up. We're gonna use the other Fire Rock to try and push it. Because we're at just south of 4 grand. And then from there, we're gonna need to do attack ups, etc., etc.
Hopefully we'll see a
Grand,
special
please?
here. Nah, no
We're
special.
gonna have to open with Biscuit. I need the defense up from Biscuit after this. We're gonna have to play this a bit fast and loose, I think. Attack up. I gotta
mean,
see
at
what
this-
happens here.
At this point, it's just hoping that Ryu doesn't die.
Okay. We'll just life pill it. 70. Okay, so we go attack. Attack up Cat. Life pill Ryu. I want to
Yeah,
force
you're-
this attack into Rand.
You're at 4956 right now, so
Okay, well, that's interesting. Alright, we can just Biscuit safely next turn. Ryu won't be at max damage, but that'll be fine. I'd rather get the defense up on first. 219. Biscuit. There is a good chance that this triggers a disappear, but we only have to make it one turn. And at this point, having everybody's defense boosted is more important. Nice.
perfect.
Gonna have to do a reactive healing. Okay, whatever. We're in 5,000 range, so it's fine. We already used the V-Extract, so we'll Biscuit again. Hoping for a single targeting thing here that I can heal out of.
That would be the best case scenario.
Thinking maybe I should
Nice.
buy it. Okay, that's perfect. I do not care if Cat dies. I'll just have her heal herself. 19. That's unfortunate. That was wasted. Attack. Attack up Ryu. Help BO yourself. Cat goes down. I can just get her back up with blue. It's not a big deal. Since she's in the back slot, her damage is kind of middling anyway. Okay, luckily, Begod's power is proportional, so we didn't get punished too hard there. We are going to Fireball here for extra damage. At this HP value, everybody should be able to survive everything. Even Cat should be able to survive a Bone Laser, which is the next big thing he's going to start spamming.
Nice.
Rand. Okay, so Help BL should be enough to allow Rand. Wait, no. Attack. You help BL. You attack. So at 180, Rand can survive a Bone Laser here too. All right, now we've got a Biscuit in response to this. Everybody should barely survive this. Okay, he really low rolled that. Nice.
Yeah, that was one heck of a low roll.
Nope. Where is that Biscuit? We do have the Moon Drops, but we're trying to avoid using them so they don't reduce our attack up or remove our attack up. I think I might just grab the Vanilla Extract in the cave earlier. Makes this a little bit easier.
I mean, you're still looking pretty good. Good
Oh
special.
no, we're in the driver's seat right now. We're fine. It's just attack. We may be coming up on time here. You'll know as good as I do. When the screen starts flashing, dude's cooked. It really depends on how many V-God's power he decides to spam here. Okay,
I mean,
Ryu is outside
At this
of...
point, getting the cold breath, that's nice.
Unfortunately, it still puts me within Bone Laser range, so I'm gonna have to Biscuit here. Nope. Biscuit. I had to play that a bit more conservatively because I accidentally wasted that other Biscuit, but honestly, you can kind of fumble your way through this fight as long as you aren't spamming Biscuits every single turn. And this is why we Biscuited.
Yeah, because that bone laser would have.
But yeah, it'd
bad.
have completed. I mean, I could have moon dropped out of it. There we go. That's time.
That's time.
Nice. Nice meme
Congrats,
run, dude.
Sid.
GG.
Jeez.
All right. Well, what I've learned here is now I know where the save point is, and also let's just not fire Rock Blueberry. I don't know what I'm doing.
I really wanted to ask about that boss design and then decided against it.
It comes up every time. It's like, why? Okay,
What?
sure, whatever.
What
I
is
mean-
happening?
Death Evans asking the question properly. Why?
Why? Yeah, but
The
as
important
you-
thing is you're underestimate, Sid. That means you win.
Yeah. I mean, we're also adding in donation incentives that just kind of were like, all right, yeah, sure. I don't even know how much time Algernon took because I was messing around. You know what? We're gonna secure the ending here real quick, and then we're actually gonna go back to town real quick since you guys paid for the weapon vendor, and we'll check and see what's in there because I forgot to do it before we headed into Infinity. It should only take me a couple of seconds, but the main thing here is we need to see the township crash into the Infinity gate, or gate itself, so that we know we have the good ending. Arguably, like, floating the town is enough, but if we have a few moments for that, it shouldn't take more than a minute or two. Oh, interesting. The last person gets dialogue. Huh. I thought it was just Blue that did that. Huh.
And this means, chat, you have a little bit more time to get those donations in.
Oh yeah, also chat, I much appreciate your time. Thank you guys for hanging out with me on day 0 and watching me fumble my way through this game. I'm still working on it, so if you're really fiending for this more and more, I will be doing runs of it. I will say I'm a little bit more lively when doing in PB attempts, because the game can be a bit bemusing, let's say.
I mean, some of the RNG in this game is a fickle mistress.
Yeah. So yeah, we did lose out on a little bit of time there having Cat in the back. Did kind of limit our damage a bit. I'm seeing that, like, Cat and Rand's damage is probably equivalent. I think Cat's a little bit better because of the crit rate, but you can't put her in slot 2 because she'll just get smoked too easily from the non-bone laser zappy thingy. So I'll reset real quick after we see our father seal the gate for us. Get to see all the party members that were too weak to make it to the final dungeon. Or Sten. Just had to pick somebody out of the crowd. That guy. Honestly, like, they do all have their own plays. Sten has some moderately decent magic. Kind of jack of all trades. Master of none. Nina does have decent magic, but she just gets massively outclassed by Blue. Bo is a very good tank healer, but Rand is just a better tank healer. And the fact that Disappear keeps getting spammed makes it very hard to justify Blue or Bo. Especially when you need to bring Rand to so many places, his level just ends up way higher. Spar is neat, but is kind of got a gimmick spell list. So without extensive leveling, he's not better than Blue in any way. Would probably be your choice, though, I think. because the spell list does include a lot of defensive and offensive options in terms of buffing and debuffing, which is more important in the end game.
So while we're in the sequence, I want to say to you guys in chat, follow Sid, because the speed at which he picks up these long runs is incredible.
If
He gives
nothing
me-
else, I run these like a man possessed.
He does. And he gives me so much flack because we do a lot of randomizers and other games together about how quickly I pick up games. But in a game like this, that's 6.5 to 7 hours long, if not longer.
Yeah,
The
this
speed
is
at which he learns these is out of this world.
yeah, these runs are an endurance test and something I'm more used to. I also do Final Fantasy VII Remake and Rebirth as well, which I do to some extent prefer action RPGs, at least modern ones, but I do prefer a lot of the classic RPGs as well. The problem is that the length of the runs heavily impacts my ability to pick things up without the right amount of prompting, which the Breath of Fire 2 community managed to do the exact right amount of prompting. So the dragon that was guarding gate was our mother, and Ryu is considering guarding the gate the exact same way by transforming himself into a dragon to permanently block the gateway to what is more or less hell. That's why the Dragon Clan were living down there, to keep the demons from getting out. But our father has a better solution. Slam a town into it.
Yeah, I love this solution.
I think I might have missed this ending because I just didn't realize that you aren't supposed to just dragon the eyes fight. Alright.
Yeah, just watching him with the town in the air, just slamming it here, blocking the cave entirely. I can't help but laugh at it because it's a fitting ending.
It's such like a JRPG thing to do, right?
Oh, it absolutely is.
We stored energy to slam this in. I mean,
If not solution, why solution shaped?
Yeah, exactly.
that looks like a town-shaped hole to me. Yeah, so that's actually the funny part is, like, the town kind of embeds itself wherever you fly it to. Because when you open the gate, you actually can't summon Mina anymore, the bird, because she's being chased by demons. So this is the workaround. Speaking of, Nina's just flying, everybody else is freaking out.
Bouncing around the room for the most part.
So that is what is required for the good ending, but let's make good on our promise here and see what we actually got in the vendor, picking it up as late as we did. Should be able to just exit out of here a few times and then take a warp over to Township and see what we got in there. Just got to figure out which apartment they're in. It's one of the early ones. I think it's apartment 2, so... The thing is with the people is they all kind of land in their individual town units, condos, whatever, and they kind of overwrite each other. I think I have to do this, and then this should allow me to exit. Also, this is miserable because I would have to walk back down. Delogany is not a warp point. It is just a safety cushion. As you notice, it is not on the list.
Yeah, Delogany is really just meant as a safety point before you actually go into Infinity and then beyond Infinity, if you will.
Nope. To find out which one. It might be 2, it might be 3, I'm not sure. Nope. Let's try
Looks like
again.
it's gonna be 3.
There it is. Beretta's shop. So this will update as you do story flags. Let's see what we got. Oh man, yeah, we got her way too late. This is, I think, shop 2, maybe even shop 3. That's unfortunate.
This is shop 2.
Yeah, you can get some really, really primo stuff. The problem is you have to go way out of your way to get her early enough. And, like, without Blue's Warp, it's just miserable. You would need to, like, go back to Winda probably almost right after the Carpenter finishes up the town, which means you'd have to get Jean, drop everything, and come back to Winda, which isn't the... Go ahead.
I can actually answer this conclusively because it's relevant for the 100% category. You can afford to do just the Seema Fort section up to getting Patty, head back to hometown and grab Beretta on the way. If you do that, and then you do every single plot trigger after that, including the optional ones, because each shaman you pick up is its own plot flag. So you got fewer than the maximum number of possible plot flags because you didn't get all the shamans.
True.
So if you do the Seema Fort region, get Beretta on the way back to hometown, and then do all of the plot flags that are still available in the game, then you will get it exactly on the very final one.
Asked and answered. Well, that's it, chat. We did both of our donation incentives. We finished the game somehow, some way. I hope you all enjoyed it. I think that will be it from us, though. Thank you for your time. Thanks, No Glitches Allowed, for having me. I really appreciate it. I love any excuse to run this game.
And also me. From my point of view, I got to do all the yapping, and I didn't have to solve any of the problems. I just got to laugh at Sid.
Until Portal beat me, and then you solved it twice.
Oh, that's true. I did help.
All right. All right.
Thank you, everyone, for tuning in to our 7-hour pre-show for No Glitches Allowed 2026. We'll be back tomorrow for day 1 at noon Eastern for another entire day of glitchless speedruns. So be sure to tune in and watch some glitchless runs and help us raise more money for Go Rescue Pet Adoption Center. In the meantime, I'm Qubit Beat. I will be back for another hosting shift on Thursday night for some really fun runs. And In the meantime, I wish you all a good rest of the day. And we are going to raid out with Mel Crochets. Have a good one.